First with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the roll call. And let's all stand for the pledge. I'm going to ask Commissioner Kelly if you could lead us in the pledge.
No flag.
That's okay. Let's just
Use
go.
your imagination.
Yes, we'll proceed. Go ahead, Commissioner. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Commissioner, would you like to do an invocation?
Sure.
It's up to you.
We can remain seated, but just an invocation. Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for waking us up this morning and giving us another opportunity to do your will. We now ask that you be in the midst of this budget meeting. Bless each individual on this commission, as well as our staff and those that are in the audience, as well as those who may be online. We thank you, dear Father, for your many blessings. Open up our minds and our hearts that the decision that we make will be a blessing to the citizens in this great city of Boynton Beach. And we'll be so careful, Lord, to give you all the honor and praise that you deserve. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Let every heart say amen.
Amen. All right, City Clerk, if you could please begin the roll call.
Mayor Canserga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Cruz. Here. Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Kelly. Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Agenda approval. If there are any additions, deletions, reorganizations, or corrections to the agenda, let it be known. Let's begin with Commissioner Cruz.
No changes for me, Mayor.
No changes. Commissioner Hay.
No changes for me.
All right, Vice Mayor Turkin
I don't have anything, Mayor.
and Commissioner Kelly.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, with that, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Hay and heard a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor to adopt the agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose, say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. All right. Before we begin the budget overview, let me just briefly make a comment to my colleagues and remind everybody that this is probably one of the most important things we do as elected officials, which is to review and determine how we proceed with
We're going to go through the major funds, revenues and expenses, general fund, utility fund, sanitation, capital improvement. Each of the major departments, as shown on the agenda, will also give presentations on each of those as well. We'll give you a view of the fund balance status, an overview of the personnel changes. We'll discuss the millage rate and some stabilization options. So as a whole, the revenue from last year to this year, we're looking at last year's revenues were 110 million. This budget as proposed is 117 million with an increase of 7.6 million. We are projecting an increase in state shared revenue of about 500,000. We're still waiting on some of those numbers to come in. We should have those by the end of the month from the state, and the same thing with the sales tax revenue, about 771,000. In this budget, we did see an increase from the ALS transport revenue. That is through the fire department. They made some changes in their operations, so about a $1.5 million increase. And we do have a need of about $2.7 million, which we'll talk about that when we talk through the stabilization options. On the expenditure side, our total full-time equivalent employees changed from 894 in 23 to 917 in the proposed 24. We saw an increase in the public safety budget, which is both police and fire, from 69.3 to 76.8. The majority of that is contractual changes, and each of those departments will give you presentations on that as well. New and reclass personnel requests came in about 707,000. In this budget, we do have a projected increase of 10% with some of the changes that our HR department has made. You will actually see on the budget stabilization that we have some savings there as well, so we'll talk through that. We saw an increase in the vehicle maintenance of about 900,000. Our overtime budget is up about 900,000, and then our events this year is up as well. So this is just a view of our fund balance year over year for the last several years. The red line is our emergency reserve for fund balance, the 10%, which is required by our policy, and we're looking at about $23 million in our fund balance currently. This is an FTE count of basically the changes by fund for each of the personnel.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What was the fund balance?
23 million.
Thank you.
Just by fund, the general employees saw about 11, and actually that's 12 now based on some changes. The utility fund saw personnel change from 3 people, fleet maintenance is 6, the traffic safety fund is 1, and the building fund is 1. And this is just a visual of the same thing. Overall, our proposed budget to amended 22-23 budget, the general fund is an increase of 13 million in total. Water and sewer fund has an increase of 4.2 million. The solid waste fund is 2.6 million. Golf course actually decreased minimally. Fleet maintenance is down by 4.7 million, and that is just some of the vehicles that were purchased this year that we don't have to purchase next year, some of the larger vehicles. Materials and distribution had a minimal change. Self-insurance is down 109,000. Traffic safety is up 400,000. Local option, minimal change. Building fund is up about 90,000. Public art is 249,000. Community improvements decreased by 7,000. The recreation program fund is down by 30,000. And that was mainly due to moving the arts and cultural into the general fund, which we'll talk about that as well. Arts and culture is a new division this year. Cemetery is up by 41,000, and then our capital is down about 24 million in total. Most of that is utility. So this is just a funding source for the entire budget. Our entire budget is 288.8 million, and that's all funds. Water and sewer makes up 60.3 million, or 20% of that. Property taxes is 55.1 million, or 19%. Our capital funding is 48.5, or 16%. Fund transfers is 19.6 million, or 6%. Solid waste makes up 15.2 million, or 5%. And then public service tax is 12 million. Intergovernmental revenues is 12 million. Charges for services, those are fees, are 10 million. The special assessment, which is fire, is 6.9 million. License and permits is 2.1 million. Franchise tax is 5.1. Right now, the proposed budget has the 7.85 millage. Again, that is a topic for discussion also as part of the agenda, so that will be something that the commission will discuss. These are some options that we've given the commission as far as balancing the budget of the $2.7 million. The commission, I did give you guys packets this morning. They do have an opportunity for different options as well. After some of our one-on-one discussions, it became apparent that there was not a desire to use ARPA funds for stabilizing the budget. So we do have some options, and on item E under presentations, when we talk through budgetary stabilizations, we can pull those up too. But these were the initial options that we proposed for offsetting the 2.7 million. And all of these options, just so you're aware, do put back to fund balance in some way. Are there any questions on that so far?
You're going to display the new options,
You
correct?
want to see the new options? Sure.
I mean, we have them here. I just want to make sure
Yep.
for the public.
You wanna pull them up?
So just to be clear, for my colleagues and to the general public, right now, we have a $2.7 million deficit. The question is, how do we meet that gap? And so staff has provided various options, and that's what we're going to review right now. The first four I saw used ARPA funds to fill that 2.7. I was opposed to that use because, as we've discussed before, our recurring expenses are exceeding our revenues. So we need to make sure that we fill these gaps not with one-time funds, but by some other means. Now, ultimately, that is a decision of the commission, but let's take a look at these various options of how we could get there.
All right, so the city manager's office and the finance team did get together after our one-on-one meetings with the commission and put together some additional options. So option one has maintaining the current millage, no increase to the fire assessment. There are some miscellaneous cuts which we can go through, what those are. There was an increase in revenue from originally budgeted of about $183,000 for the CRA neighborhood officer program. With the proposed changes with parking, there would be an increase of $350,000. Initially, the medical insurance savings was more on the conservative side. This gives you more of an accurate number, about $750,000, and then the state tax revenue. And option one gives about $54,000 back to fund balance still. So option two is maintaining the millage rate, a slight increase to the fire assessment of $10. Again, the miscellaneous cuts, and then all of the same as far as revenue goes.
Mara, just to be clear, you changed the numbers on these options? They don't, okay, I see a head nod over there. I just want to double check.
Right, the only
I was trying to
change
follow
was the
along with the
medical
paper
insurance,
copy.
Yeah. But we hadn't proposed it. Option three shows a 0.05 reduction in the millage rate, an increase of $20 to the fire assessment, and again, the same miscellaneous cuts, and the increase in revenue from CRA, parking revenue, the medical insurance saving, and the state tax revenue. And then option four gives a 1/10 of a mil reduction in the millage rate, the fire assessment of $30 increase, the miscellaneous cuts, and the same revenues. And option four gives you $994,000 back to fund balance.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues for staff about these four options? Again, they are different from what's on the paper, so just don't mix them
We can
up.
go back to the other, the original proposed if you want as well. You want to go?
No, I wasn't asking for that. I just meant, just make sure we know that they're not the same thing, so we don't confuse ourselves. All right, go ahead, Commissioner.
In budget stabilization where we have miscellaneous cuts, can we go in detail into what that means?
Sheet two. The list. All right, so some of these are smaller cuts within the departments. You'll see, computer equipment, a purchase of a laptop that we said, oh, that can wait till the next year. Um, We reduced some of the employee recognition. One of the largest savings is actually the HSA reduction, and that comes from the introduction of the new options with the insurance. So we had budgeted for every employee to have their contribution to the HSA. This, we reduced it by 50% because we do anticipate, and the vendor anticipates, that the majority of our employees will switch to the HMO option. So we didn't need to budget all of the HSA funds there. The city clerk had an election expense, which they do not have as much of a need for in the coming year, so we reduced that by 80,000. And you'll see some of these are smaller cuts. We reduced college tuition reimbursement. We had 40,000 budgeted. Typically, the last few years, we've spent about 10,000 on reimbursement, so we reduced that. PD had the purchase of a club car and transport van, so that's the 74,000. We reduced their OT in Office of the Chief by 30,000. On the revenue side, you'll see the 100,000, that's the increase for the neighborhood officer stabilization. We reduced 8,000 and 3,700 from miscellaneous software and computer equipment. There was a naming rights campaign in the Schoolhouse Museum, so we reduced that by 67,000. There was a trailer that Recreation was looking to buy for events, which we said, oh, we can put that off for another year. So that's 11,000. Again, lobby furniture for the Hester Center. CRA has offered to fund an engineer, so we brought in the 83,000. That is a proposed position this year as well. We reduced Parks and Grounds by 45,000, and then there was a fireboat purchase this year that we've reduced for 350,000, and then the parking revenue for 350,000.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mar, but these are, when we're looking at cuts, I mean, these look like they're things that are gonna get rolled over to next year. These are things that the city's gonna eventually have to purchase, correct? So we're not actually making cuts, we're just deferring expenses.
Correct.
I mean, okay.
So from that, excuse me, from that standpoint, what would you say would be the top priorities for the city's budget for the coming year?
As far as, what do you mean top priorities?
I think that we've got to do, we've got to address, we got to move up, we got to increase, we got to, things that we cannot roll over, things that we cannot put off, to
Right.
try to help me to come up with.
And I think
direct-
that the budget that we gave you gives you what we consider, this team considers our top priorities. And these are things that, and not all of these are deferred. Obviously, the HSA is not a deferral, so that's 339,000. The city clerk doesn't need the 80,000 this year for election, so that's not a deferral either. The naming rights campaign is another one that's not a deferral. So some of these, the fireboat potentially, but there's an option if we see some additional revenues come in, we can always look at that from another aspect. Also, the club car and the transport, we could look at purchase from our 691 funds, or if the police impact fee comes in, we can look at purchases there as well. So we have some opportunities as we see some additional revenues to not necessarily defer them until the next year as well.
Right. Well, so I guess my point that I'm getting at is I understand that we're trying to make this, budget stabilization, but if the majority of the things, the miscellaneous cuts that we're making are one-time purchases, or then is it worth it then for us as a commission, because they're one-time investments in the city, if we do look at potentially using, and I'm just throwing it out there, because they're one-time purchases, it's using ARPA funds for those one-time purchases, because we're not stabilizing stabilizing the budget, we're making one-time purchase investments in the city. So I mean, I guess my point is those miscellaneous cuts, because they're not something that, you're not truly cutting, I mean, we're cutting them, yes, but they're one-time purchases that if we could do them, they would have significant benefit to the city, and they are one-time purchases and not a true budget stabilization.
We had a little bit of a unique challenge this year, and our fund transfers actually reduced by about $2 million from some of our enterprise funds into the actual general fund. So on top of that, we had our CBAs that were all due for negotiation, which were probably across the board. We tried to stay in line with both a merit increase and CPI increase, which is right around 7 to 8%. So typically, we want to strive as a city to make sure that we maintain a growth experience of about 8%. So unfortunately, this year, I think we had a little bit of a one-off. We had a lot of vehicle expenses that skyrocketed due to inflation that we had to combat. We had a down year in the market, which I think the S&P overall experienced about a 22% decline, which affected our both general, or all three of our pension plans, which is general, FD, and PD. So with that, what we did was, and we also incurred probably about a 2.5% decrease in our tax roll rate, which last year came in at 16.5%. This year came in at 13.1%. So we had to combat all of those things with looking at what we could do as far as being creative. Now, some of the things that you guys seen from the last public workshop that we had in reference to the budget was the Davenport presentation, where we had our financial consultant come in, give the commission an overall presentation that we had a structural imbalance when it comes to expenditures and revenues. That structural imbalance can be rectified as long as we address our fee issues, and that comes with the parking revenue, that comes also with the utility rate that we currently use, I think is about 1.1. We need to get those up to the median, and then also one of the other fees were the solid waste fees. So we're not taking into account, if we do pass a balanced budget, we are going to see additional revenues come in as long as we get those fees up to the median price point. Now, that's not my decision. It's obviously a policy with the commission. So that was kind of the thought process behind us moving forward with the budget. I think it was important that we maintain the millage rate, give the commission essentially a little bit of a more than just one path to take to get to a balanced budget. So that's was a thought process that we kind of took, and I think making sure we didn't use the ARPA funding, making sure that we maintain taxes. It's the budget will be balanced, and this is not taking into account that some of the different revenues that we were looking at from the Davenport site. So I just want the commission to take into account for that. We're also going to be calling for a workshop for the annexation plan, CR8 reduction. That could be either the increment or it could be the overall district itself. Again, that's up to you guys, but those are all things that coming down the line that could have a positive effect on next year's budget. So thank you.
Can we go back to the first couple slides where we see the overall of the budget?
First couple.
Maybe let's start at 2 and then kind of go from there. Maybe let's start at 2. Okay, next. Okay, so looking at revenues, how for fiscal year 22 and 23, we had $110 million of revenue. And in this year, we have an increase in revenue of $7.6 million. Why are we at a $2.7 million deficit?
Because the expenditures came in at 120 million.
Okay, so, I mean, looking at it from a perspective of, I mean, the way I see it is, we shouldn't be, although, you know, annexation is a good idea and I would support it if it makes sense for the city, that should be more of a cherry on top, not our baseline. We need to work within our baseline. We need to work within the money that we have, and we need to decrease our expenses. I think that's something that we need to look into. Can we start looking into, I understand we spend a lot of money in different parts of the city, but let's look at, for example, fiscal year 22, 23 versus 23, 24. Where have our increases been? Like, where are they coming from? From the difference from last fiscal year? Like, what are we spending more money on this fiscal year in detail?
And a large portion of that came from the CBA contracts that we did a negotiation for. All three of those were up. Those tend to taper off as they go through a maturity of their contracts. Then also was the pension plans, the unfunded liability that we experienced there also increased along with the vehicle maintenance.
I know, but I want to see numbers. Like, I want to see details. That's kind of why I'm asking the question. Amara.
You want to bring it up?
We can. Each of the departments is going to present each of their budgets. We can go through that there, and then if there are still questions, we can certainly go.
And will we be highlighting, where
Page 40.
within those budgets, we're going to be seeing those increases per department as they present?
Yeah, they can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Perfect. So let's do that. Thank you.
All right, before we proceed to the individual departments, are there any further questions for staff on the PowerPoint slides that we've seen so far? Anything else? All right, with that, that means we can keep going.
All right, so we have a presentation on the proposed changes to the fund balance, and then we also have a presentation for the fire assessment as well. So,
All right.
I have it here. Here, just plug in mine.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yes, you did.
Oh,
That was cute.
anyway, thanks. Anyway, all right. So one of the things that came up in the last budget workshop, Davenport recommended initiating some sort of budget stabilization for fund balance and reserves. Our current fund balance policy was adopted September 20th of 2011. It requires the 10% emergency reserves and anything between 10 and 20% that if the city has anything between 10 and 20%, they can't use fund balance. So one of the recommendations we are looking to put into place, if you'll go to the next slide, please, is building up some of the emergency reserves and building a stabilization as well. So the red line in the middle here is your emergency reserves. That's the 10%, and then the 10 between 10 and 16% in the green is what we've maintained over the last several years from 2018 to 22. And the stabilization is that lined area there between 20 and 30%. So this is what our peers compare to us as a whole for fund balance. Right now, Boynton Beach maintains about 20%. The median is about 52% for fund balance. And then some of the other cities, obviously some have much larger fund balances. And then this is the unassigned fund balance. So our unassigned fund balance is about 9%. Median is 35%. Tamarack has 109%, Wellington 61%, Davie 44%, and so on. So Davenport is recommending continue to maintain the 10%, establishing a new stabilization of 5%, which would require a simple majority vote of the commission as we approve the budget to maintain that 5%. And in addition to that, another 2% in the emergency reserves as well. So this is what it looks like. Budget stabilization of 5%, the emergency of 10%, unassigned balance of 2%, and then they're actually recommending an additional 8% of the budget. And this is based on current years, but they're saying, okay, yeah, obviously you don't have that currently of the 8%, but over an 8-year period to build that up as well. So we would still have, go back to that, sorry, the 5%, the 2%, and then above that, another 8%. Yeah, correct. So,
Mara, is this factored in what the proposed budget is? Like, are we factoring this in, or is this something
this
we
is
need to take into account when we're looking at what our,
right. So right now, if you look, our preliminary 24 budget is 120. The 5%, the city has the 6 million, the city has the 2.3. If we balance the budget as is, it's the 9.7 that they're looking for us to build that additional 8% year over year. So we would have to put back to fund balance. So any one of those options where we're looking at budget stabilization that it's putting back to fund balance would grow that 8% basically.
okay, so when we're looking at that sheet that has the fund balance, that fund balance is extra, not, I'm gonna say extra fund balance, but that is made to start establishing that shortfall.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So we will bring, when we bring back the adopted budget, the policy for this stabilization, but this is just something that we wanted to present to you so that you know where we're going with the policy itself. Does the commission have any other questions on that before we move on?
I'm seeing none, Mara, so we can proceed. And if anything else comes up, we can always go back.
So in the budget stabilization, one of the options we give the commission is to increase the fire assessment. So we wanted to give an overview of the current fire assessment for the city. We gave a little bit of a demonstration with at the first budget workshop. We did add City of West Palm to the fire assessment. So you can see City of West Palm's fire assessment is currently 100. City of Boynton is 120. Boca is 155. Pompano is 250. Coral Springs 263. Deerfield is 295. Hollywood is 312. And Fort Lauderdale is 321. And one of the other things that we provided in this presentation is many of the other cities within Palm Beach County that are with Palm Beach County Fire Rescue that have an MSTU. So basically the MSTU is equivalent to 3.45 mils, and the average home pays $1,100 on an annual basis for a $325,000 home. So, or 3.45 mils on their appraised value of their home.
Mara, one second, before you move on, it says lowest amongst comparable cities. How are we being compared to these other cities? Because obviously Boynton Beach is not like Fort Lauderdale and so on. What's the similarity in this group? Is it by population? Is it by why these cities?
Right, so we actually picked up, that's why I said, so every MSTU within Palm Beach County is listed below. And every single one of those is paying more than $120 because they're paying 3.45 mils on their home. Everything else, we picked up multiple cities within Palm Beach County. Well, you have West Palm and Boca and Boynton, and then some of the other ones in Broward County. So these are just cities that have fire assessments, and the difference between either seeing it on the property tax bill as a part of their millage or a fire assessment fee itself.
All right, thank you.
So currently, our adopted fire assessment is $120 for commercial, industrial, institutional, and nursing home. It's by square footage. It brings in about 7.2 million. The next comparable is if we brought it up to $150 and then each of the square footage would go up incrementally, it would bring in about 1.8 million, and that is the dollars that the commission sees on the budget stabilization options for increase. And then this shows the difference for if we change the rate to 130 or 140 for residential, it's about $606,000 increase in revenue or $1.1 million in revenue, depending on that change.
Mara?
Yeah.
Real quick, is there a way, or is it possible to, and the reason I'm saying this is because our downtown, our commercial, all of our commercial end is growing and increasing. Is there a way that we can increase the non-residential without increasing the resident? It's $1 nothing.
Right. So part of the fire assessment is that it has to be equally assessed among all parties that are being assessed. So as the rate changes for residential, it has to change equally to the commercial. So we cannot change it for one versus the other.
Okay. Is there a way to stagger it across the board in any way?
Through exemptions, possibly. I mean, if you brought up the fire assessment for residential higher and then said, hey, I want to exempt, for poverty level, I want to exempt for income level, things like that. I mean, that would be the only opportunity that you could stagger that. We essentially could do another study if we could prove that there was more use in those areas for fire services, then there's that option too. But again, it would have to be done through a study that would prove that there was a need for that more so.
Okay, thank you.
So again, these are the current exemptions that the city offers for fire assessment. Right now, the poverty guidelines are listed below or to the right there. For a single family, one person household, $14,000 for income is considered poverty level, and then so on. These are our current exemptions: governmental property and any institutional property exempt from tax. Some of the options that the commission has the opportunity to look at for exemption is one-time hardships, threshold of income to a household versus poverty. And then this chart just shows some options for exemption. So on the column to the left, we show the poverty, which is our current exemption. From the Palm Beach County income guidelines for median income, we have extremely low, very low, medium, and moderate. And so the commission could choose to offer extremely low or very low as additional income guidelines for exemption as well.
Can you just, and obviously not right now, but could you, if we changed it to extremely low, what would the impact, what would we be losing, or what would we be giving up if those exemptions were made? Just so that we can realize and recognize what the impact would be if we made those changes.
Right, and we did do, later in the slides, you'll see a little bit of some opportunities to look at some of the loss. Some of that is difficult for us to determine because we don't know people's income, depending on who applies and when they apply, really. So I could give you base guesses if you're exempting 100 homes or 200 homes or things like that, but the city doesn't have the data on what the household income is for those to be able to give you those easily.
Okay.
So this is what I was talking about. So one-time hardships, if you exempt 100 households for just, if you went from 120 to 150, with a $30 exemption, you're looking at about $3,000. And then we took the tiered approach. So if you did 100 households at moderate for a $10 exemption, 100 households for the median income at a $20 exemption, and 100 households at $30 for the very low. So we just gave you kind of some, and as you can see, a lot of those aren't significant decreases. You're looking at, $3,000, $5,000, $6,000 there.
But that's in addition to what the exemption we currently give. So do you know the amount of the exemptions that we currently give, like that we gave last year for fire assessment waivers?
So we typically have about 30 applicants each year that ask for exemptions at the poverty rate level or for disability or veterans or, what those look like. So that's typically, we have about 30 applicants. And they're exempting the whole 120 for the 30.
Right, so then this would be in addition to
Correct.
that amount?
Yeah.
Because we're not just gonna exempt them from a $10
Right.
difference, right? Okay.
That's it. Yep. All right. Okay. So that's all I have for presentations on the budget overview side. If the commission wants to move on to presentations.
Well, are there any questions remaining? All right, it looks like we're ready to go, Mara.
Okay. So we have police first.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Okay, so what we see here in the first slide is just an overview of our 3 divisions, uniform services. That division basically houses most of the forward-facing parts of our department: road patrol, traffic unit, crime prevention, actually not crime prevention anymore, as well as our SWAT, hostage negotiation, and units like that. It is the largest of all 3 divisions. It houses roughly 111 FTEs. And you'll see that there's an 11% increase. And I'll go into details about which, in each division, what the increases are attributed to. The second one you see is the Office of the Chief. There is a 23% increase. It's important to note that that is the division that houses internal affairs as well as crime prevention now, which didn't last year. That would add increase of 3 officers and a sergeant. This is the division that has our public information officer as well as the deputy chief and myself. That is our smallest division. It has a total of 19 FTEs. And the third division you see is support services, 10% increase. That is the division that houses our detective bureau, as well as our tech services, records, communications. It is a large division, and it has 88 FTEs. Next slide. All right, some of the highlighted changes. There is an 11% increase. Of the 11% increase, which is roughly $2.1 million, 1.8 is related to personnel services. We have the additional positions added mid-year. We have our PBA annual increases. We did increase overtime to align with actual costs. That is what we're projected. And that was also on pace as well as last year, and we're continuing to see it this year. Also within those overtime increases, you also have the increases in their hourly wage, which obviously drives up the overtime costs. We also have our callback for shortages. We're currently, as of today, we're down to 13, but we also have 18 officers committed to the academy. And when we do hire, we don't necessarily see the benefit of them until about a year. They go into the academy for the most part, which is roughly 5 to 6 months. They go into our in-service and then our field training, and then they graduate to an officer that is solo out there, which would make up and cover those shortages. So we're still feeling the shortages currently about 29 to 30. We have our court obligations. We also have our city overtime, and our captains were negotiated last year, but really didn't affect last year's budget, more this year's budget. They are now allowed to work overtime, so that's added. It's only 5 positions, but it does add to what the increases in the overtime is. There's also an increase in health costs. Our pension costs went up as well to $482,000. And then our 6 new officers that we added, this is where we're adding their supplies, like their gun belts, their uniforms, their computers, equipment like that. On the right side of the screen is the Office of the Chief, which represents a 23% increase. As I mentioned earlier, we did move our crime prevention officers as well as a sergeant to the Office of the Chief, which you'll see an increase of $343,000, a part of that overall increase. And the difference in that account was from last year to this upcoming fiscal year is 1.1, so that represents $343,000 of that. Other major changes includes the vehicle maintenance, which is the numbers we get from the garage. It's $371,000, and then the increase due to the increase for capital due to the new personnel, which is $430,000, and that just basically it covers their vehicles. Next slide. The highlighted changes in our support services represents a 10% increase, which is $1.5 million. We did add, or we are requesting to add an additional dispatcher, and we have a part-time records technician that we want to increase to a full-time records technician and move them over to our evidence section. Due to the fact that we do now have 116 in-car cameras and drones, we do have an increase in public records requests as it relates to that footage. So that is to help us pace the public records requests. Once again, we increase overtime in that division to align with the actual costs. So that's $500,000 increase to the PBA pension, which is 176, and the general pension increased, which is another $201,000. So roughly 1.3 of the 1.5 are related to personnel costs. The additional $100 to $200,000 are all from our software maintenance and subscriptions that have annual increases, as well as the increases that we see to ammunition. And the biggest increase in there is our Microsoft licenses and our TrackStar AVL, which is our automatic vehicle locators that we added this year as well, which is roughly $30,000. Lastly, this is our red light camera fund. You'll see that there's a 15% increase. It's a smaller component of the department. It represents a total of 13 full-time equivalents. In there, there's an increase in overtime of $86,000 and pension increases and salaries of $112,000. Also, we have our software maintenance for our license plate readers. And there was a request in there for 2 of those signboards / speed trailers. And that's an overall increase of $432,000. Some of our successes of 2023, recruiting and retaining candidates. For the first time in a long while, we only lost 1 officer to the sheriff's office. So it's definitely a really great sign. We did have a lot of people who were in the drop that did retire, and we were able to pace with our attrition. We started the year with 14 vacancies, and as we all know, the sheriff's office kind of prevented us from doing any hiring. So we started hiring in September, and at the end of the month, we should be close to, for the first time, close to fully staffed, which is a huge accomplishment.
So when you say the first time in how long?
I've been here for 22 years. So I'm just going to say 22 years that I know of, which is really good. And we did have officers that were looking to go that chose to stay with our department, which is something that, once again, that in my time here, that's never happened. And that's because of all the efforts that the commission and the city manager's office, as well as police leadership, has put together to allow us to retain our officers, which in my opinion is a tremendous success.
I agree, and I think you deserve some credit in your team as well, because you guys have been working hard on this with recruitment. I know last year, we talked about what this commission's #1 priority was, and that was public safety. And this is the proof in the pudding, have you? So thank you, for bringing this forward. Thank you for working hard. I think, yes, we've seen an increase in revenue, right? But we're investing $8 million of that back into public safety, which I think also we need to account for, is this city is also developing at a rapid rate. We're increasing our density with all these projects that have been passed. And so when you have this increase, you're going to have increased expenditures. And so I just want to, commend my colleagues, commend you, Chief, and staff for making sure that the budget reflects our priorities. So thank you for that.
Thank you. A few of our other successes where we were able to move from a records management system that wasn't meeting our needs to one that we believe will be highly successful, allow our officers to be more effective and efficient, allow them to spend more time patrolling as opposed to navigating a very arduous records management system. We also were accredited again, Excelsior, which is a fantastic achievement. We were able to do that going through a lot of changes with our leadership and moving from a warehouse to a police station during that rating period is a tremendous accomplishment. So we were all very happy to get that one under our belt. We mentioned the stabilized workforce. We also equipped all our marked police vehicles with in-car cameras, 116 of them, as well as AVLs, automatic vehicle locators that we were just talking about. We relaunched the CRA policing unit. That was something we just did about a month ago. We created a drone program. that we're still working are some bugs, but we did have the ability to utilize it on a few missions. And then lastly is we're in the process of creating an emergency field force team that's going to work with the sheriff's office that will allow us to, if we have protests and civil unrest, allow them to utilize our resources with our neighboring agencies as well. So it's a collaborative effort with our local law enforcement partners. Some challenges, recruiting and retaining will always be a challenge until we see otherwise. But recruiting is definitely a challenge. There are the pool isn't that deep, and unfortunately, a lot of agencies are vying for the same candidates. So we were able to do a little bit of our pivot when it comes to recruiting. Is we did reduce what you didn't have to be certified anymore. We're willing to sponsor people. We did reduce the college education. And the reason why we looked at that is we want to hire for the character and the right fit, most importantly. Competency can come later on. We can train you to be a cop. We can train you to be an officer. But we can't train you to be a good person. So character was number one, which is why we reduced some of our preferred qualifications. And lastly is current CAD and RMS is a continued issue. But as we're pivoting away from it, we still have to manage and work through it while we are trying to move into a new one. So our officers, unfortunately, for a short period of time, will have to utilize 2 records management systems when doing their reports until we know that the new system is stable. Some of our initiatives, our violent crime reduction program. We're also implementing a performance management system. We're working with human resources to utilize the current system called Perform. Implement an intelligence-led policing strategy. Once again, stabilizing our workforce. We're going to expand on our strategic traffic safety plan. We would like to enhance the functionality of our real-time crime center. And lastly, we're maximizing the synergy by moving crime prevention to the office of the chief with the sergeant to help facilitate better community outreach and relations. And that is the end of my presentation.
All right, thank you, Chief. Questions for the chief? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Chief, you mentioned an increase of 15% in the traffic cameras. Was that due to more cameras being added on the streets, or personnel added, or the service fee went up? Just what kind of caused that 15%?
Sure.
Increase?
So it's a smaller division. So the 15% represents an increase of $432,000. And within the 432, roughly half that were the salaries. And the same, every division is going to feel the same. We have the same contracts for the CBA. So the officers, the sergeants will have their annual increases, which you'll see that in the red light camera as well. So most of it's personnel, but we also have some increases in our license plate reader, which is not the red light camera, but it's part of the traffic safety program. So that's an increase of $75,000. And then we also have an increase of 26 for 2 speed trailers with the signs. They'll let you know what your speed, because the 2 we have were probably in the traffic unit when I was in the traffic unit in 2002 to 4. So we've repurposed it numerous times, but it's time to upgrade to new equipment with the up-to-date technology in it. And lastly, there was for our traffic crashes, it's a scanner that will allow us to assess the damage in vehicles, so we can attribute speed. It's called crush analysis, and it allows them to scan the car as opposed to measuring the intrusion in each vehicle. Allow our officers to conduct their investigations a little bit more efficiently. And that makes up the $432,000.
Thank you. And our traffic safety program for this year, first of all, how many traffic cameras do we have now, and are we planning to add additional ones for the upcoming year?
So there's no new addition. We do have 15 that are currently in operation. We have 6 that are already contractually obligated. We're waiting through the permitting process. I believe 3 are on their way to be installed, and another 3 pending. permits. So it'll be a total of 21 cameras.
So we're talking about an additional, did I hear you say 6 and 3? That make 9, 24?
I'm sorry, I lost you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Sorry, are those license plate reader cameras or are those red light cameras?
They're license plate reader cameras.
Okay. We're not installing any new red light camera.
Outside of the 6 that
Right.
we agreed to last year. No.
Right, got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any more questions. Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you.
That means we're moving on to the next item, which is the fire department.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Okay, I'll get started with a little budget overview here. So what you'll be able to see from this is that we had an 8.2% increase, which is completely in line with the CPI. We worked very diligently in our budget this year for the projection for next year to try to see what we could do in-house without increasing this budget. What we could do to realign positions if necessary, and you'll see a little bit down the road when we start to talk about it, how we were actually able to handle some of our contractual obligations with the IFF through actually realigning some positions and helping us to pay for that cost of living raise without increasing the budget. The proposed budget is $32,371,000 this year. Like I said, I think we're pretty proud of the fact that we're not increasing budget or capital over, even though we've had some tremendous increases, whether they be through fleet or pension obligations. So next slide, please. So some of the highlighted changes, as I had alluded to earlier, are increases and everyone in the city has been affected by this. This is increase in cost for vehicle purchases and for maintenance. As well as the fact that fuel has gone up considerably, the cost of purchasing fire trucks and rescue trucks have gone up considerably. So that really, along with $500,000 increase in the fire pension obligation, puts us to where we are. We did have a decrease in emergency management budget by 18.2%. And that was from just us realigning some of the software within the Emergency Operations Center. We actually had some redundancies that we were able to eliminate with some new state-of-the-art EOC software. Next slide, please. So some of our accomplishments for this year is that we've been able to reduce response times through more accurate data analysis. It's interesting to note that with the software we were running over the last couple of years, we actually were reflecting about 1 minute and 30-second higher response time than the actual response time. So by going back and reanalyzing that data, we were able to find that our average response time now is in the 5-minute and 21-second range, well below the 8-minute national average for fire rescue. So I think that's a really good accomplishment. As I alluded to earlier, we were able to eliminate and reclassify some positions, which saved us some money. We've made tremendous improvements to our behavioral health access plan within the fire department and police department. And I believe one of the things I try to teach my staff all the time is that, it's great to run an organization and it's great to be fiscally responsible and transparent, but where else do we take that? We take that beyond this city and into the constituencies of the county. And so we've been able to take this behavioral health access plan that we put together and it's going to be adopted through the Fire Chiefs Association of Palm Beach County. So we're pretty proud of that fact, especially with the high rates of suicide. Palm Beach County right now has the highest rate of first responder suicide of any municipality or any county, pardon me. So these mental health initiatives are extremely important to try to go ahead and reduce those first responder suicides. We made some tremendous enhancements to our department training program. As most of you may know, we have gone to an in-house live fire training program. We will have a few increases, as you'll see in the budget, but again, able to keep it, at that 8.2% rate. And those increases for training, which we'll talk about when we get into the budget, are just the fact that we haven't had live fire training in a few years, so we need to make sure every firefighter has live fire training. We're going to be doing some additional leadership training for our fire officers and expanding our Explorer program. Another really great thing that we're proud of is the fact that we've been able to increase our EMS transport revenue. That increase in revenue has come from kind of a reorganization of doing in-house billing to farming it out. We've also increased our fire prevention billing quite a bit, and we'll be looking in the subsequent budget year to come back to you all to increase fees for fire prevention because we're actually under the average for the county. So we'll be going back for that. Next slide, please. Some of our goals for 23-24 to continue to grow our Fire Explorer program. We're actually going to be adding a reserve component that will allow retired firefighters to come back and mentor our junior folks, which we feel is very important. It keeps them active. And, one of the greatest losses we see from suicide and illness is the post-retirement first responders. So by trying to bring these folks back into the loop, hopefully we can not only help their mental health, but we can use their resources and vast knowledge for our younger folks. We are in the process of trying to obtain grant funds for a new radio system, which we're in desperate need of for both police and fire department. They all expire within the next 12 to 18 months, so we'll be looking for some funding sources for that outside of the budgetary process. The fire station alerting system, unfortunately, we did not get that through. It was cut in the governor's budget, so we'll be looking for alternative sources for the station recall system as well as we move into the next budget year. We also were successful in the public safety dock, which is going to house our fireboat eventually, and we're moving into stage 2 of the public safety dock, which is the construction phase. And those of you that don't know, that public safety dock is sitting right next door, or will be sitting right next door at Harvey Oriole Park. Right now, we're in the process of hiring 8 new firefighter paramedics. That process is going on right now as we speak. We started out with 104 applicants for 8 positions. After the written test last week, we're down to 80 candidates who are at fire headquarters right now going through both a fire ground and an emergency medical services scenario. So we're going to pick the best of the best. It'll take us another couple weeks to get through that process, and those 8 positions will start October 2nd. There'll be an in-house 4-week academy where we'll be getting them ready to fight fire the Boynton way. So we're pretty proud about that. And by the way, that will make us fully staffed fire department after we hire those 8 individuals. With our realignment, with eliminating some battalion chief positions and creating some division chief positions, this actually allowed us to create more oversight both within the operations division and within administration. It allows us to have an individual that bridges the gap both between operations and administration. So my division chiefs right now are in charge of fleet, facilities, as well as special operations. But not only that, from an administrative standpoint, these individuals are going to be tasked with helping to get the fire department accredited. Our fire department now under ISO is a 2A accreditation, and our goal is to become a class 1 fire department, which we do have that capability, but we need to have the resources administratively to put those folks to task to make that happen. And we didn't have those folks in the past, so we're excited about moving forward with accreditation. We made some significant changes in the Fire Prevention Bureau, and in this next budget, we've actually increased a couple positions. One is to take my assistant to the fire marshal and make her a full-time plans examiner, which we really do need because of the numbers of plans that are coming into the city right now, as well as increase 1 fire investigator inspector position. I can tell you they're just completely overwhelmed, and the biggest part of where the overwhelming comes from is the really re-inspections. So by adding that position, we will be able to fulfill all of our obligations to do our inspections. The good thing to note is the Fire Prevention Bureau is a self-funded bureau. So even as we're increasing by 2 positions, we're still under the budgeted amount. So we're in the black. We, as a result of the last contract going to the new fire department schedule and being almost fully staffed, are able on some days to staff a sixth rescue, which is huge for this city to be able to have a sixth rescue running around so that we don't have to go to mutual aid during those peak times and have county units or other units coming into our cities. So we do staff that sixth rescue when we can, which is very big. This year, we're also going to reinstitute the CERT program, the Community Emergency Response Team, which allows citizens to be much more involved in the emergency process, learning how to use fire extinguishers and fire safety and that sort of thing. So we're excited about that. We're also expanding our marine operations program to include more certified divers. And we probably are going to increase our diver ranks by about 20%. And also within this budget, we have budgeted to, and again, even maintaining at that 8%, our goal is to put 2 sets of dive equipment on every one of our apparatus. Right now, we have 1 set on just one of our units, as well as having a dive truck that responds to these dive incidences. And if you look at the numbers, our amounts of water rescue calls are increasing dramatically. So being able to get certified paramedics that are also divers on the scene is critically important for our mission. And lastly, our goals, this is something that I've been wanting to do for the last 3 years since I've been here, is to create and move forward with a community-based paramedicine program. This will be a way for us to have our medics get outreach into the community to be there for our most needed residents. Well, whether it be we run a call and we find that either someone's a hoarder, they're not taking their medications, they're not eating properly. Our fire department is the first line of defense. We're running all these calls and seeing these folks. So when we identify a citizen in need, we'll be following up once this program is developed, and those medics will be going back out to these houses for well checks. So this is going to accomplish 2 goals. The first goal is going to increase our ability to communicate and be there for our citizens. And the second part is that it's going to be a very good revenue generator for us as well, because we'll be able to bill through insurance for these services. It won't cost the citizens any money. So it's 2 very important parts of this program that we're looking forward to. Next slide, please. And that is all. I'm available for questions if you'd like.
Thank you, Chief. You also distributed a letter from the senator, if you would like to discuss that.
Yes, I would. I've distributed to the commission a letter that I received from Senator Rick Scott from the U.S. Senate. And I thought it was important to bring it up in this format because it highlights the fact that well, first of all, the letter is an appreciation for the work that we've done for hurricane preparedness. And that video, the videos that the city has done across the board have been very well received, not just within our community, but outside of our community. I've gotten a lot of phone calls and a lot of words of gratitude for the work that we've done. But again, I want to highlight this recognition from the Senate because this isn't just about the fire department. This is an example of how every director and every division and every department within this city is firing on all cylinders. The most important thing I think for you all to realize is the stability of this city is important, and it comes from the leadership from you all and from our city manager. So I really thought it was important to share it because it's kudos to the commission, to city staff, and to everyone that works so hard to maintain the safety of our citizens. So thank you for allowing me to highlight that, Mayor. Any other questions?
Go ahead. Let's begin with you, Commissioner Hay, and we'll go down the table.
Yeah, just a few comments and questions. I really commend the fire department on the job that you're doing, along with our PD department.
Thank you.
The reduction in response time can be a matter of life and death. And to hear that that is constantly improving is very encouraging. But not to put you on the spot, but just your opinion, what is the impact of speed bumps being added around the city? How does that impact that response time, or does it?
I think it can affect response times. I think the things that affect response times more than anything else is traffic. And I think that as we move forward as a city and as we develop and increase development to increase revenue, that we need to look at how is our traffic. We need to maintain our traffic flows a little better. I think the speed bumps that are in these communities are of little or no significance. Does it slow the truck down? Does it put wear and tear on my trucks? Going over these very heavy trucks, going over these speed bumps? Yeah. Does it slow it down by a few seconds? It probably does. But I think overall, I think it's better for the safety of the citizens to have these speed bumps where the vehicles are slowed down. But again, this is my humble opinion, and I bring no subject matter expert to that comment.
Very good. Chief, what do you see as your biggest challenge for the upcoming year in the fire department?
Well, I think the biggest challenge is being able to manage all of the calls that we have for service, be able to do it with the best equipment possible, be able to get there as quickly as possible, and to keep my men and women safe. And that brings up a great point here, because, here we talk about the budget and we talk about how well we do with transparency and how well we talk about fiscal responsibility. But at the end of the day, it's those men and women that are out there on those fire trucks and those rescue trucks that are doing the work, and they deserve the accolade. It's not so much us, it's them. So I think the biggest challenge is making sure that my men and women are safe to do their job. And if we provide for them all the resources they need, then we can hold to your goal of keeping public safety as one of the main concerns of the commission.
Great job. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Chief, thanks for the presentation. I just have a few things. Can you remind me what other municipalities we service?
We service the town of Hypoluxo, Village of Gulf, Ocean Ridge, and Briny Breezes, all of which, 3 of them are coming due, 2 of them are coming due in 2025, 1 is in 2028, and 1 is in 2026.
For that contract extension or renegotiation?
Those 4 contracts, that's correct.
Is there ability to expand on that? Do you foresee that happening?
Expand, can you just
Incorporating
clarify?
any more municipalities?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So one thing that I do want to share my opinion on is I know that the fireboat got cut, and I understand why it got cut. I do think that's something that we should look into if we do see more of a surplus later this year. As we enhance the tourism we have right behind us here on the water, and being the only inlet between West Palm Beach and Boca Raton, I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we keep not just the residents safe, but the people who come and see our city safe. And so I would advocate for reinstituting that into the budget at some point. And I know that we have a well-equipped team of rescue divers to do that. I know you're enhancing the program, but I think that's something as a coastal city that we should look at. And from what I understand, West Palm has one and Boca Raton, correct?
Correct, none of which, none of them are in the water.
Right.
None of them sit in the water. They're sitting on trailers that have to be trailered, and Boca's a 32, 33-foot giant boat.
Right.
That takes quite a bit of time to get into the water to service that community.
And so with this public dock, in a perfect world, we'd have this fireboat in the public dock right there at Harvey Oyer. For those who don't know, Harvey Oyer is right across from the inlet. So you can get to Oceanfront Park in maybe 2 or 3 minutes on the water from that fireboat. And this isn't the small inflatable, this is a center console that we're looking at, correct?
Correct. We're looking at a 26 to 28-foot metal type of vessel with an enclosed cockpit, so that when my staff is out there in 4 to 6 foot seas in the middle of the winter effecting a rescue, because the Coast Guard won't do it
Right.
inland, there's no one else to do it. So that'll allow my people the ability to be safe as they're going out in these types of conditions. And to fulfill our inland mission, the boat will have a shallower draft, so we can fulfill a dual mission with the vessel that we're looking at purchasing.
So instead of investing in a shallow, because I know we have the canal boat already, so this is dual purpose. That's good. Yeah, I'm an advocate for that. I think we do need to look into getting that back in the budget somehow. Maybe not now, maybe halfway through the year, or look at maybe another grant, for that, because I think that's important. We're the 3rd largest city in Palm Beach County, and we shouldn't have to rely, as you said, the Coast Guard's not going to come, when it's super choppy out. And we see a huge influx of residents during the winter time, and that's when the wind picks up. And, last thing I want is people coming to our city and they're waiting 20, 30, 40 minutes for response time when they're out in the water with their kids drowning. So I think this is something crucial, important as we grow. And I just want to thank you again for putting that forward. And thanks for all the work that you do, Chief.
My pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Vice Mayor, you brought up the fireboat, and it's right here on my little list. That's something, and one of the things that I, kind of made a point when we were talking about what our, the budget cuts are, is that this is something that, although it's a budget cut, I think it's something that FD has had on their wish list for a while. I know I've had dinner at the police department and have heard about the stories of them taking the little, I hate to call it a dinghy because I think it's a little bit bigger than a dinghy, but that they've taken this in huge seas and they go out and they risk their lives because that's what you do, to be out there and to save somebody when the Coast Guard can't. And so I feel like we're really, we're putting our fire department and our fire safety people at risk by making these adjustments and these cuts. And I know we looked at a grant, I know we applied for a grant or funding and we didn't get it. So, I'm kind of, Vice Mayor, that was one of the things I talked about when we were talking about these budget cuts. These are one-time things, and maybe this is where we consider using, funding that we didn't want to use. I mean, I was an advocate for not using ARPA funds to make our budget. But when it's something that is a one-time necessity that will improve our department and response times for ocean rescue, I think we need to look at those important pieces and how we can make those happen when it's something that is, we're not talking about, something small. So, that's kind of my thought on that. And another thing, Chief, that I wanted to ask you about, last year we had an issue with, there's a fire truck that needed to be replaced. And we won't go into all the details of how that ended up happening and not getting, but where are we on replacing some of the oldest equipment, in particular that one fire truck where our fire department and our firemen and women are riding around in a truck that has no air conditioning, that has not, proper equipment, and because of some budget mishandling in the past, that got cut. So where are we on replacing that fire truck?
So, as you all know from approving the purchases several months ago, we do have some trucks in the pipeline, but we're looking at 2 to 3 years away before we receive those. Now, in this year's budget year, because on our fleet replacement list, we outline within that fleet replacement the number of years each fire truck should be out on the road. And I will tell you, in those years when I would say perhaps the fund wasn't maybe being managed properly, one of the ways that they balanced that was to increase the years that those trucks were to be on the road. It looks really good on paper when you change the years. The problem is when you now, in reality, have to maintenance a 15-year-old fire engine that's running around the city, running ALS calls, because as a backup, we have 5 rescue trucks. So as a backup, every one of our fire suppression trucks is an ALS truck with paramedics on it. So they run around, they get a lot of use. So it's kind of a weight and balance, because if you don't replace the truck, you're going to spend more money on maintenance. If you replace the truck, you've got to come up with $1 million to $2 million for each of these apparatus. But to more specifically answer the question, so in this upcoming budget year, within the budget you have for our fleet this year, we have 2 rescue trucks. We're going to be also purchasing, we needed an air cart to fill our air bottles on fire scenes, but I think we can let that one go for a couple of years, so we pulled that out. We also need a serve cart, we need new wave runners. There's a lot of things that we do need to be able to accomplish our mission. So we do have about $1.3 million in purchases, I believe, for next year. That is a little bit under what we really need, but listen, we have to balance the budget. So we get that, and we have to work together to make that happen. So that's why we pushed another truck ahead one year. We do need a new dive truck, so that truck we moved into this year. So we're constantly working with fleet and with city management to try to bridge that fine line between, hey, can I wait for that truck one more year? How old is it? How many miles? And Mario and his staff have been fabulous at being able to outline for me how much each one of my vehicles costs in maintenance. Because if the vehicle costs more in maintenance, then we maybe need to get rid of that truck now. But so to answer the question for next year, we have 2 rescue trucks, a fire truck, a dive truck, a wave runner, and also a serve cart. Because we do have to be able to do special events. And right now, our vehicles or our serve carts, our golf carts, or our little vehicles for that are in very bad need of replacement. So we're going to be doing that as well. But again, remember on the rescue trucks, we're still looking at about 2 years out before we get them, even if we purchase them now.
Right, got it.
Or excuse me, order them now.
Right. And then what is our current fire prevention fee? Do you know that? I know you briefly mentioned that we're under as far as our fire prevention fee, and you're
Right.
wanting to come back and talk to us more
Right.
about that.
Well,
but do you
there's
know?
a multitude of different fees that are within the fee schedule. So we'll be coming back before you once we have the package ready to go. One of the things we actually looked at, which does not, and I've conferred with legal, which we don't need to actually go before commission, is when a third-party contractor submits plans through Compliance Engine, there's a fee for that. Well, we've never collected the fee, but now once they do that, our inspector has to go back out and re-inspect. So, and these re-inspections are costing us a tremendous amount of administrative time. So my new assistant fire marshal, as brilliant as he is, went back and said, listen, we can recapture those fees without changing the ordinance. So we're looking at every possible way to do that. But I can tell you that we are under on the fees that we charge, and we will be coming before you in the next several months once we have that presentation prepared to allow you to make that decision to increase those fees.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, I mean,
My pleasure.
our fire department is, you know, they're excellent in serving the city, and if we can, you know, you know, we have to also stay on top of costs, and if our fees are low, and we need to look at that, you know, to make sure that we're maintaining, you know, excellent service. I mean, that's, you know, I think we all need to, you know, consider those options for sure. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
I just want to ask Commissioner Kelly, you were insinuating utilizing potentially some ARPA funds for the fireboat?
I was, because it was a one-time thing. I don't want, you know, and I was a true advocate for not using ARPA funds to make the budget because it's not a long-lasting thing. But if we can't find those funds in other ways, grants or other ways, then I would, you know, because it's a one-time thing, it's not then
Continuous.
you know, I would consider that.
I would support you in that. I would support utilizing some ARPA funds. Maybe, you know, I don't know if covering the whole cost of it, but maybe like a substantial amount, and then seeing if we could find, you know, some money elsewhere to cover the rest of that gap.
If I may, sir?
Yes.
We had this year within the budget, $40,000, which would have been a 10% share, because when we put in the AF Assistance to Firefighters grant nearly 2.5 years ago, and we just got the word, we didn't get it a couple months ago. Point is that in this year's budget, we did allocate $40,000 towards that 10% share. So, you know, as an aside, we could actually roll that 40 into that, and instead of 350, you know, it'd be 310. So that would be one way in which it might be able to lighten the load a little bit if that's within the desire of the city manager.
Yeah, you'd have my support on that.
Thank you.
So yeah, I think it's crucial to have that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. My only comment for you for now is something I've said to the finance team in my private meetings, which is I look forward to the contracts, our service contracts with other municipalities. I want to make sure that we are getting a good deal in all of these contracts. These contracts have existed for quite some time. I have no idea if we are getting gypped or not getting gypped, to put it crudely, but I look forward to reviewing those details.
You're welcome. And I can tell you unequivocally that I think that The contracts can definitely be looked at much more closely for the potential for some increased revenue without driving them away.
Right.
We want to maintain those services, but at the same time, we need to get paid for the services we're providing. And anything other than that wouldn't be fair to the rest of the citizens that we serve in this community.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. It wouldn't make any sense if some of our neighboring cities that we service are paying less than our own residents, but getting the same service and same quality and everything else. So,
correct.
and I know many of these contracts were determined many, many years ago, well before you or me. It's worth a look.
Definitely.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
All right. We have recreation next on the list. Come on up and begin when you're ready.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director. I'm here this morning to present on the Recreation and Parks Department budget for fiscal year 23. Currently, the Recreation and Parks Department oversees or manages 4 different funds for the city, which includes the Recreation General Fund, which, as you can see from this chart, is a decrease of 11.3% decrease. We also have our Program Revenue Fund, which is at a 6.1% decrease. Park and Services, which is at 113.9% increase, and also Park Impact Fee Fund, which is at a 61.3% decrease for next fiscal year. Just to give you some highlighted changes for our budget. Again, for the general fund, which is at 11.3% decrease, which is due to the Arts and Culture Center budget being moved to a new department. Also, we have moved the Park Ranger or Park and Services funds has moved over to Park and Services, and continue to look for facility improvement projects that we do within our operating budget. For the Recreation Program Revenue Fund, again, at a 6.1% decrease. Again, this is to account for Arts and Culture Center funding moving to a new department. We no longer can count on that revenue coming in next year. Also, we are presenting on an emphasis on quality of programs, and then again, an increase in number of recreation programs and events out of our revenue fund. Also, Park and Services. Again, Park and Services operating budget was funded 70% from recreation parks, 30% from public works. Now it totally sits within our department, within Recreation and Parks, for Park and Services. Also, again, Park and Service Division includes Park Compliance Manager and 5 full-time rangers, which currently we now are at a fully staffed division. Also, our Park Mobile monthly service fees is really the heart of parking enforcement. These fees are currently what we use to operate our parking enforcement operations. Again, Park Impact Fund, again, it's not at an increase, it is at a 61.3% decrease. Again, that is just new development projects that are being planned for next year. This year, we funded different projects, which included the Park System Master Plan, the Park Impact Fee Analysis, and then also the JC Park Dog Park was a project that was funded from the Park Impact Fund. Successes this year, the department, we were able to adopt with your support the Park System Master Plan, which was our Reimagine Recreation Boynton, again, which will provide information for us and data to guide the department for the next 10 years. The addition of the pickleball courts at the Boynton Beach Tennis and Pickleball Center, which again, you guys supported the name change for that facility. We've seen an increase in usage of the 2 hard courts that were converted into 6 pickleball courts. The Ezel Hester Center Field Improvement Project, again, that's a project that will allow us to be very flexible with our programming moving forward, allow us to expand on our recreation programs due to the turf field and additional parking. It's just a really good project for the department. And also the completion of the Harvey Orr Junior Boat Ramp. Again, with the new boat ramps, we've seen an increase in boat launches and park usage. Again, this will be the first year in the last 2 since the project started that we will be able to charge a full year of parking permits for that facility. Challenges, again, we look at CAPRA as an accomplishment, but again, it is also a challenge due to the resources and staff time that is needed in order to accomplish that. Currently, we have submitted for CAPRA to become a reaccredited department. We're waiting on whether we have been approved or not. Hopefully, we'll find that out in the coming weeks. Also, recreation facility coverage again with the reorganization of the Arts and Culture Center. That also took a hit to our staffing, which decreased it by about 5 employees. So again, we still have to manage all of our sites, including ICP. So again, that has been somewhat of a challenge. Also, again, coming off of COVID-19, we've seen an increase in park usage, which again goes hand in hand with recreation facility coverage. With the increased demand of usage and facilities and parks, also we have to make sure that we have the ability to cover those needs of our public. And then just our aging recreation facilities, again, continue to look for projects that we can support in order to update our facilities and, again, keep them up to date with the needs of our residents and visitors in order to be able to provide recreation programs. Initiatives that we have for the upcoming fiscal year will be to increase recreation program revenue. We're looking for different ways to do that. Number of programs, sponsorships, grants. Like we're looking for every avenue in order to be able to do that. Again, from the park system aspiring, growing the awareness of the park system and recreation opportunities to the public. Again, that goes in hand with marketing and come up with different campaigns and marketing situations in order for people to know about our park system and also to know programs and events that we have coming up, and then enhancement of parks, recreation facilities, and recreation programs through various funding sources. One of our plans is to look into possibly with your support a parks bond for the future in order to assist with updating some of our facilities and also expanding as the city population continues to grow. We also have to make sure that we grow with it to be able to provide those opportunities for our public. And at the time, that concludes my presentation, and I'm open for any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Questions from my colleagues? Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. I saw that the park ranger was moved to parking services. What department is that?
So parking services is our division. We shared responsibilities for that division with Public Works. 70% of the personnel was funded through Recreation and Parks, and 30% was from Public Works. Now, as the program has evolved, we made the decision to just completely house it under Recreation and Parks. Again, our park rangers do the parking enforcement. Also, they monitor the parks throughout the city. So again, it was a better decision for us to manage it completely now.
So it was just moved to a different place to be. Okay, thank
We
you.
just moved the funding to one source, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, for now, I'll just ask about the future of our venues, because we know that this is an area of revenue or potential revenue. I just wanted to ask you if you could just talk about the various venues and what the plan is moving forward. There's the Women's Club, and so on?
Again, the Women's Club and Arts and Culture Center are being proposed to move to a different department or a new department. As far as our events, we have Fall Festival, our Egg Hunt. Those are the events that are housed within the Recreation and Parks Department. So again, we want to continue to do those events within our department. And also, we've done, recently the one-day basketball clinic. So doing more events in that nature, basketball tournaments. This year we partnered with Palm Beach State College to provide a baseball clinic. So looking for different avenues to do where, again, the events division will handle more of the larger citywide events, the 4th of July or holiday parade, which won't be under our department.
Could somebody chime in on that?
We do have a presentation from Arts and Culture if you want them to give that presentation.
Well, oh, that's okay. Where is it on the list? Oh, it's not on the list.
Right. Other.
Upon request. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it then. All right, thank you, Casey.
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
But kind of on your same line of what you were asking is in the facilities that are housed within Parks and Rec, but outside of Women's Club, outside of Arts and Cultural, what will need to happen in order for some of our facilities to be more rental income? Some of our facilities are, Mayor, I think that's kind of.
That's more or less what I'm asking.
Right.
But yeah.
What do we need to look at in the future to make, let's say, Ezel Hester more, desirable to rent, or ICP, or what do we need to do, or what are you looking at in the future as far as enhancing our rental ability in some of our Parks and Rec facilities?
So I think one of the things that we've done, we've seen an increase in rental revenue that's coming in is due to the upgrade of our facilities. Again, we've seen an increase in Little League Park rentals just due to some of the renovations that we've done, changing the grass to more sports-related grass. Again, with the Ezel Hester field improvement project, with that field being turf, now we don't have to shut it down for certain parts of the year. It'll be available year-round. And again, after football season, then we will have the ability to host soccer and any other rental that we can accommodate. We'll be able to do that. So again, one of the things here is just looking at ways to upgrade or modernize the facility. One of the things on the that we've talked about is possibly changing the flooring here that would make it more desirable for people who want to rent, and just looking for ways in order to do that where we meet the needs of what the public is asking for.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? Seeing none, thank you so much, Casey. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if I can also just add, when Gabby gives her events presentation, we'll be talking about revenue generating opportunities with the amphitheater and through events as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Development.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Salika Brown. I'm the Development Services Manager, and I am here to present to you today the Department of the Development's budget. Our wonderful department operates under the leadership of the Assistant City Manager, Mr. Adam Temple. All of our division leaders strive to minimize our collective budget impacts in an effort to be fiscally responsible. The first slide here shows that we're one of the few departments with multiple revenue streams. We've done very well in our main revenue account, so we either increased our proposed revenue projections or remain consistent for the upcoming fiscal year. Our community standards, fees, and fines are not shown, but as you can see, currently we have proposed $3.6 $3,635,000 in revenues, and for the upcoming fiscal year, we're projecting a little over $4 million, which is an 11% increase. Currently, we have $1,730,000 for business tax revenue projection, and we've increased that about 2.89% to $1,780,000. And we remain consistent in one facet of our planning and zoning fees. As shown here in this slide, also we have a current unreserved building fund balance of $2,829,316. As of today, we have exceeded our current proposed revenues by $243,000 in that building account. Next slide, please. Here you can see our previous budget was pretty consistent overall. Our total budget impact, excluding our building account, was a little over 1% at 1.02%. Our collective budget across all of our accounts, which would include development services, building, community standards, planning and zoning, and economic development, is just at 1.24% of an increase across all of our accounts. A building account is a special fund balance, so the revenues collected in that account is expended in that same nature. Next slide, please. Some of the highlighted changes include planning and zoning, which had the most significant increase across our accounts at 13.8%. That was due to funding a new zoning technician position and the fully loaded expenses tied to that position, which would include supplies and other costs. We also increased economic development team the opportunity to help new businesses mark on an important milestone, marketing, and allow leaders and our community an opportunity to commemorate new businesses who made Boynton Beach their new home. Next slide, please. Some additional successes include we administered $350,000 ARPA Small Business Grant Program and $25,000 digital marketing grants. Successfully entered into a new town square development agreement with Time Equities and adopted a new master plan. Expanded outreach programs with our building in Boynton and pop-up permit workshops to assist customers become familiar with our new electronic permitting. And we completed various studies, including park impact fee, police impact fee. Adopted and implemented the building recertification program, which would help us to counteract some of the concerns associated with our aging buildings with respect to some of the changes that have been made by law to ensure that there's continuous safety. Next slide, please. Some of our challenges include legislative changes in Tallahassee. They're ever changing, so we're always trying to be robust in our thought process to try to counteract those when they come aboard, or also put in additional resources or parameters to address what the legislative requires. Maintaining and recruiting of qualified building division personnel, economic uncertainty and market conditions, which drives a lot of what we do each day in the community. And managing expectation and resources, continuing to strive to meet the expectations with sometimes limited resources is a challenge at times for us. Next slide, please. Some of our initiatives include implement user-friendly contact center, expand our quarterly building and Boynton workshops, pursue our IAS accreditation for the building and community standards divisions, increase business compliance across the city, bring community standards case management into the SagesGov platform, integrate SagesGov and Gridix to provide up-to-date development application statuses, pursue Lean Six Sigma training to create a culture of process improvement, expand instantly issued building permits to include additional application types. Currently, we offer that for water heater and air conditioning changeouts. And we have some additional services we're hoping to include in that platform as well. Next slide, please. We would also like to continue coordinating with city departments to review and update the city's comprehensive plan and corresponding elements, implement strategies and projects outlined with the Complete Streets Mobility Plan, continue refining development district plans, including downtown, Seacrest, medical districts, and Congress corridor. Provide workshops educating property owners of what community standards role is in the community and the importance of periodic maintenance of their personal homes and rental units. At this time, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the hardworking staff of the Development Department, our leader, Mr. Adam Temple, all of our executive team, the mayor, vice mayor, and commission. We appreciate your continued support. And I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Who would like to begin? Any questions? Go ahead.
Salika, what, the pop-up events, how successful have they been? Are they really worth continuing to do? Should we do them more frequently? One of the questions I get from constituents is, I have let's say, for instance, I'm putting in a fence, my contractor said that the permit's in process, and there's really no way for them as a resident to easily, I mean, they can, but there's no way, I guess, there's no walkthrough to make it easy for a resident to check on the status of a permit when they're not familiar with the process. So I'm just wondering if there's something, I know that these pop-up events, residents will go to them if they're regular permit people and they do their own permits and it's helpful to them. But what about just the everyday resident who wants to try and figure out the status of their permit because they're not sure if their contractor's telling them the truth, or they want to just make sure that it really still is in process? So how successful, I guess my two-part question, how successful are these pop-up events? And are we finding that it's residents that are attending? Are we finding that it's contractors that are attending? Should we do something that's geared more towards the resident, maybe even as simple as a walkthrough video? We can record a webinar now. Is it just as easy to do for one of the development employees to just record them walking through the process so that residents can very easily have a step-by-step on how they can do it themselves? Or do we do a pop-up that's geared directly towards residents just wanting to know? So I guess that's kind of, because I know this pop-up thing was
Yes.
new, and I'm glad to hear it was successful. So
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. That's a great question. Currently, we just started our series of the pop-up permit event. We had the initial one in January. We had about 22 attendees, most of which were residents from the city. We offer notary services. We offer one-on-one to look up those statuses for them. However, on our SagesGov platform, we do have recorded videos showing customers how to navigate that system. Also, we now have a call center that's manned throughout business hours where they are able to ask those questions, and we kind of promote informing the community that we have a collaborator option where we can give them view-only access to their permit so they can see in real time what's going on with their contractor. Because a lot of the times, we may not the customer may not necessarily get it 100% of the truth, and they're able to see it themselves.
Right. No, and that's great to know. And I guess part of it is for me is to know that these options are available to the residents. So when I have somebody come up to me and say, how do I find this out, or what's going on, or whatever, I can easily say, just go on our website and there's a video and there's links and so this is great. I'm happy about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Salika.
You're welcome.
My only question is, how are we with staffing for code enforcement?
Currently, I believe we have all of our positions filled as of current, and we're at about a 74% compliance rate. So I would say we are always striving to improve those numbers, but collectively, I think we're doing a really good job. We have someone committed to solid waste. We have someone committed to businesses. I think that one of the areas we could probably improve upon is maybe getting someone that would help with the businesses, because that is one of our largest revenue streams and it pretty much pays for itself.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because I know there's something on the table that, we'll discuss later that may increase the scope of work for that individual who handles the business and the revenue that comes with that. And, that's hundreds of potentially BTRs, and inspections, et cetera. And so what I don't want to happen is we get behind the ball on that. And so I don't know if there's room to add a position, restructure a position or something. So that way, we're not spending, investing all this time into an ordinance and then we can't regulate, or, we can't enforce what, we spent so much time on and miss those revenues and miss that compliance. And so that would be my only kind of focal point, in reference to development.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hay?
I guess my only concern would be, recently I've been getting questions about whose responsibility it is to clean this alley, connect from the house to the street. Is there a place that the residents can go to look that type of information up on our website? Or just me continuing bothering Adam with these types of questions? It's looked like it's been quite a few here lately. Most of them I can answer, but are we doing anything to improve the communication and understanding of our residents as far as what's allowed and what's not allowed? Just recently, I had one person to have grass on the adjacent property, which looked like it was about 6 or 7 inch high. And I believe the city came in and cut it, but they must have used a sling, because it still was 3 or 4 inches high, above what I thought was acceptable. And the residents were still complaining. So how are we addressing these types of issues? Is there something we can do with this coming budget to expand the support and help, how we can help our residents? I know it's a broad question, but it is a challenge.
I would say that it is definitely multiple parties involved in to answer that question, because I think the first rule of thumb would be who the property owner is. If it happens to be someone, one of the city departments that owns it, whether it be CRA or city owned, or if it's something in, the swell or something of that sort. So I think it's one of those questions you may have to bubble it back to us so that we can do a little bit of digging to determine who essentially would be responsible for maintaining that lot.
So like a one-on-one basis, yeah.
Possibly Adam can interject if he'd like.
The only thing that I'll add, Commissioner, is, so Salika mentioned that we're looking to do a contact center solution that will not just entail development services. This will bring forward any of our customer service departments that answer telephones, utility customer service, solid waste. So the idea will be that the residents could contact the main number, ask a number of questions. It'll be fielded by those agents, and then depending on the complexity of the issue, they would be transferred or routed to the responsible department. So we are trying to funnel all of the frequently asked questions, basic questions that residents and businesses may have into a singular contact center solution.
Very good. Thanks, Adam.
Do you have any questions? All right, thank you, Salika. We appreciate you. Let's move on to the next presentation, Public Works Sanitation Fleet.
All right. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, my esteemed colleagues, members of the public. My name is Mario Guzman. I'm the Director of Public Works. Quick agenda, what we're going to speak about is the proposed budget overview, some highlighted changes, successes, challenges, initiatives across all different departments of Public Works. Some of those are general fund, some of those are internal service funds, and some of those are enterprise funds. A little background, when we did our budget, it was a three-pronged approach. What we looked at was catching up. We had a lot of catching up when it came to facilities, roads, vehicles, parks, solid waste services, even the CIP. The second prong to that was, maintenance. How do we keep maintaining, keep moving forward with our initiatives? And then the last one was comparing the actual cost from past years. So instead of just looking at the budget, we looked at the actual spend. You can see across everyone's, and I'll get into it more on the fleet side, across everyone's budget, the fleet maintenance was increased. And naturally with maintenance costs and all those kind of things, when you looked at the actual spend, it had always been pretty high. So we just wanted to actualize it for this year for budgeting purposes. All right, next slide. So overall, Public Works Administration, we did see a 10% decrease. Facilities, a 7% increase. Construction Services and Streets, an 11% increase. Engineering, a 20% increase. And Parks and Grounds, a 6% increase. All right, next slide. Some of the highlighted changes, there was a decrease in Public Works Admin. We just moved some personnel around, and that ended up for a decrease in salaries. For engineering, we did request for a new engineer. That's to help us with our plans reviews, with our project for capital improvements, and just different projects throughout the city. Fleet appropriation, as I mentioned earlier, increased the budget, and we also are looking at getting our own tile for Sage, the Sage's software. Facilities maintenance, we requested for a new building maintenance mechanic. We currently have close to 1 million square foot of facilities that we maintain, and about, I'll say over 15 buildings are our key buildings that we try to maintain. Some of the approaches that we're doing this year with facilities, we also implemented last year, contracting our construction services and doing more in-house preventative maintenance as it relates to facilities management. A lot of our contracts increased. Janitorial services was a big one for the facilities maintenance division. As far as parks maintenance, there was a 6% increase. A lot of that, again, was Contractual increases, landscape and irrigation, our supplies have increased, and also the fleet appropriation. And then for our construction services / streets, 11% increase, personnel adjustments, we actually some reclassifications and positions, and also some positions are moving up through our career path, the fleet appropriation, and then just our utilities have increased, water and street lighting. Next slide. Some of the successes and challenges. Created the city's first pickleball courts. Big kudos to Casey, we work hand in hand with that. New playground at Wilson Park. Resurfaced the basketball courts at Meadows, Forest Park. We actually this year created a new financial team, and to go into what Adam said earlier, we actually consolidated some aspects of our call center. There was a time where if you had a solid waste issue, you call a solid waste department. If you had a water issue, you call the utility department. We ended up merging our solid waste calls for residents and utilities. So now incrementally moving towards that change where you call one phone number and try to get as many services as you potentially can. We do have an in-house architect, Anderson. A lot of times when projects come up, it is phenomenal to have that person in-house to sketch things up from fourth floor, first floor, any kind of sketches. We don't have to get that contracted out. So we saved, when I did this slide, it was 190,000. We've saved to over 200 grand with architectural proposals. Drive Safe Boynton, we're continuing to reach out to the community, let them know how this project works. We have residents for and against it. We love to show them the data. This is the data how we were able to either say yay or nay for a speed hump. Some of the challenges that we're faced against, rising costs of materials and service contracts, and across the board with Public Works, one of the things I say, we're in the business of fixing things. Either we're fixing it or we're contracting that out. If we're fixing it, we see our significant increase in materials, and for service contracts, we really got hit hard last year, about 20% increase with service contracts. Recruitment is just a challenge to get people involved in trades. That's not only a city of Boynton Beach issue, that's just across the nation. Supply chain issues are getting better, but are still of concern, as the fire chief had indicated, a year, 2-3 years out to get a rescue unit. It's just adding to that. And also our construction material supplies, as I stated earlier, inflation has affected us. All right, next slide. All right, some of the initiatives. Career path enhancement, we look at these all across the board. We work with HR. They made some changes last year to remove the high school diploma on a lot of our entry-level positions, because these positions are our frontline crew. They work and fix things. So we want to give them that opportunity. So to get promoted to be a 1, 2, 3, you do not need a high school diploma. To get into the 4 or 5, we require you to have one, but we also work with the library department to get their GED to move up. Capital Improvement Governance Board. This was a big one this year, as opposed to just looking at all the projects that came in and seeing what they cost, what we could and couldn't do. We actually met with all of our stakeholders and had a rating system for all the projects that were presented. Some of that criteria was beautification, public safety, infrastructure, compliance, and with that score metrics, we were able to at least use that as a function when selecting projects for the CIP. Now, that doesn't mean that the highest rated project was the one we chose, because there are some financial constraints, but at the very minimum, it wasn't a siloed decision picking these projects. We had our stakeholders, and then we presented that to our administration for their review. Across the board for Public Works, we're going through a transition as we speak now, having all of our information, all of our data to be with the work order system. Currently, we're implementing Asset Works for fleet, capital improvements. We also intend on doing facilities, construction services, and parks. In essence, if it's a building, if it's a car, if it's a street, if it's a park, it's an asset. It all has a cost. How much does it cost to maintain? How much has it cost to maintain over the life expectancy of that particular asset? And we're also able to track metrics for our customers, either be the residents or our internal customers, work order turnaround time, how many work orders we finish within 24 hours, 48 hours, 36 hours. Ultimately, the goal is to provide our customers or residents information to make sound decisions. So as we speak now, we're implementing that work order system across all divisions of the Public Works Department. Cultural safety, another initiative we started last year, continue to push it forward this year. When I work with Tania and we look at our HR claims, we try to minimize the number of claims and a lot of these preventable accidents. Ultimately, I just want our staff to come to work and leave in the same place. So we're definitely ramping up on, you can see a lot of our solid waste drivers have the bright colored uniforms, mandating safety glasses if you're going to be walking around our public works compound, steel-toe shoes, just that sense of awareness. We have a great crew, a very talented, a very smart, confident crew. And the issue with that is that because they've been doing it so long and they're good at their job, that's when sometimes safety issues can occur. So we want to maintain that sense of awareness, like, hey, we know you're good, but everything that we do, be it a truck, cars, parks, chemicals we deal with, really want to keep our team safe. Another initiative, initiative and successes, just our multi-departmental coordination with utilities, planning, finance, the use of CBDG funds with our finance department. We have meetings and sometimes we don't even have, kudos to Amanda, she set up a meeting for us. We didn't really have an agenda, but we just started talking of our processes and how can we minimize some of these redundancies, either for plans review, all those kind of things. A lot of CIP projects that were presented will not be funded, but it doesn't mean they go to the wayside. We sit down with the finance department and say, hey, look, are there any kind of grant opportunities for these particular projects? So just that, it's with intention that we try to sit down with our stakeholders and our colleagues and our friends for the betterment of the city. All right, next slide. All right, fleet maintenance. This is the one that you're welcome, everybody. We increased everyone's budget. And what we did, we actually just looked at the actual spend. So we looked at the actual spend over the past 5 years. This is been to the year and a half. Typically with budgets, what did you budget last year? All those kind of things, and you try to have that trend. We started looking at account by account. What was the actual spend? And we saw that the spend was not reflective of the amounts budgeted. So this year, the biggest increase was essentially on the front end, showing, hey, listen, this is what you've been spending over the years, what we're trending. And then you sprinkle in a little bit of inflation and vehicle costs. So like I said earlier, catching up, maintenance, and looking at our actual costs. So for fleet operating budget, that was an increase, 19%. We did ask for a new technician. As vehicles get older and they require more maintenance, we need people to work on these. Either we work on them or we sub them out. Either way, it's going to be a cost. So we requested a new technician to keep up with the demand of maintenance and breakdowns. We also increased our overtime. Fuel has increased, and also our parts and vehicle repairs have increased. Next slide. Some of the successes. Napa IBS is going to be a huge one. That is essentially, we have a Napa store at Public Works. And that Napa store is just for the city of Boynton Beach fleet. And essentially, and our warehouse team does a phenomenal job, but Napa just has more buying power. So essentially what we're buying is access to parts at Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, Miami-Dade County, the school board. So if it's in their inventory, instead of our staff looking around and trying to get parts, Napa has the resource for that. They're going to have their manager and also a driver. Also, the opportunity costs are going to be increasing. I forget the exact number. It was well over 60 invoices a month that the financing processes. And if you think about what it costs to cut a check, what it costs to cut a PO, just the labor behind that, now we're consolidating it to one PO. As I mentioned earlier, AssetWorks is one of the ones that we're implementing as we speak. We expect to go live in October, but that is one of our successes. Fleet budgeting appropriation is basically having the actual cost. We're also meeting with our customers, letting them know every quarter, hey, this is the state of your fleet and where you stand from a budget perspective, and also share that information with the finance team. Some of the challenges that we're having, supply delays in vehicles and equipment, again, increase in parts and fuel across the board. Next slide. For our Memorial Park, this is one of our enterprise funds. There was a 9% increase and also a 20% increase for the mausoleum. Next slide. These were primarily for the fleet appropriation and also our contractual costs have increased. Landscape, maintenance, and irrigation services. Memorial Park, our CRIP services, maintenance has increased, and also safety equipment, tools, and supplies needed for that operation. Okay, next slide. Solid waste proposed budget, 20% increase. Next slide. We asked for 5 additional operators. These are actually truck drivers, people that are driving the trucks. The kind of services that we provide from a residential aspect, residential cart service, that's the truck that picks up the blue carts. We also have recycling. We also have vegetation, light vegetation, which is the rear load truck. You see the guy behind the truck picking up any kind of palm fronds, all those kind of things. Then we have the larger vegetation, which is your clam truck, and also bulk that goes along with that. Many times coming in here, we have to make the decision, okay, we don't have enough staff. People called out sick, or there's people on light duty, or a truck may be broke down. What's going to be the minimal impact? So we start prioritizing the services that we provide. Recycling and residential services are far one of the greatest. And then we look at bulk and vegetation being the last. Over the last couple of weeks and months, for that matter, unfortunately, sometimes we have to miss vegetation services. So you have that bulk out there. If we can't get it today, we'll get it out the next day. So that's the request for additional staff. As the city has grown, I'm not sure if we have grown our personnel to keep up with the demand. So we did ask for additional trucks as well with all the development going on in the city. We're the sole provider for roll-off services, and that's your roll-off container on your trucks. And we just want to make sure with all these projects in the next 3 to 4 years coming on board, we have the bandwidth to provide that service. With that, we also increased our overtime. Again, that was more of a reflection on paper. The overtime increased, but we just wanted to have that proper reflection of what the actual spend was. Fleet appropriation as well, that's another one that increased. And then our contractual increases. Solid waste charges us for the garbage that we throw out. So our waste disposal fees have increased, cart repairs, and we also want to increase street sweeping throughout the city. So those are some of the contractual increases that have affected us this year. Next slide. Successes, as I alluded to earlier, career path enhancement. Second is, if I'm not mistaken, for 4th of July, the implementation of the My Boynton app, and we worked, hand in hand with Fred's team on that. We have our own public works support analyst that has been instrumental. She implemented the last system. So that's just a great way when these concerns come up. We have a history of our good residents and also our repeat offenders when it comes to solid waste issues. We don't mind helping someone out, having a negate a fee or anything like that, but we can track all that information. Everything that we do, be it an email, be it a phone call, it's an open work order we put in our system. We're also requested a safety training coordinator, and that's just to mitigate a lot of the accidents, driver training, going back to that culture of safety, keeping our drivers safe. About a month ago, we implemented Samsara, which is a drive can system, and it's basically a camera in front of the vehicle and also an in-dash camera. It uses AI. So for 2 approaches. A, for driver safety, we want to coach our drivers, train our drivers. If one of our drivers is driving and he looks at his cell phone, it'll actually email us and let us know, hey, you can't look at your cell phone. It's against the law. If you have a CDL, you're driving a 50,000-pound truck, you cannot be on your phone. If the driver doesn't have his seatbelt on, it will alert us. So from a perspective of coaching and keeping our people safe and our residents safe, that's one of the systems that we have in place. Aside from that, one of the concerns that we get, not concerns, one of the comments we get sometimes from our residents, hey, you didn't take out my garbage was out there, you didn't pick up the street. We can actually look at every single truck and look at the camera and see everything the drivers see. So we can go back and provide that information. So pretty cool technology. And the major one, we're going to have 360 cameras around the trucks, and that's to mitigate third-party claims. A lot of times it's their word against ours when it comes to an accident. When you have a camera, that takes the emotion and what anybody thought about it. The camera just shows the data. We're currently doing a rate study as we speak. And then aside from that, we also have our routeware implementation, and that is for our commercial services. So essentially, as we bring new people in, if you're a driver, you come in, you know where your routes are. It shows the best route to take as we service that can. Our customers, our truck drivers, our operators take pictures of the can when it was serviced, when it was put back. Sometimes we get complaints, hey, you never came and serviced us. We can actually now show a picture and say, look, we went there, your gate was blocked, or the can was not out there. So that, similar to Samsara, we're working in conjunction with Samsara, but Routeware is more for our commercial end. Challenges, recruitment and retention across the board, and just the rise in cost of equipment. Next slide. All right, thank you. Questions?
Who would like to begin? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario. Why are we seeing, it's going to overtime, and this might be a question for city manager, are we seeing we've seen overtime increases across the board. So is that due to staffing shortages? Why are we seeing an increase in overtime?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of two things. Staffing shortages, and we're catching up. Also, having the actual cost. A lot of times, I can say for one of my divisions, we're always going over on overtime, right? When I look over the past 6 years, we've always gone over that amount. So it's kind of an unrealistic figure. So, and that just adds a lot of work on the back end, trying to adjust things and fix things. So as we have a new administration, I've been with the city a year and a half, it's like, hey, let's just capture the true cost of what things are costing right now. And so it was a combination of that. And then from my perspective, when equipment is down, when maintenance costs are down, I mean, it was one day last week, I think my guys were driving in at 7 o'clock at night after doing services. So that is just, it's so multifaceted. As equipment breaks down, as trucks break down, if the fire department, the truck breaks down, they have to transfer, go to another resident vehicle. So it's a lot of those things. Going back to what I said earlier, catch up, maintaining, and actual costs.
Okay, thank you. And then you briefly talked about, one of your, recruitment, and that's one of your challenges. I think that's a challenge across the board right now is, recruitment and getting quality employees. What are some of the things, I'm just kind of thinking outside, what are some of the things you're looking at, maybe looking outside of the box to kind of encourage that recruitment? Like, for instance, I know Park Vista has an auto repair choice program. Is there a partnership with the school district or different schools to encourage recruitment from a high school student who maybe went through that auto repair program at Park Vista? So what are some of the things, looking outside of the box that you're looking at from a recruitment and retention standpoint?
Okay, great question. We don't have any formal contracts with the schools around, but informally through associations, I'm constantly talking to high school students to get into trades. That's how I came up in my career. A lot of times everyone's geared to go to college and all that kind of stuff, and I'm a strong advocate of, hey, try a trade. I mean, we have electricians, people that work on streets, people work on automotive. Citywide, we have our intern program. And I'd like to say that we have one of our interns in Park Vista. And it's funny because when he came on, he's like, I don't know if I want anything over here. I like working on cars. And I'm like, oh, really? Okay. So he is loving working over at our facility, and hopefully we can hire him full time. And what better way to recruit people than through word of mouth? And that's one thing we've been seeing. Tennille's doing a phenomenal job with recruitment. My vacancies, when I first started, we had about 32. I think we're closer to like 12. And a lot of the employees that we're receiving now, it's just through word of mouth, poaching from other places. So they want to work for Boynton.
Great. Yeah, I know, Tennille, that, our career fair on the spot hiring, I know we really bridged a lot of that gap in staffing. So I'm glad to see that. Hopefully, that'll continue down the line. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Mario. I've been visiting the grounds over there, and I'm talking to people, and I noticed a great change in attitude. You're doing a great job over there. And you got some good cooks too.
Yep.
That barbecue was unbelievable. But when you talk about the Napa IBS program. Uh, Can you quantify that in terms of dollars, or is it saving us hours? What's the impact? How is that measured? Or can you?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Because they have better buying power, there's better economies of scale. So we will see a reduced price for the product in itself. When Boynton Beach does a contract, it's for Boynton Beach, and this is what we service. When Napa does a contract, this is a nationwide contract that they have with their suppliers. So inherently, through economies of scale, we'll see a lower cost savings with that. Where we're really going to save is, like I said earlier, is the opportunity cost. Less staff involved. I mean, I wanted to create a flow chart. I might be able to bring one. What it takes to create a purchase order. You have a requisition, you have our financial staff, they send it to the finance department, it goes through its chains until we get an actual PO. Then you have a PO, it gets, sent to our contractor, they have it. Once we get that product, they come back, they invoice it to us. Now we have to process that invoice. We have to check it in the system, check it in. Okay, and then we have to cut a check. On the next check run, that's when that gets, so you take that, juxtapose that over all of the invoices that we have, compared to now Napa having one invoice, that's where we're going to see a significant, decrease in opportunity costs.
And that's only for Boynton Beach, right? I mean,
Correct.
no other cities can come here to buy
No-
parts.
No other citizen, no city employee can go there to buy parts. It is exclusively for City of Boynton Beach Fleet Department. And then aside from that, we no longer have to conduct audits on equipment. So that inventory is no longer
That's a
ours.
saving.
Yeah.
Are any of the adjacent cities going to that type of setup with Napa?
I actually implemented that in West Palm Beach and also Palm Beach County, when I was with Palm Beach County. So you're starting to see that. I can give you the exact figure, but across the board, it's one of the better management practices. We no longer have to worry about hiring personnel for that one. Like I said, the biggest thing is the opportunity cost, but also that audit of those systems, running obsolescence reports. And one of the things that we do, just doing it so long with having that industry know-how, the number one thing we say is, all right, we know it's Napa, we know it's IBS, we know that you need contractors. Number one, we want to see that you're working with contractors in the city and also, minority contractors as well. So that's one thing we stipulate in our contract. Even though we're buying parts through Napa, there's a lot of parts stores in the city of Boynton Beach. We prefer they buy their parts from there.
When you mentioned about Memorial Park, should that not be costing us less for maintenance because of the reduction in, we don't have many plots over there too?
So we still have to maintain it. Still got to cut the grass.
I know you still have maintenance, but
Yeah, there's a cost for like the burial and things, and we recoup some of those costs. But cemetery services are maintenance for the life of it, because we have irrigation, we have the aesthetics, we understand it's a place where people want to honor their loved ones. We want to make sure that aesthetically it's looking good, and all those things have a cost. So it is continual maintenance for us, for in perpetuity.
So it's costing us more?
At some point it will, because once you run out of areas
just to maintain the ground.
You got to maintain it, yeah.
There was some talk years ago, probably before your time, about relocating the whole complex facility. Is that still on the table or is that no longer being talked about?
I talk about it a lot. Whether it's going to happen or not, I'm not sure, but that is a significant cost. I mean, I think last time we looked at it was like $37 million, and then, all right, where we're going to put it.
Right.
So I think I have a CIP presentation later on, so I make mention of it a lot. And it's one of those things where, do we need it? I mean, I'd like to have it, but do we need it like next year, the year after? No. But at some point, we need to really have those conversations of, hey, listen, as we increase our services and everything that we touch, streets, parks, facilities, solid waste, fleet, as the city grows, what are we doing on the back end to house that, to have that bandwidth to provide services?
Yeah. From a cost standpoint, we do need to talk about that.
Agreed.
Thank you.
All right, welcome.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, Mario.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Sorry, can I, just one quick thing before Mario leaves. Mario, do we know, Mara, where in this budget is the memorial budget? Because I have been through all these pages and
It's its own fund.
Cemetery fund?
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
cemetery fund.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone.
All right, we are moving on to events.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it still morning?
Yes, it's still morning. So while Gabby is setting up, I'd like to say to my colleagues, after all the departments have gone, I think we should break for lunch, if that's a good break for everybody. All right, so let's finish all the departments, then we'll break.
I agree.
We have events, and then whatever else it's by request, so.
Good morning, everyone. Gabrielle Favita, Events Division Manager. I am going to go over the proposed budget for the next fiscal year for the Events Division. It has increased 79%, but those increases and the significant changes, I will outline the reasoning, but it mainly is due to the addition of Pirate Fest into our budget, as well as a vendor market activation at First Friday at 5, an increase in our fireworks contract. We had a contract that just expired, so we did have to go back out to bid for that contract, and the addition of a City Hall social series where we're looking at partnering with local restaurants to be able to bring in that aspect and budget for it this upcoming year. Some of the successes that our division has seen is implementing a citywide event calendar. We are currently working everything out internally, so it is an internal calendar. We're looking at pushing it out to the public by the start of the next fiscal year. We also have created a logistics memo, which is an easier communication from the event side to all of the departments that we work with because there are so many of them, as well as an expansion of our local vendor participation in all of our events. We have significantly tried to expand all of the Boynton businesses that we have on site. And the successful activation of 30 events so far, as well as 4 that we're looking at having the remainder of the year. Some challenges that we faced are staff resources, not just from our department, but across the board, as well as event space options, which should be a little bit better once all of the downtown development is through. Parking limitations, that also has to do with downtown development, will help that, and budgetary restrictions. I do want to mention we are right now a division of 2, but we have a couple interns and we've been stealing everyone's interns for everything. So it has helped a lot to help with the staff resourcing. Next slide. Some initiatives that we have moving forward are the development of a vendor market aspect within First Friday at 5. One of the comments that we get from a wide variety of citizens is that they would love a market at our site. We have a great First Friday at 5, which is really developed into a freestanding event. So we are looking at bringing in a smaller vendor market at all of our First Fridays and being able to grow onto that as the development of downtown does grow. That does come with a cost. We would provide the tents and tables and all of that, but we would also charge them vendor fees, which will be discussed in my increased revenue streams. Another thing we are looking at doing next year is trying to increase to a little bit of revenue from our events by creating a sponsorship package that could be used citywide for all of our events for businesses. as well as working with marketing and public affairs to be able to get some in-kind donations on the event side, as well as a vendor fee process. So we've never previously had vendor fees. That is something that I feel like our events are pretty freestanding right now. We would be able to start charging vendor fees to have people on site. We don't have to charge an astronomical fee right at this point, but to get people used to the vendor fee system, as well as redeveloping our amphitheater rentals. That is something that we would like to look at. We are getting 2 points of feedback from our amphitheater rentals, and to touch on what was brought up earlier, one is parking. With the lack of parking, bringing in these massive rentals, it's really hard to accommodate the cars, as well as the upcoming development. It takes about 3 to 5 years to get some of these bigger events kind of rooted in your city, and they're a little concerned about what their site map would look like over the course of development. I think once it is developed downtown, we won't have an issue bringing anyone in, but we're just in a transition phase right now. As well as a community events committee, something that we have really wanted to do, and it's taken off after our MLK committee and our MLK event this year. We had a fantastic experience with working with a community committee to plan MLK. It was a great event, and we'd really like to be able to push that in through all of our events that take place through the special events division, and be able to have a representative from each district, however that would look. Having a representative or 2 from each district that would meet and quarterly maybe, and just look at what our next quarter of events looks like, what they would like to see, what they wouldn't like to see, and also possibly run our rentals through that as well, to get an idea to make sure that we're fitting within the city brand, but also fitting within the needs and the wants of the community. And Pirate Fest is a big initiative this year. So being able to turn it over to fit the city's branding while also getting our footing in having an event with a budget to that magnitude. This is a list of our budgeted events. I really wanted to focus in on our special events line item. That's where all of our event money is hosted, with the exception of the overtime cost. So the first line is just the event. A few of them are series. So First Friday at 5 is a series, Friday Flicks movie series, and as well as City Hall Social. We are looking at the second line. That's the straight cost of the event on my end, which is in that special events line. The third line is the overtime cost between my staff, PD, fire, and public works. And then the total cost of the event is that fourth line.
Excuse me, just to interrupt for a second. So in previous budgets, you guys have only seen that second column that shows the event cost. The overtime costs have been buried in the overtime budgets of each respective department. So those costs are still budgeted in each department, but we wanted to show you so you see the full cost of what each event really costs.
So the only cost out of that overtime cost that is within my department's budget is our staff overtime. So we were able to pull that down a little bit, which is reflected in this layout, to be able to offer my staff member flex time instead of overtime, but it's not a huge difference, but it's a difference. And then, let me see. Oh, I covered that. Our one thing that we do want to touch on, and that's the next slide. Before we go to that slide though, if you take a look at the Friday Flicks movie series, and I can give you a little bit more information about that, but out of all of them, I would say that's the one that has the least attendance. And we would like to possibly push out a new Taste of Boynton series, which is on the next slide, if you want to go to the next slide. I'm sorry, not a series, it's a one-day event. So what we're interested in doing is pushing out a Taste of Boynton event where we partner with economic development and marketing and be able to host a food and wine type event in our home turf of Boynton. We would be able to highlight the magnitude of restaurants that we have locally, partner with them to do the social media spotlights, as well as put together a restaurant list, and they would be able, the month leading up, do a specialized 3-course menu. This is all still in the works, but this is something that we're discussing, as well as the logo is still in the works as well. I wanted to give you a little something. And then also, there would be a one-day event that would take place, which would include a grand tasting at the event, which would be ticketed. It would be able to bring back some revenue, looking at partnering with a nonprofit to be able to do that and bring in some beverage tasting as well. So that cost would be pretty reflective of what the cost would be of the the movies. So it would hopefully be in place of the movies, which also would help us on our end. It's a very quick turnaround around the holiday time specifically, going from Pirate Fest into the concerts every month, the movies every month, holiday parade, holiday tree lighting. So this will really be able to fill a gap that we have in the springtime and also be able to pull back so we can offer a higher quality event throughout the whole entire year. That's all I have on this part. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
All right, Vice Mayor, you can begin.
Thank you, Gabby, for all that y'all do.
No problem.
I would definitely agree with the Flick series. I think that A Taste of Boynton would be a much better appropriation of those funds. And I think it's something common that we see in other cities. And it's so dynamic on how it impacts the community, right? And I think there's a larger ROI there
Mhm.
than these, was it 4, right? 4 Fridays. You know, and that's 4 days you're gonna expend overtime. So I would definitely support, I guess, eliminating the Flick series and utilizing those funds for the Taste of Boynton. The other thing is, you know, we just saw this with First Friday, was we can't control the weather, you know, and that's how, you know, we spend all this time and these resources preparing for this event, and then, you know, it doesn't happen. You know, your likeliness of that happening 4-1, right? So I'd be in favor of that. Obviously, you see this huge increase because of Pirate Fest. That's something we all discussed last year. For the public to know, there was an issue of having that funded within the CRA. We missed the ball last year due to transition. And so I think it's crucial and important to keep the identity of our largest event of Boynton Beach. And I'll say, you know, just for me personally, in the last, you know, 15 months, the number one concern I got was what happened to Pirate Fest. Out of everything else, the number one concern was what happened to Pirate Fest. And so I think it's crucial that we continue to keep that in our budget year over year over year and do what we need to do to make sure that we can continue that event.
Perfect.
Besides that, thank you, Gabby.
No problem. Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Kelly, then Commissioner Hay.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabby.
No problem.
As it pertains to Pirate Fest, though, I know, I mean, I am a huge advocate, and it's something I pushed to make sure we took over and did it, but I want to make sure that we do it right. But I also feel like, and I know in evaluating and looking at how the CRA ran that event, that I just wonder, and I know you will look at what truly that budget will be for Pirate Fest, because I envision that with you and your staff and how you have run and managed the events that we've done so far this year, that Pirate Fest may not be as large of a financial burden as it's budgeted. So, and I know that you will look at ways, you know, I'm not going to go into details on how it was budgeted previously, but I know I have spoken to city staff about that in different ways that we can make it be just as great, if not better. I expect that it will be better, but that I don't think it will need to cost the city as much as it had been budgeted previously. So that's kind of, I'm hopeful. I know that this is our first year, and so that's why we're safely keeping it budgeted as it was in transition. But I hope and expect that in the coming years that we'll look at how we can run that a little bit more efficiently and not be the largest financial events burden, because I think that I know that you and our events team can do it as efficiently as possible. So I'm excited to see that. I mean, obviously, I'm excited to see that still on there. And I'm excited to see what you come up with. I also support the Taste of Boynton. I think that is a great new way to, to focus and promote some of our city businesses. I've been to most of the business over brews and met, many of our local business owners and residents who didn't know each other even existed. And so I think, our restaurants were, especially on the west side of the city, we're getting more restaurants coming in that I'm sure would love that free advertising, or so to speak, free advertising. So I'm excited about that. And I know that you'll come up with some creative way on maybe having some kid event having to do, maybe we don't get rid of all of the Friday night flicks, but maybe we have one, or something that is, a kid fest, so to speak, where, we can do something like that so that, that doesn't seem like it got completely removed, but, I like the idea of changing it up. I think we always need to look at ways that we can change our events to, based on resident needs. So I think that's, it's always an ever-changing thing. So I appreciate everything. You're doing an amazing job. So thank you.
Thanks. And I do want to say, I think Taste of Boynton also really has an opportunity to adapt with the growth of downtown. It is something that could be really beneficial and could really put us on the mark in the future once the development does take place.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, this last July 4th event, I think, was one of the best that we've ever had. And that's not coming from me. That's coming from people who live in the city, outside the city, that attended the event. So I think you and your department should be extremely proud of the show that you guys put on, because that was amazing.
Thanks.
Yeah, I agree that was one of the things I was going to mention. You guys are doing an outstanding job with the Department of Two.
We have some interns.
But again, I get a lot of positive feedback on the Pirate Fest. That was a signature event for Boynton. And want to make sure we get that back on track. The other question I have is, in terms of the Taste of Boynton, that was a big event also for Boynton a few years back. I would call it a signature event. Is there any possibility of maybe realizing some saving by having a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, that they would come in with us, because they sponsored that in the years past? There's benefit for them as well as for us. So I would think that would be maybe a possibility. Have you looked into that?
Yes, so I've been working with Sheila with Economic Development, and we've sat down and discussed that possibility of partnering with the chamber. So moving forward with some guidance, that is something that we would like to consider. We just wanted to see what the budget was going to look like before we started reaching out and giving everyone hope about the event coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you think that would be realized in this upcoming budget year?
The Taste of Boynton?
Yeah.
Yes, that's something that if it does get approved, that's something we're looking at having in the spring of 2024.
As well as having a partnership with the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, thank you. Commissioner?
Yep. Thank you, Gabby. I happen to agree with what was said earlier about the 4th of July event. I think you're doing a phenomenal job, and I really appreciate, even though it's an increase in the budget, I think it's a positive one. I love the idea of the Taste of Boynton. I love the logo. I think that the possibility of that, I've seen that a lot in other cities, and I think it's great. Now, could we maybe look into the possibility of, I know it's going to be with restaurants and such, but I know some of the events have opportunity for revenue making So I wanted to make sure, I know it was mentioned, the chamber was mentioned earlier, and I think that's a great idea. In addition to that, let's try to keep the revenue for us, because we're providing the staff. But yeah, really happy to see that. I love the idea, and just thank you so much.
No problem, thank you.
Thank you, Gabby. I know you are a team of two, and or at least two recently. And so I just want to thank you for your hard work. I want to commend you. We are very proud of the events that we've had, and as Vice Mayor said, one of the best 4th of Julys. So thank you for that. Regarding the expenditures, I just have one brief comment for now, which is, I mean, I want to echo some of the things that's already been said, but I'll skip all of that. You know, these numbers do not yet reflect possible sponsorships, or have you already factored that in?
No, so these numbers are just our base numbers of what the cost of the event will look like if we get absolutely no sponsorships throughout the year. I wanted to have the money so that we could purchase the items and then be able to hopefully within the next year have within this upcoming year, I'm sorry, have the sponsorships up and running and have a package that we can give out to all of the local businesses and some bigger sponsorships if possible to start working on that. But these numbers are reflective if no sponsorships came in. But that is something that is really an initiative from my division to start bringing in sponsorships for the events.
Excellent. I bring this up because, City Hall Social was listed up there, and I thought that was a larger number than I expected. And it's because it hasn't been factored in, the sponsorships, haven't been factored in. As I met with you before in the past, this is meant to be, or that event is meant to be cost neutral by way of sponsorships. And we can get a different business partner or a nonprofit, whatever the case may be, so we can showcase some other aspect of the city. I guess I'll leave my final comments for now to be about the cost of Pirates Fest, similar to the comments made to Commissioner Kelly. It's a very large number for one event, and I'd love to work with you and just know what exactly it is that you're spending it on exactly. Because with that amount, we could have had like multiple 4th of Julys, right? So if there's a good reason for the cost, I want to know what it is. I'm not even sure if you have all that information now, but as you develop it, I'd love to look more into the details with you.
So I do have a little bit of the breakdown of what we're anticipating for Pirate Fest, but that's solely going off of all of the documents that we've taken a look from the CRA doing in previous years. We don't have any of our own information to go off of, with the exception of the overtime costs and what we would expect with the time that we're having the event.
Right. No, I didn't expect you necessarily to have it now because I don't know how you might change the event. I'm going to leave that to you, and you let us know what changes you might make and what the financial impact of that would be.
Okay. As we go through, we really had to get through 4th of July first, but now we're
of course
full-fledged Pirate Fest. So as soon as we start going through, that is something that I can provide. We're really just going off of what the CRA provided us last year. I'm hesitant to give final determinations on what costs I'm gonna incur, but that's something moving forward. We have a lot of talent within the city that we can lean on with just employee-wise, and that is something that will help us save some money from Pirate Fest, is doing some stuff in-house versus contracting it out. So that should help.
All right. Commissioner?
Last thing, I don't know if City Manager had the chance to talk to Gabby about it, but during our budget, we talked about potentially having like a Hispanic heritage event of some sort, or maybe combining that with the first Friday during September. I don't know if that conversation has been had just yet, but I wanted to, no, you can go ahead.
Oh, we are planning to have a Hispanic heritage element to our October 1st Friday.
October, yeah, okay.
Because I think it's halfway through, but the September 1st Friday won't hit it. It'll be the October 1st Friday that's in it.
Gotcha, okay. Well, I'd love to work with you on that.
Perfect.
And maybe I've had some constituents that brought up ideas on what they want to see, or so I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Awesome. Yeah, if you can send them my way, we're open ears for everything. Perfect.
All right. Anything else from anybody, or are we done? All right. Gabby, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We have concluded your item. So the next here is other departments as requested, followed by other funds. To my colleagues, what departments would you like to hear? All right, so we have one request for breaking for lunch now. Okay. Okay, if there's nothing else, a motion to recess. We have that motion and a second. All right, we will break for lunch. We will return in 1 hour. Okay? At most, 1 hour. It is what time? It's the workshop presentations. There were no other departments per request from my colleagues. There is a bullet point item on the agenda for other funds. Is that something my colleagues would like to hear about? I believe this was emailed out, or are these separate? The bullet point item that says other funds, is that the same thing that you emailed out? All right, excellent. Any questions of that? Otherwise, we'll proceed. All right, let's continue with general capital improvements. This is 2B, 302 fund discussion.
All right, hello again, Mario Guzman, Director of Public Works. I'm here with City Engineer Gary Dunmeyer. Dan said I could sit at the table, so thanks. Appreciate it.
Mayor, before we start.
1 second, Mario. Go ahead, Mara.
Did you want the presentation from Arts and Culture before we start this?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me. Let's do that if that's all right with my colleagues. If there's no objections. Let's go ahead and put up that presentation first.
I apologize, Mario.
I'm getting off the table.
Thank you for that reminder, Mara. So we had briefly touched on these topics of revenue generation from these facilities. And I thought I was off the hook.
Where's Commissioner Cruz?
I don't know. So whenever, Craig, whenever you're ready, Craig.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Happy to be here today to provide you some information regarding the Arts and Cultural Center. We went from an enterprise fund model to a general fund model. So we have our set of expenses and we have our set of revenues. So we know exactly where we are at all times. So we're estimating our budget proposal to be at $1,026,411 for the Arts and Cultural Center, and for the Women's Club, $68,500 in expenses.
I'm
Highlighted.
sorry, just to clarify, those are not increases, those are just parts. Previously, the Arts and Cultural Center was under the Recreation and Parks Department, so this is just separating the costs out, Women's Club as well.
Is pulled out of recreation, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Next slide. So our highlighted changes for the Arts and Cultural Center, we're shifting from being a division of Recreation and Parks to being a division of the Department of Arts and Culture that is proposed, which would include the Arts and Cultural Center, the library, the Public Arts Program, and the Visitors Center, which I'm working on currently. There'd be additional $20,000 for the director position, and we requested 2 part-time assistants. They're both 20-hour per week employees at $15 an hour. So that would be an additional, we have quite a robust programming schedule set up. So we're going to need those additional staff to help with setups and teardowns. On the Women's Club side, we really need to fund valet parking services that can be passed on to the people who rent out the facility. But it's better if we manage that on our side as opposed to letting the people who are renting the facility manage that. We're assured that we can control that better. We're currently purchasing new furnishings, tables and chairs, some new kitchen equipment that's coming in now as we speak. My intent I would love to reopen the facility. It has been closed for some renovations, and I would like to reopen it by October 1st so we can get those revenue streams coming in. Next slide, please.
Craig, just to be clear, you're saying that we're going to hire our own people to do the valet. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying we're gonna hire a valet company as opposed to letting someone who's renting the facility hire that company. So we have more control.
I see.
Over the companies that we're using, because Casey had mentioned to me in the past that they've had some issues with that. So he recommended that we handle that on our end. So that was good advice.
Okay, great, thank you.
Some successes. So I'm currently working on, along with several other staff, to build out the Arts and Cultural Center auditorium and events center. We're going to add curtains, lighting, rigging, window coverings, all that stuff that was mentioned to you that you approved ARPA funds for. Phase 1 is going to be hopefully completed in November 2023. That phase includes the digital screen that Mayor, you're aware of, and the city manager is aware of, and the acoustical and some of the audio as well. And then phase 2 will be the rest, the curtains, the window coverings, the rest of the things that need to be purchased. Front of house desk, that type of thing, where you control everything. We hired a new Arts and Cultural Center manager, Kelly Armstead. Kelly, can you wave?
Hi, Kelly.
She's an amazing person. She comes to us with a lot of experience, and we're very lucky to have her. So she's been on board going on 3 months, and she's just wonderful to work with. So, and then we're planning some partnership programming with the Society for Arts. I met with their programming person a few months back. Kelly and I are going to take her out to lunch in August, and we're going to plan some mutual partnership programs like Society for Arts at Boynton Beach Arts and Cultural Center. They're looking to do some satellite programming. My hope is that we can get some maybe Lincoln Center musicians down here, some really high-end, good quality programming that we can share the cost on. So they're excited about that as well. And I mentioned the new furnishings, the women's club and the kitchen equipment. Some challenges, there are some major electrical upgrades that are needed at the women's club. We currently do not have funding for it, but we are looking at grant opportunities. Tess is aware of that, so we're both keeping an eye out for those. It's kind of like you almost have a 100-year building with some of the original electrical. It's like if you were living in that house, you would want to change out the electrical. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We're keeping an eye out for some funding in the future to redo all the electrical.
Mayor, can I ask?
Go ahead,
Is this
Commissioner.
something that is, these electrical issues, is this something that is preventing us from being able to rent it out to its extent? Are we going to
No.
run into?
You read my mind, Commissioner.
No, we can still rent it out, but when we do eventually find the funding, we're probably going to have to close it for a period of time to upgrade the electrical in there. So.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to interrupt again, but just to add, right now it's not a showstopper, but at some point it will come to the point where it has to absolutely be replaced because it's not functioning anymore.
And have we gotten estimated costs on those repairs?
We're looking at between $250,000 and $300,000 to redo the electrical in the entire building.
Some new initiatives at the Arts and Cultural Center. We found a pottery class teacher. We actually we're hiring her out of the school that recently closed in the area, and she knows how to use the kilns and everything. So we're really excited about getting that up and running. We're looking at new revenue sources. We have a very robust revenue plan. It's so big that it can't even fit, it can barely fit on this 11 by 17 sheet. And developing the new programming partners such as the Society for Arts. Next slide. Did you want me to speak about the revenues? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So working with Kelly and the staff at the Arts and Cultural Center, we came up with a very robust revenue scheme that includes many types of different classes that some are currently being taught there, dance. We're going to add pottery classes. We have gymnastics, karate, talent and acting, art classes, musical theater, summer camps. That's going to be an estimated revenue for that for next fiscal year is $343,560. And then the rentals for the Arts and Cultural Center, we're estimating one major event per month. We could do more, but just for budgeting purposes that.
Have people reached out to you already? So we have a sense of demand? Or
Yeah,
do we need to do more marketing?
At both, yeah, we haven't started marketing the women's club, but we're going to. We have people reaching out all the time wanting to rent that facility, both facilities actually.
Great.
So, yeah. So that piece of it will total about $37,440. Events hall programming revenue, we're not going to start programming into it till it's built out, probably February or March of 24. We're estimating 2 to 3 major events per month at $40,000 for the year. Women's club, we're estimating 1 to 2 events per week at $32,400 for the year, and 2 to 3 events per month on the weekends at $97,200 per year. And estimated revenues are $550,600. So overall, we're providing a service to the public and trying to get those expenses reimbursed as much as possible. So I see that increasing over time, particularly because we're not really going to hold any major programs there until 2024. So does anybody have any questions? Very excited about the future of this. We're going to bring in some really, really great programming, and we have the staff, the right staff to do it. With Kelly's experience, I couldn't be happier. So.
Wonderful. It's good news. Questions, comments? Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm very excited about the partnership with the Society of the Four Arts. I think that that's going to bring some arts and culture to our area that is, much needed in this area. I think that that's a great benefit. So you said music, but I know they have like library
Speakers
speaking
and
series.
absolutely speaker series, authors. Absolutely, there's a whole gambit of things we could do.
We have, the local talent here, it shouldn't be hard for us to find people to come and do these events. And with that partnership, I think that that adds that, the level of history and just, desire to, people follow this society, and that'll bring, people from the South County to us.
Yeah, they're really looking forward to that because they're redoing another events space on the island. So it was a perfect timing that I met with Sophia up there, and she's so excited. She said, I can't wait to plan things with you. So.
And what's our timeline on that? Are we waiting until the proper equipment is all in?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. That all has to be in. Now, the society is going to begin planning their fall 2024 coming up. Mm-hmm. So that's probably where our partnership will take place, starting in October season of 2024, late season. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Seeing none, thank you so much, Craig.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. All right, so now we are ready for the next presentation. If we can have Mario back up.
All right, good afternoon. Mario Guzman, Director of Public Works, with Gary Dunmeyer, City Engineer. The agenda has 302 and 303 split up. I actually have both of them combined in the same slide, if that's okay. And I'll be going through 303 and 302. They're just one in itself, one presentation for both. All right, I'll start it off. Before, a little background how we got into this, the CIP. Couple things, we're finalizing this year's CIP. Some projects came in over budget, some projects came in under budget. Some projects are going to be rolled over to this fiscal year. So from a financial aspect, a lot of things that we do is, okay, do we save money here? Do we need to transfer money from here to there? So that's just going on behind the scenes, and that plays a pivotal part in how we request funds for next fiscal year. Do we need to add more money to projects that came in over budget? So that's a little bit that goes behind the scenes with that. Aside from that, another thing that we do with the CIP projects, right now, the way it's split up, we have new initiatives with continual maintenance. For example, continual maintenance would be like paving projects. We're expecting at least $2 million a year to kind of catch up with a lot of the paving needs we need throughout the city. One of the concerns with our current methodology, which we are changing, is that that paving project is in competition with any kind of new initiatives in the city. Do we want to do a new park? Do we want to do a new building? All those kind of things. So moving forward, what we'd like to do is have that delineate what is the continual maintenance and what are new initiatives from a capital improvement perspective. So that's what went into our budgeting aspect. So quick agenda, we're going to go over the 303, fund budget plan, high level general government projects, recreation projects, public safety projects, IT projects, and we have transportation projects with that as well. And then 302 as well, we have some recreation parks projects, public safety projects, and transportation with those. And if you guys want a list of those, we can provide those. I'm going kind of big picture of the high number projects that we're doing. All right, next slide. Okay, let's talk about 303, funding source. It's a 1 cent sales tax increase, took effective January 2017, and it will sunset December 31st, 2026. So the surtax gets capped at $43 million for a 10-year period. Year to date, we're about $38 million. So we will be reaching the cap prior to the year. This fiscal year, I'll go into more details. We're about expected to receive about $5.5 million. So that's getting us closer to that 4.3 mark. So we don't anticipate, depending on what the final number is for 24, will affect our 25 CIP funding. I know our leadership team administration has been in contact with the county on the renewal of the surtax. It seems like, and this is just conversations where they may potentially renew it, but it'll be more defined for transportation projects. But that's just conversations. Ultimately, the residents will vote on that from a county level, and then we'll have more understanding. How that complexes with us when it comes to CIP is we have a finite amount of funding and what appears to be almost an infinite amount of projects that all come at our direction, all which are very important. And we have to make the decision. We have these competing priorities, hence bringing forth the governance board to kind of give it a ratings when it comes to these projects. 302 is our true city CIP, and that's the money that if we're getting different kind of grants, local agreements, any kind of transfers from 303, that projects that keep moving forward, we'll put them in the 302 project. So that is the true funding for 302. If I'm not mistaken, last year we had about $750,000 put into that, and this year was increased to $800,000. That's in addition to all the funding that's already there. So, next slide. So 303 surtax, you can see the highlighted is 23-24. Total is 5.5 million, and you see how we broke up the projects. 390 in general government, 1.2 in parks, 795 for public safety, for IT, 850 in transportation, 2.2. So the grand total is 5.5. If you look at the plan, that is it's more of a guideline. However, my team, as we speak right now, we're doing a condition assessment throughout the whole city. This assessment was done when the CIP surtax was first initiated. So we're just relooking at all these things. Everything that we touch from a public works perspective has a life cycle. Streets have a life cycle, 15 years. Roofs, anywhere from 10 to 15. AC units, 10 years. So if we can start programming, have the right assessment, so we can go to our leadership team, let them know, hey, listen, I know this is brand new, City Hall, brand new facility. We know that in 10 years, we have to address the AC at the building. So let's start putting away money now. So when it gets to that point, we have funds and we know what we need to program every single year for CIP. So as we speak, we are doing a condition assessment for years 25 through 28. Keep in mind the surtax ends 26, but most likely we'll run out of funds by 25. So for this year, 5.5 million is what we're looking at. That's the highlighted blue section. All right, next slide.
Mario, one moment. We have a
Yep.
question from Commissioner Cruz.
Yep. Can we dig deeper into this? I know you mentioned it was going to be very high level, but I think the budget time is the opportunity when we actually get to see in depth, like what projects we're doing. Do we have a slide for more detailed information on those projects that?
Yeah.
we would do?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to zoom in a little bit. So what you saw was the 10,000 view. This is the 5,000 view. And if you want the nitty gritty, I'll give you one of these. I don't want to present a big list of projects.
We did provide these sheets to them at the beginning of the meeting, so they have copies of
Okay.
those. Yeah.
Yeah. So for example, we have a lot of, we might have some painting and carpet stuff. That's stuff that we do for our projects that I didn't want to put them up here. So for example, central government projects, $40,000 to paint the schoolhouse museum, exterior painting. And that's not just painting, that's also resealing the facility, pressure washing, recaulking. So there's a sealing aspect that goes with that. We have carpet replacements throughout the city, got about $50,000 for that. $300,000 for HVAC repairs, and that includes some chillers, particularly in Fire Station 5. That is what cools the building at Fire Station 5. Next slide. Recreation and Parks projects, $28,000 for Meadows Park tennis resurfacing and fencing, $75,000 for Wilson Parkside furnishings, $25,000 the irrigation breaker, $1 million for Little League, $25,000 for park swing set upgrades, $18,000 for the Denton pool cover replacement, and then $35,000 at Hester Park for the tennis courts. We tried, with the conversations of a potential parks bond, we tried not to, it was a delicate balance of what are the imminent needs at the parks. At the same token, if we can reappropriate these funds as a holistic aspect from CIP, if we potentially get it or do not get it, we didn't go too heavy with the parks projects. However, we did want to address some of the low-hanging fruit imminent needs at the parks. Next slide, please. Some public safety projects, $750,000 for Fire Station 5 for the generator and fuel tank replacement. That also includes designs and construction. $45,000 for Fire Station 4 security cameras. For IT projects, $775,000 for the Datrium server storage replacement. That was actually a project that was scheduled for last year, and we ended up bumping it to this year. And yeah, so that's a Datrium project, and then $75,000 for citywide PC replacements, which is something we have programmed historically in CIP. Some transportation projects, about $150,000 just for sidewalk replacements throughout the city, and ADA ramp upgrades. Those go hand in hand. 1.9 for asphalt repairs and road resurfacing. Gary does a phenomenal job at his road assessments and all those things. Another thing that we have to balance when we do resurfacing, we have our plan of what we'd like to do, but we work hand in hand with utilities. They might have a potential utility project that's coming down the pipe, so that's going to bump one of our projects, and we want to address the paving while they're doing the utility project. Conversely, we might want to pave a particular area because it might be a D or an F-rated road, and we just have to make sure that there's no utility projects going on, that collaboration. We just don't, for obvious reasons, we don't want to pave something that you're going to tear up another 2 years to do any kind of underground work. And then aside with that, we worked with.
Okay. A question.
Yeah.
For the 1.9 million for resurfacing and asphalt repairs, where exactly is that happening? Like, are we distributing that evenly? I know you mentioned it has to do with other departments as well, but is it evenly spread throughout the districts, or is it mainly focused, like, where are we doing those repairs?
So we try to look at the rating of the roads. Aside from that, looking at the actual road and the biggest impact for the city. And it's difficult sometimes because there might be an F-rated road that needs to get repaired. But if there is a D-rated road that affects the residents more, we want to get to those high volume areas. Aside from that, we do the balancing act of, okay, are there TPA grants available? Are there other grants available? And then aside from that, so for example, one of the things that it's kind of in the air right now that's going to affect our paving is ARPA funds. If we get ARPA funds, we can take those projects, okay, we won't put those in our program. If we do not get to have those ARPA funds, then okay, we have to put them in our program, which is subsequently going to bump some other paving projects. So there's more than enough paving throughout the city, so we try to address it.
Thank you, Mario. But my question specifically is, like, where are those $1.9 million going for those projects? Like, can you give us specifically where those are going to go?
Do we have a map of the resurfacing projects? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I have that map. I can send it to you all tomorrow or tonight.
Yeah. Currently, right now, to finalize this year's projects, we have Southwest 8th Street, which we're trying to do. And then we also have, I believe, Lake Boynton Estates.
Correct.
Which came in over budget. So that's a project that we have to carry the funds from this year to fund that one.
That's right. We've got a couple of projects that we were trying to finish up this year. One was Lake Boynton Estates, which is, south of Boynton Beach Boulevard, west of Southwest 8th Street. That project was very expensive. So what we're trying to do now is turn it into a grant project. So we're paying for the engineering this year, the surveying this year, the geotechnical this year, and then we're going to develop a conceptual plan and then use that conceptual plan to get us a grant for the rest of the design and construction. So we're doing that for that area, and then we're also doing it for the Cherry Hills area. And when I say Cherry Hills, it's south of the canal between 95 and Seacrest, all the way down to Boynton Beach Boulevard. So it's the same process there. So we're hoping to get those two projects mostly designed and conceptualized, and again, work with TEF to get grants.
Yeah, the concern that I've been having is sometimes when I when I do town halls or go talk to constituents, there's a lot of anger and there's a lot of disappointment towards the city because their roads haven't been paved sometimes in over decades, right? So obviously, as you go to a neighborhood and you see, okay, this hasn't been happening, and obviously, Mario, you're always pretty good at explaining what's going on. And I do understand that it has to do with a lot of underground utilities and all those things. But when we think about how we're spending the money, and that's a question I wanted to ask you earlier, but I know now it's when you're discussing CIP. My question was going to be, how come we're spending more money than we were spending last year? We have more revenue, and I know it has to do with the CBAs and all that. That's fine. But in addition to that, we're spending less money in CIP and we're doing less projects. Could you talk to us a little bit about why that's the case? I know in the budget book it says something about staffing, but can we dig into that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the funding source, the funding source and the projects, although they go hand in hand, is also separate. So if you look at last year, have the number of projects decreased? Some have decreased, but the actual amount of each particular project has increased.
Right.
Something like Hester Center is coming in at $3.6 million, $2.7 million. That takes a lot of resources when it comes to that aspect. So that affects that. So if I have $1.9 million, I can do, it's that balance of, do I get big street or do I try to split it up? So for example, some low hanging fruit, and those are the projects we put in the ARPA side. Cherry Hill is going to be a big one. Chapel Hill Boulevard, low hanging fruit, things we can address. Gulfview Harbor, things we can address, low hanging fruit with those kind of funds. So sometimes the project don't correlate with the funds. And also, one of the things that we did in the CIP, we changed the amount for a project to be CIP related. In the past, anything over $5,000 was a project. I remember seeing projects that were for mailboxes and a bunch of things, and I'm like, why is it CIP? there should be a maintenance account. So you start seeing a lot of maintenance accounts went higher because we took that away from the CIP. So inherently, the number of CIP projects has decreased. Hope I answered it somewhat. Let me clarify.
Commissioner.
Yes, I think part of it was the question on staffing. I know that we're looking for an engineer, but, and also the understanding that there might be less ability of a bandwidth because of staff. Can you go into a little bit?
Well, talk about CIP in general as far as the funding. The city, we don't have a dedicated source of funding for CIP. That's something that we need to talk about. Obviously, the surtax has helped us get past where we were. Prior to the surtax, we got very little money as far as dedicated resources to paving. Hence why some of the constituents are upset is that we have not dedicated $2 or $3 million a year to paving. So right now, the only dedicated source that we had was the local gas tax options, which generates about $450,000 we've been moving towards the CIP. That's generally in the past what we've done. Since the surtax, we have stepped up our game and have been doing $2 million or even more, because there's some projects that are in the 302 that are also paving projects as well. So I don't know it's so much just staffing as it is a funding. It's a balancing act between putting resources towards capital versus, because again, that's just going to make the general fund and or our overall budget increase. So we don't have that dedicated resource, like local gas tax dollars, where we get very little bit of money, which obviously doesn't cover all the paving that we need to do in the city. Obviously, if the infrastructure tax, that the conversion from the surtax to an infrastructure tax, that'll give us that year over year dedicated funding. And I think what you'll see is a much more increase. Even since we've done the surtax, you've seen a much more increase in our paving efforts. The difficult part is the whole city's needed. I mean, pretty much every street in the city is needed. And Gary's done a great job of them going out, prioritizing our dollars and trying to take care of the oldest, worst roads first. And then again, grouping them in a manner so that we're not just we're trying to do entire neighborhoods instead of just doing street a la carte. So that's particularly why we're in this situation. I do think that going forward, obviously, if we do get the infrastructure tax, that'll be a true blessing for the city.
Can you tell me a little bit about the infrastructure tax? I'm not really familiar with it.
So there's a lot of talk, again, the surtax, which is our penny sales tax. The county has been in discussions about extending that past to 2026, but they're going to refocus it so that it's strictly for transportation elements. So that would be your street paving or widening of roads and stuff like that. So they're going to shift it from just general surtax to where we plan projects, where it'd be more related towards transportation projects.
Okay.
So that don't know for sure when that will come online. Those discussions are being had. That will be, I believe, another referendum that'll go out. I think they're shooting for 2025, right around that time frame. So when the surtax falls off, this will be in place to take its place.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that affects us at times, and Gary can go into the details of it. Some years ago, I'm not sure if most of the people here weren't here, but a decision was made to resurface the roads with micro surfacing, is it called? Which looks great for 5 years. So it looks great for 5 years. So sometimes the streets, they may be in good sound structure shape, but the way it looks horrible. So that's just something that we're trying to rectify in the back end, saying, no, we don't want to do micro surfacing because it's a quick win for 5 years. That's it. We really want to get them from a structural perspective. So as Andrew alluded to, and also Gary, we try to do the worst first with a balance of what's going to affect, what's the biggest impact for the community, what's a highly driven road that gets the abuse that we need to really address. But yeah, that micro surfacing is making things just worse. So 1.9 for asphalt repairs, we can definitely provide you with our schedule. For road repairs, tentative schedule. And then $65,000 for Drive Safe Boynton. $50,000, that's to prepare for a grant application for bridge repairs. And then $80,000 is a fee that we get from the FEC crossings. All right, so for, it's on fund 2023. So for some highlights, we had 42 projects finished this year. Currently have 46 projects in progress: Hester, Eco Park, Southwest 8th, JC Dog Park. Those are all in process, and just miscellaneous small ones, infrastructure projects building maintenance projects throughout the year. I just like to, this is the dream big portion of the CIP. So there's some things we got artificial reef, we got the fishing pier we need to address. We have phase 1B of Hester, Public Works compound. I heard a rumor about that. So just senior center, there's other projects, you know, it's just, I like to keep them on the radar. These are things as a city, it's good to have conversations about, but that's just additional future needs separate and apart from the maintenance needs. And that's what I spoke about earlier. To your point, Commissioner Cruz, yeah, residents are upset. We need to make sure that from the CIP aspect, there's money going away for maintenance, for infrastructure, roads, those kind of things.
Yeah.
But then it's also nice to have the dream big aspect of it. You know, let's make this a world-class city and have these kind of things that we can look at. And all these things like, so the projects that were submitted this year, whatever was not funded, I immediately have a conversation with Tess and start looking at, hey, how can we get some of these funding needs and things of that nature. So, all right, next slide. 302, 302 fund, we have some transfers from the surtax there. And you can see it's $6.3 million for the 302 account. And along the same notion with my previous comment with recondition assessment, we're doing the same thing with 302. 302 doesn't have as many projects as the 303. As Andrew has stated, that's our main funding source right now. But the 302 is our true CIP, what the city physically puts in from a fiscal aspect to do projects. So $3,000 in general projects, $94,000 for parks projects, 156 for PD projects, and then $6 million for transportation. Next slide, please. And we'll break those down. 59,000 for Mangrove Park to do a demo and design, so that's more design aspect for it. 35,000 is just miscellaneous parks projects that come out. You know, things happen throughout the city that we need to address. And we look at both 303 and 302 funding. I can tell you right now, one of the recent issues we've had is Pioneer Park, where that boat dock and ramp needs some repairs. So these things come up and we have to start looking at, okay, how can we, let's get a design first, how much it's gonna cost, and then start seeing if we can try to program it within the CIP or seek additional funding. 156,000 is for the police CAD records management system. I believe the chief spoke about that earlier. Next slide, please. And these are our big transportation projects. 2.8 million, the construction of Southeast First roadway improvements. We're working with utilities on that. I believe we got a TPA grant for that project. 1.5, it's a joint project between the city of Boynton Beach and the city of Delray Beach. It's going to be a total project of $4 million as of right now. We have 1.5 towards the project. Keep in mind, this is all projected costs. We'll find out the true cost, you know, once it goes out to bid and all those.
Is that the $900,000? Is that from the 2019 TPA grant that we received?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, and then 900,000 TPA grant where DOT is doing that project and we're funding it. A lot of these, once we get these, you know, road paving is the big, that's what we say, but realistically we look at road paving, drainage, sidewalk improvements, ADA, bike lanes if possible, to really add that connectivity throughout the city. And also as we plan these projects and looking at this connectivity piece, we're heavily invested in trying to get some TPA grants as we speak, just to offset the costs for the CIP and road projects.
Yeah, thank you, Mario. And just for fairness sake and just for awareness, TPA grants are funded a few years ahead. So like right now, the TPA grant that's been working, it's in the works. Could be funded by like 2027, 2028. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. So that goes into our program.
Yeah. So, you know, just for my colleagues, I think it's important to think about how we're spending our funding and thinking about what our residents need. I think that road paving is something that's really important for all districts in the city. This is something that homeowners, renters, visitors, everyone gets to see as they go through our city. And having roads that are less than desirable doesn't make us look good, doesn't make our residents feel like we're spending our taxpayers, our tax base really in the best way possible. So let's be mindful of that as we go through the budget and we think about a lot of projects that we're funding and some of them are millions of dollars. Let's think about that because yes, a lot of projects would be great to have, but is it a need for next year? You know, this is the time when we get to plan ahead and think about the future. And, you know, we're spending a lot of money in projects, which are great projects. But at the same time, you know, what are our residents seeing as they're driving home every day?
Nope, thank you for that. And that's the biggest chunk of the 302 and both 303. As you can see, we have prioritized transportation and paving projects. Next slide. And we're done with the CIP.
Thank you, Mario.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Andrew, just wanted to quickly ask you, should we discuss that item now or later? Can do it now? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mario. Any final comments or questions from my colleagues?
Nope, I'm excited to talk about the artificial reef. That's it.
Okay.
I do have a question. You mentioned about the $900,000 for Boynton Beach Boulevard. And you also, when you were talking about 302 and for 303, you mentioned 35,000 for miscellaneous projects and all that kind of stuff. Is that 35,000 in that 900,000 or is that separate?
Separate.
It's separate. And you mentioned, I think it was 35,000 for resurfacing a tennis court in 302. Is that, what's the life expectancy of a tennis court surface? When was the last time we did this? Have we ever done it? I take that to be a no.
I'm gonna guess and say 10 years for resurfacing. I mean, Casey, what's Casey? We got a guy.
No, I heard, no, I didn't hear you. Yes, Casey Young, Recreation Parks Director. Typically, tennis court resurfacing is probably 5 to 7 years. We go along the same lines of resurfacing a basketball court, outdoor basketball court. So one of the projects that we recently resurfaced was Hester Center. That's what courts were resurfaced. So again, those are usually the timeframes, and also just in consideration, the pickleball courts at the Boynton Beach Tennis Center were also resurfaced. So again, we're looking at 5 to 7 years for all of those projects.
Okay, thank you. Casey? That's all I have. Job well done.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you. We're moving on now to utility fund. After Dr. Kalkat covers her presentation and Mr. Rocek, I would like to just bring up an item for my colleagues for discussion. But go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Poonam Kalkat, Director of Utilities. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk through the utilities funds. We've already presented the rate study a little bit, so you have some ideas of how our costs have gone up. We talked a little bit about inflation and other things. So just going into it, just wanted to let you know that we serve around 115,000 people. We have around 37,000 water accounts, 35,000, I think, sewer accounts. And we have a workforce of 146.5 FTEs. And right now we have, I think, little less than 12% vacancies. So just to put it in perspective, a year and a half ago when I had joined, we were working, we had close to over 30%, 35% vacancies. So I want to thank our HR department and our staff, management and supervisory staff for really working hard to fill those vacancies so we can start working through some of this work for utilities, our utility service customers. So our proposed budget is 60.689449 million. It's an 8% increase. we, as I've stated in the past, we start out as a zero-based budget. And that just means I have asked all our supervisors and managers to look at everything as to what do you need to do? What's the cost of doing that business? So don't look at yes, you look at what you've spent in the past, obviously, but don't just look at that and say, okay, let me increase 5%, let me increase 10%, and so on and so forth. So think about what the needs are. And they've been doing a phenomenal job. And it's changed how we used to do initially. I think it used to be like division supervisors and managers would produce and say, this is the cost that I need for my division. And then the director would decide whatever they wanted to based on what they wanted to end up being. Now it's more of a back and forth explanation, justification, show us why the needs are there, and then we go through it. So we've changed, and what it's done is it's given us more accountability at every level. Our supervisors and everybody, they look at budgets from expenses to budgeting on a more regular basis. I want to thank our finance supervisor, Jeff, who's here, and I want to thank Chris, as well as Vinny O'Brien. These are some of the people who've really worked hard in the last year to get us to a place. I also want to thank Gail Moots, who helped us develop some dashboards for finance and procurement for how we do work. And what that does is it helps us set up what our budgets, how are we spending down? Because sometimes there's a gap between when we see it in Central Square, and so sometimes people don't realize that they're allocating money that's already spent or already at least allocated into what they think somebody else might have used that money. So now it's all more transparent. So that's helping us do utility business a little bit better. The increases that you see are a lot to do with, we've got 3 new personnel that we are asking for. There also been some reclassifications and reorganizations. These have helped us have a more process efficiencies have been put in place because of that. There's more accountability at each level because of that. But there is an increased cost with some of this personnel needs. Also, the cost of living allocation, the COLA, our retirement accounts, our health services, all of those costs have gone up too. So that's one of the big increases that we've seen. We also see increased cost of services, supplies, and materials, along with long lead times, which means sometimes you have to push maintenance of something a little bit longer. And that hasn't helped in the last year. That's been a challenge for our services. We've seen chemicals for treatment, for water treatment, go up a lot, and those don't seem to be coming down. So we are working with our contractors and our vendors to try and see what can we reduce, and we keep looking at how can we offset some of those. So the increases are there, but there were a lot of decreases too. So if you look at the detailed line item budget, you'll see that there were some decreases, some increases. Another thing, and I think Mario mentioned this, in the past we've had some costs that were allocated to CIP and wasn't in operational, but there were more maintenance activities. As an example, water tanks, storage tanks. Maintenance of those, you may not need to put in the cost of cleaning those out. Maybe it's every 5 years you need to clean those out, but it's a maintenance activity. It's not a CIP activity. So we have shifted some of those, and I want to thank Corinne and Mara and Tony Fabio, because they've been working very closely with our finance supervisor to look at what should be CIP, what should be O&M. So we've been shifting, making some shifts there too, and that's also caused some of the increases in our O&M budget. Standard general fund transfer of 80% of utilities has gone up just because we have asked for a rate increase or revenue increases. So it's 8% of our revenue. So that cost goes up too then. Next slide. Breaking down some of the increases and what are the drivers for that. 3.9 million was the increase was because of personnel. And like I said, it has to do with cost of additional personnel, but also COLA, insurance, retirement contributions, and so on and so forth. Operationally, we've seen an inflation increase. Chemicals have gone up. Our FPL power has gone up around 25% or more. Services and materials and equipment, all of those things we are seeing have gone up. Minor construction has gone up. So everything that we're coming back this year, anything that we either bid out or ask for quotes has been higher than in the past. General fund, just like I mentioned, because of our projected increase in revenue with the rate increases that if the commission approves, then that increases our payment in lieu of taxes, and then indirect cost allocations to different departments because their costs have gone up. Capital funding, we had our rate consultant go through what should be our investment into infrastructure. So this year, we are saying we need to increase it by at least 700,000 and put a commitment for spending at least $9 million every year on our infrastructure. So those have also, the capital reinvestment has also gone up. Next slide. Going division by division, and this is just giving you a little bit of information. It's not detailed, and there is line itemization, and I have some notes too, so if anybody has any questions, I can go through those. The water distribution has actually gone down, and the only reason it's gone down is we've moved some locator positions that used to be in distribution. We've moved them to engineering services because we thought that was more centralized and didn't have to be just distribution. So there's been a slight decrease in that. The water plants have really increased, and we see a major increases because of power and chemicals and some of the equipment, but also personnel increases. All of the increases that you see absolutely have personnel increases included in there. Meter services was mainly due to meter replacement. We are getting to the point where our meters are dying out and we need to the end of life and we need to replace them. The problem you get into is because you replace all your meters at the same time, they seem to die out at the same time. So what we are trying to change the model, we are working with our vendor and coming up with more of offsetting, so we can every year we can do certain amounts, and instead of maybe having all the meters go to end of life, starting to replace them, maybe it's 80 when they're 80% usage, 85%, 90%. So we're defining some of those things based on the conditions, because sometimes the meter vendors will tell you that these meters can go to 10 years, but it's not Southeast Florida environment. The heat and the humidity, and sometimes with the salt water, these meters die out faster. Same thing happens with some of our infrastructure. So we're looking at those things a little bit more carefully because of that. Lab services, it's a nominal increase because of some of the just regular material expenses as well as personnel. Customer relations, it's mainly personnel increases, cost of personnel. Next slide. Wastewater collection, again, we have reorganized and readjusted. We've also created some heavy equipment operator positions, so our operational teams can do better at some of the work in-house and do some of this construction, help with some of the construction that we can do ourselves. So we are working through some of those, and we added 2 heavy equipment operators to our field operations crew. Wastewater pumping stations, that increase includes FPL power to our lift stations, as well as personnel increases and cost of some of the minor construction and rehab programs that we are doing. The regional sewage plant is a big increase. One of the reasons is there is an increase because of their chemicals for treatment, as well as equipment and other services, vendor services. But there's also, we have only one line item for regional sewage plant, and that includes any capital improvement projects that they're doing. So there is a pipeline project that they're working on, and that has at least $750,000 that's added to that because of that reason. So that's I'm talking to finance and see if we can separate out their CIP and bring it into more like a CIP instead of saying that's an O&M cost, because it looks like you have these sort of like spikes in Southeast regional facilities costs, because they're going from one year, they may be doing a bigger CIP project, another year they may not. So we're looking at how we can smooth that by bringing it into a CIP. So we're working on that. The district energy plan, even though it looks like 20%, it's a small amount. but it's mainly because of maintenance activities that have gone up for our chillers and the towers, maintenance of those towers. Next slide. The administration, a big portion of the administration is we have all the cell phone services and all the software that the utility uses is all housed in administration. We also have some of the personnel costs. We have one added personnel. It's a maintenance, it's a mechanic for facilities that we're adding. We have only one person who's responsible for all the facilities maintenance, and we've added one mechanic position, so the plant mechanics don't have to be doing that work. They can focus on the plant operations and our raw water sources, wells, and the facilities maintenance mechanic can really focus on the facilities. Engineering services went up because we moved some of the positions from some of our field operations, locator services. The 3 positions that were moved into engineering services. We also created an engineering coordination. It was a reclassification of a position that was also moved in there. And then we also have a couple of studies that we are doing so that we can plan our capital improvement projects a little bit better based on analysis and doing some master planning. So some of the studies are also in the feasibility studies. Stormwater increases are really, again, due to some FPL cost, some personnel cost, and some of our equipment and supplies and vendor services. And the debt service is a decrease, but this was, it was a refinancing that was done, so there's a schedule that we have to follow. So that's just based on that schedule. Next slide. Some of the operational successes, I already talked a little bit about it, doing some of the reorganization and implementation of career paths throughout the utilities is helping us be more effective and efficient, but it's also allowing for our staff to be able to grow and be able to really have a career path, really feel that they can build a career here, and we can have people retain talent instead of them looking for other places to go after they've learned everything from us. So this has started changing how the morale is in the utilities, how people are thinking of this as somewhere they can really stay long term and build a career and grow throughout the utilities. So this is helping us a lot. It's also helped us put more accountability in each position. So everybody knows what they're accountable for, and nobody's scared of taking responsibility because they feel that there's going to be a blame factor in there. That used to be how people used to feel. That's changed. People know that we are going to provide them training and we are going to work as a team. It's not one person, and we are all going to work together. So that's given them more confidence to really say, hey, I would want to be promoted. Can I get an opportunity? So we're working through some of those. So that's helped having these career paths and giving people opportunities. Sometimes it's interim, sometimes people are able to interview. Also want to thank HR by having a person who helps develop staff. And Ria has really been instrumental in sitting down with some of our utility staff that they may not have interviewed for the longest time. They may have come in as a frontline employee, and then after that, they've never interviewed. So now as they're interviewing for higher positions, we expect them to know things and be able to say and speak. So she's been able to do mock interviews. She's been able to help them build their resume and work with them. And we've seen a huge difference in how people have interviewed before and after that. So I think we're providing those services as a city to our staff. And I think that's phenomenal that we are doing that, and we are investing in our staff. The city achieved Class 5 rating, as you all are aware, under the National Flood Insurance Program, which is the community rating system, CRS, and that provided our people who have the National Flood Insurance, are under the National Flood Insurance Program, they can get up to 25% discounts on their flood insurance. We are actually right now implementing and working through a watershed master plan that'll help get us a Class 4 rating. And that'll allow people to get up to 33% discount on their flood insurance. So that can be huge difference for people. And as we are seeing, people used to have home insurance, and people used to think that I have hurricane insurance, and that'll be good enough, but that doesn't cover floods. So now we are educating people more through our program, through the CRS program, and also helping get that. The watershed master planning is also going to help us do hydraulic modeling for the whole city, look at drainage more comprehensively, and look at our stormwater projects more comprehensively throughout the city. So it's going to do two things. So this project has already started, and we hope to complete it hopefully within the next 9 to 10 to 12 months. And so by this time next year, we should have the watershed master plan, and we should be able to provide a report to the commission and use that to define some of our stormwater projects. And when we go into CIP, we'll talk a little bit about some of those. As I spoke about setting up some smart sheets for building some dashboards for budgeting, finance, procurement tasks, what it's done is that it's helped all the supervisors start looking at their expenses and budgets on a daily basis. So when they request for something, they have a much better open idea about how much has been spent, what is coming, what are invoices that are going to be. It used to be a little bit of a black box for them, not knowing, and that would sometimes put us into a place of like, hey, we've already used up those funds, you can't use it. But now we've already asked, so finance is working with us, but our finance services group has really started working through this, and so it's become more of a streamlined process. We're also working on smart sheet dashboards for safety and staff training. And what it's doing is it's helping us monitor, but also look at what kind of metrics should we be looking at long term, so we can focus on projects. For example, for safety, what are the areas that we are having people have incidents, and can we have more targeted safety programs that will work towards those things? So until we have that data, it's hard to really know. It's more in people's heads. So we're trying to change those by having some of these dashboards in place. Next slide. I'm very proud that our water plant and our maintenance group in the water plant that look at all the maintenance activities at the plants, as well as the raw water, source water, have started doing a phenomenal job of our maintenance program for the wells. This was something that last year we realized that we were lacking. And if you think about it, our source water is where everything starts. If you don't have good source water coming in, you'll have to spend more on your treatment. If you have wells that have to be out of service because they're not producing as well as they could, that can be a capacity issue for us. So this was a big focus that they really put emphasis on and started building this program, and I'm very proud that they're continuing to do that, and this should help us long term to be able to work with the source water we have instead of looking for alternative sources of water. Another place that we are working very hard is asset management and a work order system. We're looking at gap analysis, looking at until we know what is the condition of all the assets we have, until we have an inventory of all these assets in one place, you can't really start working on doing a good condition assessment program, and you can't really go out and really fix things because you don't know how you can prioritize. What are your highest risks of failure? What are the highest consequences of failures for some of those risks? So to get that data, the asset management program really is important. And so we're working very hard on getting that to the next level and working through that. We have a person now, he's an inspector, environmental inspector for fats, oils, and grease program. And it does two things. One is it makes sure the restaurants and any eating places are not putting grease into our system. It also focuses on where we are seeing those grease come up and how can we put programs in place. And he's really hands-on, and he started really contacting every eating place and restaurants, but also looking at maybe their home catering business, and people just don't realize that they shouldn't be putting this stuff into our collection system, and that causes grease to really form balls, and that, I know it sounds disgusting, but it does cause pressure issues throughout our system. And so we can have breaks because of those kind of things. So we have started changing how we do our maintenance programs. The customer service division successfully took over residential sanitation calls. You heard Mario talk about that. And this was done with minimal impacts on service to the customers. And I'm very proud of the customer service division. They really embraced the change. And thank you to Mario's Public Works Sanitation Group that worked very closely with them. So as we took that over, what kind of calls were coming, how to set it up, train them, and it's still ongoing. And just sometimes, I mean, sometimes it's like increased our call volume by over 100 in a day. It's the same group of people. We have added only one position, but they've done phenomenally in making sure that the customers are not impacted. So very happy to report that. Continued water meter replacement program. This has been a very hard one this last year. The meter replacement program can only work if we get the equipment in time. Otherwise, everything gets backed up. So we were getting into that problem, and I want to really give kudos to our meter services management group as well as the frontline employees. We started working with our vendor, and we've come up with a program and a plan so we can actually make strides instead of just sort of waiting in that we're waiting for equipment to come in, and then the equipment comes in, and now we've got so much equipment that we can't really put them in place. So we're working through, we've come up with a really good program now, and I think you'll start seeing that that's going to make an impact within the next few months, for sure, with this meter replacement project. So very happy about that. Some of the challenges, we continue to have staff shortages. We continue to have shortage of skilled and experienced workers. We have gotten a lot of frontline employees. A lot of times these are first-time utility workers, and that's great because we can build that crew, but it also puts a little bit of burden on the experienced people because now they're training a lot of people at the same time. So it's a balancing act, but our field operations supervisors, coordinators, and manager have been working very hard to really have a standardized training program, because it used to be a little bit ad hoc. Whoever was training, if somebody would get good training, they'd be a good employee and they would think that they could grow. Another person would say, I was never given that training. Nobody really came and asked me. So we're changing how we train. So we're making those changes at all levels now. The supply chain delays in procuring materials continues to be a big issue for us operationally, for maintenance activities and minor construction. We are talking to some of our consultants. Some of the material and equipment is 60 weeks, over a year delays in some of these. So every project's getting pushed back, and we have to maintain a little bit longer and manage and have to go and look at certain assets more often. So that means more staff time. So it's a problem that actually causes us, affects us at every level because of that reason, because we've got to do a little bit more. But we're going to continue pushing. We are looking at vendors. We continue to ask vendors for ways that we can do better. We keep asking other utilities if they've found better vendors, and we continue looking at that. The rising costs of materials, supplies, labor, fuel, and electricity, as we've already discussed. Competing priorities for equipment and infrastructure repair and replacement is always a challenge. Our city and Southeast Florida, generally pipes were put in maybe around 50 years or so ago. So we are starting to see that there was a time when maybe if you didn't have too many replacement projects, you were good. But now we're getting to a point where if we don't have these replacement projects going now, we will get into a problem where we're always chasing these repairs. So we're working hard to get some of the condition assessment in so we can prioritize our projects better. But it is going to be a continued challenge for the next few years at least. But we're going to continue pushing. There are regulations coming that require additional financial resources for water. There is a lead and copper rule change that requires all municipalities throughout the country to do a lead and copper pipe inventory. And this has to be done not just on the public side, which is the pipes we own, but also private side. And that is a huge challenge because we do not have records for what people's pipes material might be. So we have a project going on right now. We are, I think, over 70% done, I think, even on the private side. And we are working on on the public side, we are around 80% done on the inventory, but that's still a large number because of the number of pipes we have. Another big regulation that's coming, that's going to be a big deal for all municipalities is, you might have heard in the news, PFAS and PFOS. These are treatment requirements that are going to come. EPA has set a minimum drinking water standard for these products, and there are hundreds of these products, but they've set this up only for a couple of these products. So down the road, you could get a treatment that might work for the ones that are right now in place, and then a couple of years later, some other product might be more challenging. So it is going to be difficult. That is something that we are working on. We don't, so if, just to give you some perspective, rainwater, they found that rainwater has it. They found in Alaska, in areas, has it. So PFAS compounds are there pretty much everywhere, in everything. We are not producing it. We don't necessarily have treatments. Thankfully for us, the West treatment plant has a program that already has a treatment that can work the membranes. We have to look at the East treatment plant and see what we need to do there. And we have some options, but that'll be something we'll be coming to you in the near future. So we're going to sit down with our consultants and look up what's the cost of us putting some treatment changes and how will that work. So just to give you a heads up that those are also costs that are going to be problematic for all municipalities, not just us, in the near future. Next slide. Next slide, please. Some of the initiatives that we've been taking, and you may have heard me talk about that, but we are evaluating and optimizing our water treatment processes at both plants to meet current as well as future regulatory needs. Continuing to improve accuracy of base maps for underground utilities, and you all can understand how important that is. If we know where our pipes are, if we know where our valves are, we are able to isolate if there are breaks. And if some of those are not accurate, we waste time. So that's something that and this is again, all the employees, the frontline employees, as well as our coordinators and supervisors work very closely with our asset management coordinator to really get these base maps. And they work very closely with our GIS group, and ITS has one of the senior GIS coordinator actually sit in the utilities because she is phenomenal. Jennifer is phenomenal in helping us get some of these maps and accurate information of assets in the GIS. We're continuing, as I said, expanding the asset management and work order system, and we are performing gap analysis and building this asset management roadmap because we need to know how long it's going to take us to do that, and we are working through that right now. We're continuing our efforts and programs to improve the CRS score, so that'll help our customers. We're implementing processes for enhanced utility customer service, changing how the culture and efficiency of how we respond to our customer needs, and we're looking at that all the time. Next slide, please. Some of the sustainability and resilience. I will be bringing we have a new sustainability and resilience administrator. We hired her. She's been here, I think 2 weeks, no, 1 week. So we'll bring her in the next commission meeting to introduce her to everybody. And then if any of you are interested, I know the mayor would definitely want to sit down, because with Rebecca, we had sat down, I and Rebecca had sat down with the mayor. So Alana and I'll sit down with all of you and just look at what our sustainability goals are. And she's just getting herself right now up to date with what Rebecca had left, where the program is, and continuing to work with that. We are conducting the climate vulnerability assessment, continuing to do better refinement of that, and implementing measures to mitigate risks of flooding and other climate hazards. We work closely with our regional partners, Palm Beach County, Del Rey, Lake Worth, Boca, and I think who else? I think Lantana. So those are a couple of regional partners that we work very closely on that. We're support for public outreach and education about water conservation and resiliency and sustainability. And Alana has a passion for really trying to do something with the community so the community can build resilience and we can help them build that resilience. So I'm very excited to have her on board. Next slide. This is just a reminder from the rate analysis. We are continuing to look at what are the revenue sources. We are looking at all our service fee because some of our service fee, we want to look at what's the methodology for that service fee and what's it based on, as well as whether we need to increase that based on what's the cost of us providing that service. So we're having our rate consultant look through that. We have a proposal from him. We're evaluating that, so we should be working on that. But we have brought to the commission and the mayor that we are going to be going for a 10% increase for water, wastewater, and stormwater. Further future rate increases will be required based on everything that I've presented to you. We are also refining our capital improvement plan and looking at master planning, doing better condition assessment, and looking at what are the criticalities and priorities for our projects. For long-term capital funding plan, we are looking at how can we increase our PAYGO funding, which is going to be based on how much revenue we bring in, how much we put to our R&R funding every year, how much investment we are making, and then potential debt financing if we need to, or grants as well as SRF loans. We've actually started working with some consultants to get through some of these grants so we can do a better job at it. But it's something we're really, really pushing forward for. I will mention some of these grants can require a lot of hand-holding, a lot of staff time, because some of the federal requirements have inbuilt requirements for Buy American, and so you need to do more calculations. You've got to submit a lot of information, but that's something that we are committed to continuing working on. And then continue to develop our rate adjustment and come up with a plan for the long term with that. Next slide. I'm here to answer any questions, and then I also have a CIP presentation.
Any questions so far from my colleagues, or should we move directly on to CIP? Go ahead, Commissioner.
The Class 5 rating, is that helping our residents, citizens with their insurance rates, reducing it at all?
As long as they are under the National Flood Insurance Plan. If they're not under that program, then no. But that's the program that FEMA looks at. And so if they're under that program, then yes. They can really get a huge substantial discount for 25%. And if we go to CRS rating of 4, it'll go to up to 33% of discount. And there's no other, I mean, right now, there's no other Florida municipality that's at CRS 4 rating. There are a number of municipalities that are working towards that.
Okay. Second, the incident that would just happen in Boynton with the $12 million, 12 gallons being spilled into our intercoastal. Is there anything that we can do, or we just have to wait until it bursts? Because if we could determine those clay pipes that were laid about the same time as the one that just burst, is there anything we could do to test or replace, or so that doesn't happen again? Because that cost the city, did it not?
It will. It will, absolutely. You're right. And I know Mayor wanted me to talk a little bit about that too. I don't know if you want to say anything right now, and you want me to go into
He
that?
beat me to it, but it's all right because it's all in the same goal here, which is we want to get a long-term solution.
Yes.
So Poonam, if you just want to,
Sure.
touch on that now.
So unfortunately, this pipe replacement project was on the budget. It was in the budget, had been budgeted for. We had actually bid a project out, but that project was a bigger, more of a streets as well as the pipe replacement project. And we only got one bid, and that was much, much above the budgeted amount. So we decided to take the pipe project out of that project so that we could focus on and just go ahead with bidding just the pipe replacement project. And we unfortunately had a break before we could go out to bid. So we were ready to go out to bid. We have the design plans already in place, and we want to come back and ask the commission's permission to do an emergency work on this pipe. We are already replacing part of the pipe that needs to be repaired. We're replacing that portion, but we want to replace this whole pipe because it's not necessarily the age of the pipe or the material of the pipe, actually, in this case. The pipe, when you go past where the break is in really good condition. What happens is that this pipe there's a big stormwater pipe that goes in, that is in that same area. So 50 or so years ago, when this pipe was laid out, a decision was probably made that let's take it through the stormwater conflict structure. It's called a conflict structure. The thought process was that it provides you, without having to dig up a pipe, you can keep an eye on the pipe, you can look at it. But because this pipe and this lift station is really close to the intercoastal, there are tidal influences. So that pipe in that portion of the conflict box has deteriorated much faster. And so that's why this break happened. So we are looking at what do we need to do. We are talking to our consultants and a contractor right now because we have a design in place and we have a budgeted project. So if we can go out and work on this while we already have a bypass set up, so we don't have to come back and close the site again, do another bypass, and meanwhile have that worry of something else happening at the conflict structure. Can we go ahead and do that project? So that's something that we wanted to come and talk to Commission about and see if we can get direction that can we work with procurement and see in an emergency mode, can we go ahead and get this pipe replaced now when we have a contractor mobilized and we have a budgeted project?
What's the budgeted amount for
Because
this?
when we,
One
we're not
second,
going to
let
meet,
them finish. Go ahead.
we're not going to meet as a commission for, what, a couple of weeks? And this is an emergency, so there should be some category that we can call upon, but you don't have to wait to get our approval, but move ahead because this is impacting over 80,000 people in this city, and we need to move on it rather than to wait. So this is something that we can discuss as a commission, how we handle situations like this that are categorized as emergencies. And we got to move on now rather than wait until we make a decision in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Let me jump in real quickly. We need some clarification here because Commissioner Hay made a good point, and this is something we should discuss. Was this a concern about funding, or was this really about the procurement procedure? So when you request for emergency approval, what exactly will that do? Will that allow us to acquire whatever materials are necessary to make the replacement much more quickly? Or is it the transfer of funds? Which is it exactly?
In this case, we have, I know Commissioner Cruz had asked how much had been budgeted at, I think it's around 800,000 budgeted for that already. The design is done. Don't know how much the cost will be in an emergency. Obviously, we need to find that out. And the cost of the repair and the cleanup that's been going on. We are looking into that right now. But at this point, it's mainly the procurement process because anything that is above 300,000, unless it's an emergency, and that is the key word here, that it is an emergency, that we are requesting that we should be able to go ahead and replace this pipe instead of replacing just a stick of pipe and then hope that everything holds, and then once we bid it out and then we go ahead and replace it, and then we have again mobilization, demobilization cost. So that's what we think it's justified as an emergency for that reason, because of how this break has caused us to have a spill and having to do the cleanup and also putting our residents and public health at risk because of that.
Yeah, well, I'm really glad to hear that this was in the works for a while. Just kind of concerned as to why it wasn't something that went through that made the cut.
It's also a lesson learned for us. You cannot predict these breaks. But that's why I was talking about when I said consequence of failure and risk of failure. So we have to have a better understanding of which are the assets that are risk of failure.
Right.
And which are the assets, if you have a break or if you have something happen, the consequences are really high. So unfortunately, anything like this that happens also teaches us more about our system, and we understand what we need to do and how to go about it.
Go,
So
go ahead,
that's
Vice,
part of it. So
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Just so I can understand, what actually caused the break?
deterioration of that pipe in that conflict structure.
And so would you say that the continued usage would expedite deterioration?
No, it's more about salt water coming in
Mhm.
and exposing that material of pipe. Uh, We are also, generally speaking, if you have things in conflict structures, and we're going to look at all our conflict structures now, especially if there's anything on the intercoastal, any asset on the intercoastal, we always look at it a little bit more carefully because we know that can have deterioration. But you can possibly do a kind of wrapping of that pipe in other materials to help it. So there are a number of things that can be done, but these are things that are already in place. And now we have to evaluate and we've got to figure out which is our highest priority asset that we need to work on right now. And it's always, you're always juggling a lot of these. And sometimes, unfortunately, if a break happens, then we have to focus on that one. But this was something like Commissioner Cruz, you were asking, why was it not done? We were really working on doing that. Like I said, the first bid that came back was just way above the budgeted amount, and we took out the force main and said we'll just design the force main separately, and we had just finished the design of the force main, and we were ready to bid it out when this break happened.
And so just curious, what was the originally budgeted amount versus the amount that you guys received afterwards that was so excessive?
You know,
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
so this project was, so what happened was this project was originally the Boynton Beach Extension project was, which is a reconfiguration around the pond there with the landscaping and the parking. When we approached utilities and they knew that we were going to do the road work and all that, again, in coordination with Public Works, we worked with them to include the replacement of this pipe. Unfortunately, when we went to do that bid, when we opened that bid, it came in a couple $1 million over what we had budgeted, more so on the Public Works side than utility side. So unfortunately, it was delayed as a part of that project since we couldn't award based on the funding. So since that time, they did break the projects apart because, again, we didn't want to get into that vote.
Okay.
So they actually were ready to put it back on the street. It just the timing of it happened. That's
Okay.
why.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm sure, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I would be so much in favor of prioritizing that because it's an emergency and I know it's a workshop and we might not be able to vote on it, but I don't know if Mayor, if we can get some consensus or.
Yes, consensus is what I was going to request, so they can move forward with whatever paperwork is required, so they can bring it back to us at the next meeting. I was told that they're going to require some amount of time to get together all that information, and it'll have to be brought at the next meeting.
So one of the things that we're looking at evaluating and why I mentioned this is before it was a directional drill. Since we have the bypass pump here and the road closed, we are now looking at doing an open cut to replace that pipe, which potentially could save us some money. So that's what they're going to be evaluating with their contractor very quickly. And we expect to hopefully have this request back to you by August 1st.
And we'll expedite everything. We're talking to the contractors now, looking at all the options, like Andrew said, what makes sense, what can work faster, what's going to be the least cost. That's how we're working towards it.
And I'm pretty, I mean, I speak, if I'm incorrect, I think the repairs that were made actually today,
Yes.
where they cut out that section of pipe that was going through the conflict box, that one that has deteriorated, that's being replaced currently. But again, we don't want to risk another failure, obviously, again, so we are looking to expedite this on an emergency basis. But I do feel pretty confident that, we can get that price, put all our ducks in a row, and get it back to the commission by August 1st, and then hopefully move forward with that replacement project while everything's on the ground. why we have the bypass pump set up, why that all is done. So that this way we're expediting that repair for the least inconvenience to the residents and to maximize the efficiency to get it done quickly.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Commissioner Kelly, was that your hand? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so just for clarification, so as of right now and as of today, this repair and the bypass, everything is secure as of,
So what we did was we were initially trying to repair this pipe. And we weren't successful in doing that because of how it was under pressure. And the conflict box is a very small area and only one diver could work in there in that time period. So what we ended up doing was we ended up putting what's called a line stop, or stopping the pipe flow at a place past that repair. And meanwhile, we put a bypass. So there's that line. If you go to the site, you can see the pipe laid out above ground, a whole big pipe that's going from bypassing the break. So now there's a cost in those line stops too. So we've put actually a plug valve. So we won't have to use the line stop. We can use a plug valve. So that was done today. And we are also cutting out the piece of the pipe that was broken, and we are replacing it with a new pipe. So that's being done. So now we have an option to switch back to the pipe or go to the continue on the bypass. So at least it gives us redundancy. If something happens with the bypass, we have the pipe. If we go to the pipe and we need to go back to the bypass, we can do that fairly quickly because now we've put things in place. We've put a plug valve, we put the bypass, we put this pipe in place. Now we have to replace the pipe pretty much that it's not going through any conflict structures. So that's what the next step is, and that's what we're working towards.
right, so we're
Yes.
good right now.
Yes.
As it is, we have a backup in place, and we can wait until August 1st to get what you need together to come back to us to move forward with a
Correct.
final correction.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can I just say one thing?
Go ahead, Andrew.
I do have to give Poonam and her team, her field staff, some credit. I mean, this whole week during budget, they were working almost 24-hour shifts. I mean, there's nights where I was getting phone calls from Poonam at midnight, 11:30 at night. There was an all hands on deck, and not just by our utility. They've reached out. This has been a coordinated effort amongst several utilities. She mentioned some of the things like, finding materials, trying to find a bypass pump with that size pipe, with that much length in a matter of days. This was an all hands deck operation, and they performed very well. Even though we did have as much, spill as we did, it was contained really quickly and done very well. So I really appreciate all the hard work you guys and your field staff did.
It's really a
Yeah, it really wasn't that spill either. I mean, I know I had gotten text messages with Andrew about the spill over at Betty Thomas Park that you guys responded to after hours. So it wasn't just a spill that was over by Marina Village. It was literally all weekend long. So I do
Yeah.
appreciate it too.
It's our crew, and it was amazing when we were able to get that bypass in place. It was around, I think, 8:30 on Thursday, and new and employees, experienced employees, everybody there. It was just like it was every person feeling that they were trying to do something to help. Everybody was tightening bolts, everybody. So it was great to see that it's a team effort. It's never one person. I want to thank Chris, his engineering staff, Tremaine, his field staff, Mark, he's a pumping station supervisor. And if you haven't met him, he's always smiling. But this guy will not let anybody else watch his pumps and pumping stations 24/7. And I was like, I don't want you sick. You need to go home. You need to do. He's like, I can't. So that's the kind of dedicated staff you have. I'm very proud of that.
I can attest to that personally, since I saw both of you and many of those people that you mentioned on day one. And on day one, I saw the divers, we had the people on the boats isolating the spill. I knew that you guys were doing everything you could. You put out signs immediately. We notified the surrounding buildings. So absolutely, thank you for stepping up and doing what needed to be done. What happened is extremely unfortunate, but on that topic of why this happened, let's please look at, of course, none of us were here 50 years ago when they designed these pipes, but let's look at citywide, particularly close to the water or any environmentally sensitive areas. We don't put sewage pipes near conflict boxes. That makes them more susceptible to degradation even sooner. And certainly not one that has direct access to the intracoastal. You know, that as I told you earlier, who thought to design these pipes that way? That is a problem. So let's look citywide to make sure. And as you do your research of putting the numbers together of how much you need for the replacement items and whatever is needed, do we need to look at other areas and also spend money to make sure that we reroute these pipes away from conflict boxes? So include that in your assessment. We don't want another one of this happening 2 years from now or a year from now in some other area in the city. But I suspect this might just not be us. This might be countywide, any city that's bordering the intracoastal. So
Correct.
thank you to all of you for doing that, and thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this up. But I would like to move forward and give direction to staff to begin all the procedures to acquire through an emergency process, all the materials required to get this replaced ASAP.
Can I ask the question?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner. And after that, could we just get a quick yes or no, and so we can give direction? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Again, kudos to the A team. But just from my understanding, is PVC the best pipe right now to use? Is that what we're using for the bypass? And
I'll let Chris answer that.
the point where I'm going with this is, can we have the expectation of more than 50 years on the next go round based on the best pipe to be used at this current time?
Yes, hello, I'm Chris Roshek, Deputy Director. Yeah, I think that the plastic material, what we would go replace, what we're looking at is for the two different options for the permanent replacement. One is C900 PVC, and the other one was HDPE if we were to do the directional drill. Both of those are plastic-based materials. They're not as susceptible to corrosion. The current pipe is a cast iron pipe. Like we've described, it's inside of a box that's constantly getting flow, right, or has been for the last 50 years, getting flow from that brackish salt water.
So is there a big cost between what we're using and the best?
The cost actually fluctuates. So depending on the petroleum market, actually does drive the PVC and the HDPE pricing. Sometimes when oil prices go up, those prices go up. When they go down, they go down. So sometimes it's more expensive than the ductile iron. Sometimes it's less expensive. Just depends on the market. But I think that from our perspective, it's the most economical and also the best, sound type of pipe to replace it with.
Okay. I'm sure you guys will bring us back the best plan.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments? I'd like a quick yes or no to move forward with emergency acquisition.
Yes, yes.
It's a yes?
Yes.
It's a unanimous yes. All right, so you said August 1st, possible, is it possible if it's sooner? Or August 1st is,
Yeah, I think it's going to be August 1st.
Okay.
We just won't have all the information by, for the 18th.
all right,
If we do, we'll walk it on if we do.
okay, all right, thank you.
I just want to briefly take the opportunity to thank all the other municipalities. As Andrew mentioned, on 4th of July, I was texting and calling every municipality in the area: Palm Beach County, Lake Worth, Boca, Del Rey, West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Miami-Dade, who else? Pompano. And every single one of them was responding. And we were talking to contractors and consultants and distributors, and one contractor actually mentioned to me that it's never happened in his lifetime that he's received texts and emails and phone calls from 3 other municipalities trying to help another municipality to try and find materials and stuff. So very thankful to have a community of utilities and municipalities who are willing to help and try to provide expertise and material and whatever we can. So it's good to have that kind of camaraderie between almost two or three, actually three counties. So I wanted to appreciate that.
Thank you, Poonam. And let me also add that I know you've been working with Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and we are complying with everything.
Absolutely. We are talking to them on a daily basis, couple of times a day sometimes. DEP, FDEP has been on site twice last week, and they have looked at everything we've done. We've asked them if they see anything that they feel that they can have suggestions for us to do better, let us know. And they have been, anything they've suggested, we've gone ahead and right away done it. Want to thank Public Works. We wanted to get some more signs printed out, and they got their staff in on Saturday and got us those signs as soon as they could. So everybody has really helped with whatever we needed and whatever we asked for. So yes, DEP is working very closely with us, so we make sure that we can fix everything and also clean up everything as quickly as possible.
Good. And Commissioner Kelly, you had your hand up earlier?
Yeah, it's off of this topic, so when we're done talking about this.
Sounds good. All right. Anything else from my colleagues for Poonam?
Yep.
All right. So we're going to move forward.
Okay,
Let's-
so before we do that.
Yes, go ahead.
This
Now's
is
the
for
time.
Mara, this is for you, and it's, if you go to, in our utility fund 154, I think there's a typo. I just want to make sure that it's not accurate, that there's $1 million in overtime. If we can look at, it's the 2811.
Is that the estimated line?
Yeah,
Yeah, it is a typo, yeah.
okay.
But it's just an estimation. It was a keying error by staff.
I know, but it changes all of the numbers.
Yeah.
I'm all really wonky.
It doesn't change the number, it just,
Right.
Yeah. Comparison
But to kind of look at,
yes.
right, to look
Yeah.
at, it's, when you look
Understood.
at the estimated, why, I mean, why would it be estimated at $1 million? Right, so, okay.
I
Thank
did
you.
want to address from the emergency purchases standpoint, I think Commissioner Hay, you mentioned it's the waiting period. The city manager does have the opportunity for any emergency purchases up to $300,000 is the scale of this event that creates that waiting period. That's certainly something that our procurement team could bring back to the commission if they would like to consider something else for situations of this nature.
Well, do we know how much it'll cost? I thought we didn't know exactly. Oh, sure.
And if you remember, this scenario happened almost a little over a year ago, when we had the pipe collapse on Boynton Beach Boulevard, where we had to shut down the whole
Yes.
road right at Lawrence. So
At
and
Lawrence,
we
yeah.
did the same process then as well. So when that emergency happened, we brought back the approval to the commission for that expenditure.
Next slide, please. So just going through our capital improvement program, couple of things, some of these things you might have seen before, but just going through it, that what really drives our capital projects, for the treatment and the wells, the raw water wells, we need to make sure that we're meeting any demand requirements by any increases in our growth, and so on and so forth, depending on the customers we have, number of customers we have, and what their demands are. The infrastructure upgrades are based on condition assessment, as I've mentioned a couple of times, and this replacement is based on cycle, a life cycle of assets, as well as any new technology that might be coming, and then regulatory changes, like I'd mentioned, for water treatment and water distribution. And if we do acquire new customers, then there is a cost because of that too. So capital improvement programs are usually dependent on these. The staff does plan and estimate the costs of needed projects out to 20 years. That's what we really try, but it changes sometimes every 5 years. Sometimes it changes every year based on what might come up and what our assessments might tell us. These projects are generally funded through our R&R funding, debt service, any capital reserves, or SRF loans or grants. Just overall for the coming year, we are requesting a total CIP, and some of these are multi-year projects, and sometimes we will have design in 1 year and then do construction in the next year. We are requesting a $32.12 million for the utility CIP. Broad categories of projects and the budgets for those. We have 4.75 million for neighborhood synergistic projects. These may include water, wastewater, as well as stormwater. Water distribution projects we have identified as 1.9 million. Water supply and treatment projects is 11.85 million. We have some investments that we have to do in some of our treatment plants. We have a membrane train replacement that has to happen at the West plant, and this is just for this coming year, but another year there's more money that will be needed for that, so we are budgeting for that replacement. We have a basis of design completed for that project, but we will, so that'll give us some probable costs, but we will have, once we bid it out, that's the only time we know how much the total cost is going to be. Wastewater collection system improvement projects, 9.9 million in there. That includes pumping stations as well as collection systems. Stormwater and drainage improvements is 770,000. Right now, we are doing a watershed master plan, and that watershed master plan will really help us look at the hydraulics of the drainage, and that'll help us define some of these projects. We've had some conversations on some of the projects that we've moved a little bit forward. Talked to Commissioner Turkin about a project at Chapel Hill that we plan to do. The cost right now by our estimates is around 5 million, but because it is a high dollar value project, we want to make sure that what we design really meets up what the needs are. So it's most likely we may have to design a pump structure there, and these pump structures are very expensive. So we want to get the watershed master planning completed in the next 8 to 9 to 12 months, and then after that, we want to do this project. So what we are committed to doing is we are committed to putting design money in for that project, because that's a needed area that has drainage issues, and then following the year after that, we'll be able to do a construction project in there based on what the design comes back with. But we're continuing to do that for other projects too throughout the city. Storm studies and master planning efforts, we're asking for 1.9 million in there, because we really need to get better understanding, and we started with the watershed master planning, and the next we're going to be working on a couple of other scopes of master planning efforts. Reuse distribution improvements, we have requirement and a mandate to keep increasing our reuse distribution. We are working with DEP on that, but right now it's a 1.05 million. That program has its caveats. I was talking to DEP just the other day about that South Florida Water Management District really wants us to increase our reuse distribution. So you're maximizing, so you're not using potable water for irrigation, but then there are also nutrient requirements coming into play that you cannot go into some of the waterways with high nutrients, and then reuse can have those high nutrients. So it's a hard balancing act for us. So we are working with the regulatory agencies and try and figure out how do they want us to work through some of those problems and issues. Next slide, please. Some of the successes on the CIP, we installed a new raw water main that increased our raw water capacity coming from the Eastern Wellfield to the Eastern Water Treatment Plant. This allows for better redundancies for us, so we can work with one treatment plant. If we don't have the access to the other treatment plant, that helps us a little bit. We've installed valves on the existing 36-inch force main on Congress Avenue. This helps us with operational flexibility. Just like we were talking, if we don't have some of these valves in place, we cannot isolate portions of our system. So we are going to be looking at which are the best areas for putting some of these valves so we can have better operational successes. We are also looking at air release valves that can help our pipes to actually have a longer life cycle. So we're looking at some of those things also as we are looking at our infrastructure, so we can prolong the life but replace as things that we need to do. Dimmick and Potter Lakeside Gardens drainage and water main project is under construction. We actually needed to add some collections pipe replacement in this project too, so we've already added that and we're working on that. Cybersecurity project is nearing completion. That is also a mandate from EPA, and FDEP to make sure that all municipalities have a good cybersecurity um, program in place. And ITS, Fred and his group, Charles, they've been working very closely with us so we can work through operational um, technical services as well as informational technical services. Some of the progressive design build projects that we are working on and some of the milestones we've achieved. East Water Treatment Plant generator replacement, it's 60% in design, and we actually have already procured the generators, and we were able to use a DEO grant to get those generators, and that we had to negotiate with DEO a lot because initially they had approved that, and then they backed off that saying that no, that's not approved. So we worked very hard to get approval for these generators that we procured, and we have finally gotten their approval for that. Master Lift Station 317, there is a major upgrade and preliminary design that we are completing on that, and we're working on a guaranteed maximum price for that to work on that lift station, and force mains coming in and out of that lift station. West Water Treatment Plant membrane replacement basis of design report is completed, and we are getting to now start doing design on that project. Town of Hypoluxo, we are working closely with the town. This was a grant that the town had gotten for septic to sewer, and we've already selected a design build team, and now we're working on getting a guaranteed maximum price so we can expedite that project and get that project done. Next slide. Some of the fiscal year 24 upcoming year capital project budget highlights. The West Water Treatment Plant membrane trains replacement and electrical and SCADA upgrades design. We put budgeting $2 million for that design. The East Water Treatment Plant generator replacement, that project design is almost complete, and we will be working on replacing those generators next year. Remodeling of the water quality facility and the AC repairs that are really needed. We are finishing the design, and we should be in construction next year. Heart of Boynton, we are looking at stormwater improvements in this area, and we will be completing that design and then working to, and some of these projects we're also trying to get some grants and SRF loans if possible. So we're working at the same time to try and see if we can get them for design as well as construction. Central Seacrest utility improvements, that is in the southeast First Street stormwater. We are working on getting that project constructed. Water meter replacements, we are actually going to be budgeting for water meter replacements in all the out years because it needs to be an ongoing project, and we need to be doing a certain amount every year. So we're going to continue doing it that way. Lift station 410, 414, we are connecting it to the force main. That'll give us better redundancy and better efficiencies. And that project is ongoing, is working towards construction now. Master Lift Station 317, major rehab. This project, we are completing the design and working on the GMP and starting to, as soon as we get that, we will be working towards getting that constructed. In the town of Hypoluxo septic to sewer grant project, we should be finishing that next year on the construction of that. Next slide, please. Some of the challenges for CIP, I think we've talked about some of these already. Refinement of capital improvement project based on everything that you've heard, everything that you've said. I'm using some master planning, condition assessments, and project criticality, as well as looking at what are the risks and how can we mitigate those risks and how can we better predict some of those. Developing long-term capital and funding plans and evaluating options. Again, as we said, increasing our PAYGO funding, looking at potential future debt, also looking at SRF loans and grants, and developing rate adjustment plans so that we can put in enough money towards R&R every year. Prioritizing projects based on resources available and meeting the needs of the infrastructure repairs and replacement. Building cash reserves to fund and maintain our facilities and assets at current level of service and going into the future. Construction and infrastructure materials, short supplies of those, increased costs and long lead times for all of these kind of things, water meters, valves, controls and communication system components, pipe and pipe components, Build America, Buy America Act implications on construction material cost availability as well as time. And then construction contractors and engineering consultants have also, their project loads have increased because of the infrastructure bill and the money that's available now to all municipalities. So there is not as many consultants, so every time, and not as many construction vendors, so every time we go out for bid, we see the bids come up higher and fewer people bid for that. Sometimes those bids may not be the well thought out. They may just throw a number out and see if it sticks, then fine, they'll do the project. But that also puts us at a place where we want to make sure that that firm can really do that job, because they're not just taking that job and just are stretched thin. So we're asking for what are the projects that they're working on and looking at their capacity. Next slide, please. Some of the initiatives, as I've talked about this, we are initiating the watershed planning effort to evaluate stormwater service area drainage and identify projects and prioritization. Replace water meters that have reached end of life. We are developing scopes for water resources and water treatment planning studies. We're developing scopes for master planning for distribution and collection systems. Complete the basis of design for the West treatment plant. Preliminary engineering work for getting the guaranteed maximum price for our lift station 317 upgrade. That's a major lift station and services a lot of our service area. Improving reliability, energy efficiency, and functioning of these pipelines. And based on this break, it's even brought it more into focus that we need to be doing this on a constant basis and always working towards providing higher level of service to our customers because of that. Next slide, please. Any questions I can answer? Anything I can address?
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for everything you do. One thing that I want to get consensus about with my colleagues is I know that that Chapel Hill stormwater project is being pushed back, and then hearing everything about this pipe burst and designs that were aged, right? I think that was in the 80s, 70s. You know, one of the things that we've discussed before, and that has been an ongoing concern in Chapel Hill, is the culvert on Mission Hill Drive. Is that correct? Is that Mission Hill Drive?
Yes.
And I know, and I've gotten, you know, opinions from residents, from the city, and I have been getting my own opinion that's impartial from others about something subjectively on what that culvert looks like. And, you know, I think it needs to be replaced, and I know we've done studies, and I know we have an estimate on putting a bridge there. And I think it's important to identify and understand that what may have been constructed 20, 30, 40 years ago may not work today. And so I, you know, would like to be proactive with this, especially if we're kicking down $5 million for stormwater improvement in that very neighborhood that is a high tax base and does have very long time residents, that we look at incorporating that in this year's budget to replace that culvert with a bridge so that there's constant water flow, and that we are considering, you know, not just the operational aspect of it, but also the environmental aspect that goes with the wildlife, with those continued clogging, you know, of that culvert. And so I would like, if possible, for staff to look at how we can move some things around and have that place in the budget before we adopt it in September.
We can definitely bring some options back to the commission.
So, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, thank you for bringing that up. Before I can truly weigh in, I know staff has been working, I guess with you and others, but I actually haven't received an update from staff. I've kind of just left it to you guys to take care of. So if you could just also inform us what's what did you find out, what did you learn, give us an update so I can chime in.
So, thank you, Mayor. We requested a third-party study of that specific area. The third-party study came back and did not recommend any changes to that specific culvert. However, me being very familiar with that area, I have seen some of the weeds that you'll probably hear Mr. Gary Fishman. He's been talking about this specific project since 1991. He lives over off of Diane Drive that butts up to the canal. we can definitely look to see if we can free up some capital allocation for that specific project. But I kind of want to look to see if there's also any sort of state or federal appropriations that maybe we can mitigate some of the costs before we commit to anything at this point. So I would appreciate if the commission would allow us to kind of look at a couple of different avenues. So.
The only thing I would add for now is if you could give me a copy of whatever that report was. Again, I haven't seen this. I assume this is an engineering company that did this, or who did this
That
report?
is correct.
Yes,
Okay.
Chris, you want?
Yes, it was an engineering company called Calvin Giordano.
Okay.
I can provide that engineering report to you.
All right, thank you.
I would appreciate if you could make that report available to all of us.
Yes.
Do you want us to do a presentation? If commission so desires, we can do, or we can provide it to everybody.
We can provide it to the commission after
Okay.
the day, and then depending on maybe if they want to do a full presentation at a later commission meeting, then
Okay.
definitely oblige.
Commissioner Cruz, go ahead.
Yeah. How much did this study cost?
I believe it was 32,000, but I can find you the exact amount.
Okay, thank you. The reason why is because a lot of times when we have issues in the city, we use a lot of consultants and we do a lot of studies, and sometimes they're great, but in this instance, we can see that it might not be in the best interest of the residents. I do agree that the culvert situation is something that needs to be looked into, and not just being replaced, but I'm sure all commissioners have probably received emails about this situation. It appears that down the road, there's a bridge that is doing a phenomenal job of allowing the water in and the weeds to go out. And it appears that the culvert that was put in a long time ago is just too small for the area, and it's only meant to take water, but not only water is what goes through that canal. And that's affecting a lot of residents because it's damaging their seawalls. So it's a legitimate concern. I do believe it should be prioritized. And along with that, I also wanted to, I guess, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I did want to talk about potentially ARPA funds and seeing, how we could spend ARPA funds to give it back to the residents, to give it back to the people, because, we have so many great projects that we can work on, but something that affects the welfare and the safety of residents should definitely be prioritized. And this is kind of what I was saying earlier when I said, there are so many great projects, but let's be very mindful of what we put into CIP, because we had the issue with the broken pipes that, for some reason we couldn't afford it at the moment. But there's so much that needs to be prioritized that are things that are maybe not emergencies today, but could be an emergency tomorrow. So I do agree that, in supporting funding to get rid of the culvert and to put in a bridge, something that's more appropriate, it's going to help the residents in that area. And I think that would probably be the best solution. And also maybe being mindful of how much money we're spending on studies that are maybe giving us accurate information and maybe not giving us accurate information. Thank you.
I will say that's a great point, Commissioner, and I'll tell you from looking at it, and and I'm sure Gary's probably going to have topographical maps that he's going to be able to show us. So there is a bridge there that crosses over or comes down Mission Hill Road right before South Lake Drive, and that's coming directly from Lake Eden. And those who are familiar with the area, Lake Eden, and then just west of Lake Eden is Lake Ida, which is a large body of water, a large lake there, which actually feeds into that canal. So one has a bridge, one that's not. I'm not an engineer, nor do I claim to be, but I can imagine it is causing some grief for some of the residents. So.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I would say that, I could agree with what's being discussed here, but I kind of get a flavor of which way it might go. But I would say as far as this council moving down the road in the future, that we ought to discuss these types of things among ourselves before we spend tons of money going out and getting a consulting firm. And then because they don't come back with the answer that we want, we overrule them. I think if we had discussed this a little bit more, maybe we would have not have spent the money and made the decision. But just as a caution, as an observation, I don't mean to ruffle anybody's feathers. All I'm saying is let's potentially discuss it before we go out and spend the kind of money on a consulting firm. That's my point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Was there anyone else want to chime in? Commissioner Kelly?
Um, I guess my position is that I'm going to defer to the experts and what is the best use and timing wise of what projects need to happen and when they need to happen. And when we're talking about safety issues for our residents, obviously sewage is a major safety issue and it far outweighs weeds. Not to say that's not important, but when we're talking about things that are safety issues for residents, I want to make sure that we're looking at true safety issues and not just inconvenience issues for residents as a whole for the entire city. So, you know, it's my understanding that culvert project is on the budget in the future. I don't know timing wise what the timeline would be in when, you know, I mean, it looks like it's 2 years from now. So from now until then, I assume there's bits and pieces of that project that you will be working on so that once 2 years comes, we're ready to spend that money. Is that, I mean, is that fairly accurate? Like there's 2
yes.
years worth of work in preparation and estimates and procurement and funding and looking at other ways to potentially fund bits and pieces of the project.
Yeah, we're always trying to figure out which is the higher priority projects. And sometimes we have to shift projects around because of the money we have from what's the R&R. And that's why we're going out for some of the SRF loans and grants so that hopefully we can have a bigger amount of money so that we can do all the projects that we need to do.
Right, for the entire city and
Correct.
all of the residents, not, so you know, if we're talking about safety, safety is, it's citywide. And so it's my understanding this is something that's budgeted. You know, I'm fine with looking to the experts and the professionals to tell us where the city needs to be and what priorities, what projects need to be priority for the entire city. So, but kind of Commissioner Hay, kind of what you were saying, you know, we're looking at consultants to tell us stuff and then we don't like what they say. And so we're just going to do it anyway. So, you know, I don't like that mentality either. So, you know, I think that we have lots of projects that are for public safety and we need to prioritize that as well. So, that's my thoughts on it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to move on to Vice Mayor.
I don't think there's an argument between what's more priority, the sewage or the weeds. I think we all agreed and we just voted to make that the #1 priority. So I want to say that for the record. That way there's no some bias and perception there. The second thing I want to bring up is that experts also decided that that pipe was going to be fit and that pipe was going to work. And guess what didn't happen? It didn't work. It failed. And so I think that, yes, we hired a consulting firm. And to that, this got kicked down the road last time I brought this up at the last budget meeting when we adopted. You know, we wanted to look at options and then it got kicked down the road. So there's the reason for that, why it hasn't been brought up, Commissioner Hay. But I think that what's important, you know, and Commissioner Cruz touched on it, is what's a safety hazard now or an inconvenience now that could continue to be a safety hazard, could become worse. And as we've learned from recent incidents, it is our duty to be proactive, not reactive. And so I think this is an important issue for the safety of our residents. And I would, the geographical location, I don't think fits. I think if this were happening in District 4 or District 2 or whatever district, we need to look at the safety of those residents. So, I would be as gun ho to protect people regardless of what district they live in. And so I'm going to just respectfully argue the point that I think this is an important project, and this isn't the first time this has been brought up and it's been kicked down the road or, looked another way. And what I don't want to happen is something devastating, and we had a chance to fix this issue. So I'll rest my comments there, but, again, I think it's time to be proactive, which we've all decided and discussed in our last 2 strategic workshops that, we don't want to react to problems. We want to get ahead of the ball.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm just going to ask staff to get that information as quickly as possible. The sooner you do that, the sooner I can make a decision and take a position on this.
We'll get it to you today.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I was going to ask if we can all get that information.
Yeah, by
obviously
default,
have
everyone.
a comparison of the cost of.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not an expert or anything, but clearly that's been an issue. And maybe the bridge option should be something that should be highly looked into instead of just fixing the culvert. And maybe we can see how we're spending maybe money with spraying, which is costing the city money, but maybe down the road, if there were to be a bridge, maybe we don't need to spend money on spraying and rather the water can flow freely and we can save money from that perspective. So it's, if we can look at it from a holistic perspective, try to prevent for the future. While we're here, in a different separate thought, wanted to talk to my colleagues about ARPA funding. And, one thing that I've been very concerned about is road paving. And I know that every district likely needs it. So, as we go into this budget season, let's be mindful of that. I would like to, and I don't know if this is the right time to do it, or we can have this, is that okay?
Finish your thought. I'm
Okay.
trying to figure out where you're going.
So I wanted to request some ARPA funds to repave 27th Street, which is in Gulfview Harbor. That hasn't been paved in over 13 years. And the last time that it was done, it was, Mario knows the name better, but it was like a very thin layer. And this is what I'm talking about when I say that, residents see these roads damaged day in and day out as they're heading out of their homes to go to work and as they're coming back. And so, this is why I'm saying, it's important to make sure that we're being mindful of where we're spending our money, looking at the CIP projects that are being presented in this year's budget. Does that reflect the will of the commission? And is that where we want to spend millions of dollars? So it's something that we should look into, and also see, from CIP funding to also ARPA funding would be another opportunity to use to improve our roads in the city, because it's a one-time money that we're not always going to have. So that is what I wanted to say. Just thinking about paving infrastructure, which is something we committed to last year, and not maybe buying things that are nice to have, but not really necessary in this moment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. My recommendation would be, as all of you know, we already have a separate discussion about infrastructure, specifically ARPA funds on infrastructure. And I figured, Commissioner, if you could relay your specific items to staff, and staff can bring that up back to us when we continue that conversation. So my preference here is to, instead of handling one item at a time, if all of us could, speak to staff, and they'll combine all that information and bring it back to our next meeting when we have that ARPA discussion. So we address it holistically instead of in pieces. But that's my recommendation.
Like an ARPA wish list? Is that what you're going with?
I call it our priority list.
Priority list. There
Yes,
we
our
go.
discussion.
That's even better. I like that
Yes,
better.
much better.
I agree with that. When are we thinking, like next week?
Well,
Does
as soon
staff-
as our next regular city commission meeting, it's Something that, as you know, Mario has already worked on and put the presentation together. It's just something that we need to solidify and,
We could probably make that work for August 1st. I think 7/18, the commission meeting, and I know the draft agenda is almost complete, so I don't want to be unfair to Maley, who's over there looking at me with a cross eye. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
it's a full meeting? Okay.
August 1st, if you guys
Okay.
would oblige. And if you want to send me specific emails or send Andrew specific emails with the exact locations, we'll make that happen.
Right. And remember, there is that priority presentation, or what are we calling that? There's a presentation already put together. So please speak to staff. Let's combine all of our thoughts together and we'll address it then. Yes, Andrew.
We'll make sure to also send that presentation back out to you so you have the list of what the priorities were that staff came up with, and then we can add what you guys
Right.
want.
And please add a map of paving. I know that's something you
Yes.
brought up earlier. So,
Yes.
so we know where the investments are going.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not sure, Mayor, if you were referring to the CIP funds, like the $1.9 million that are being spent for CIP right now,
Let's get a map of both.
like, and to
Right.
know like exactly where in the city, as you said.
And I also want to make the commission aware that we do still have the $4.5 million in settlement funds from Town Square, in addition to the ARPA, which is around 4.5. So there's a total of $9 million that's not allocated towards any projects right
Yes.
now. So, and that's, of course, could be reallocated towards the respective commissioner's
Yes.
district.
That is a future conversation I wanted to have with the commission. I just didn't want to have everything all in one day, but absolutely, right? And I have a proposal for the commission on how we can spend that. Nothing specific. I want to give all of you your, what's the right word here? Your priority list, right? And we have the means to address all of our priorities, but I figured we'd have that discussion in a future day.
As a last,
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
as a last comment, I do agree with what we decided to do. And to Commissioner Turkins, I in no way was denying or against what you were saying. As a matter of fact, we're on the same page.
Good.
And watch it. And and so I'm just saying to you, we just need to be mindful of how we go about this in the future as we kick that can down the road. But I would probably take the same position, and I do take the same position on this item as you do for Chapel Hill, because it is something that's needed. So let's bring it all back, take a look at it, digest it, mix it all up, and see which way is the best way to go forward. Thank you.
Just a brief question. Did that report provide recommendations?
Yes, sir. It had 3 options.
Okay.
So the only reason it hasn't been distributed because it hasn't been finalized. I believe we still have a draft copy, which we're working to finalize. Is it finalized now?
I'll double check that. to
Yeah.
make sure it's
So we'll
finalized.
make sure we get you that report.
Good. No, I'm just looking for options and.
Yeah, they had 3 options: to repair, replace culvert, or the bridge. And
Okay.
and it lists out all the different costs.
All right. Wonderful. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Poonam.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So that concludes utility fund. We're now moving on to section E, budget stabilization options. So I'm going to turn back to Mara, our finance director.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
We'll pull up those options again.
In the front.
Yeah, actually, that is a question. So we essentially provided the commission 8 different options. The first 4 that were provided in the presentation, and then the second set of 4, which the
Would you
commission-
pull the mic a little closer to you? Thank
Sure, sorry about that. So we essentially provided the commission 8 different options. The first 4 that were provided in the presentation that was published with the use of ARPA funds, and then the 4 options that we provided you in your packets today. So I'm not sure which options the commission would prefer to go through.
So let me first find them. So I found the second set of 4. All right. So the first four, so this might be a little confusing because they're both numbered 1 through 4. The first set is attached on the actual PowerPoint packet. And these 4 have the use of ARPA funds. It says $2 million across the board for all 4 options. I figure this would be an easy differentiation here. If you want to address that, if you want to use the ARPA funds to fill our budget gap, then we look at the first 4, the original first 4, and then if you don't, we can look at the second set of 4s, 1 through 4. And this is on the screen, the second set, I see, right? Yes, it is.
And just through some discussion that we've had today, we can add a line. This is a spreadsheet, so the commission can pick and choose from the list that was provided for the miscellaneous cuts if they would like to add something back in and use ARPA funds, for example, the fireboat that was discussed earlier, to add that back. So this is really open for discussion on the board's end.
Since you bring up the fireboat, what is the expected completion date of the dock? Because I thought I saw in the presentation the dock was still under construction.
Where's Mario at? Or Gary?
Hi, Gary Dunmeyer, city engineer. That process, the design process is still in procurement. I've had some procurement issues. I should have a proposal for the design at the end of the month. So that's where we're at.
So we don't have a design, you're still putting the proposal to get the design.
Correct.
Okay, and so let me go back to my original question. Once you do that, what is your expected timeline for construction and completion of construction?
I would think I would have the design within 2 to 3 months and permitted 3 months afterwards. So in about 6 to 8 months, permitting should be complete.
Okay.
Construction would probably take less than a month, a few weeks.
Okay. So theoretically, you could get this done within the fiscal year. I mean, by done, I mean the construction completely complete.
If all the procurement forces suddenly work really well, yes, I could.
Procurement forces. Okay. All right, thank you for that. And I remember the chief was saying, please correct me if I'm wrong, that he had already 40K for it. Did he say that? He allocated 40K?
I think he said he had 40,000 in his budget that he knew that he could allocate towards this.
Right.
Okay.
There was a savings or something that didn't come through.
And
He projected 40,000 for grant funding when
Okay.
he initially put it in there. So,
Perfect.
okay. Mara, could you take us through these various lines just to make sure that the commission and the public are absolutely clear about what each of these items mean?
Sure. So option 1 maintains the current millage rate at 7.85. It also maintains the current fire assessment at $120 for residential. It provides miscellaneous cuts of $1,000,061, which that's the list that we went through earlier. It provides an increase to revenue from the CRA for the neighborhood officer program and the engineer that they would fund. So that's an increase in revenue. Parking revenue with the fee change we're projecting an increase of about $350,000. The medical insurance savings of about $750,000, and then an estimate on the sales tax revenue.
Okay, budget stabilization is the amount you would need? No.
So the budget
I'm looking at the wrong thing.
stabilization is the total subtotal there of what those cuts create.
Okay.
And then the use of fund balance is currently what we would need to fund
The
in
2.7
budget.
gap.
And the bottom line is what would go back to fund balance if you chose any of those options.
Okay. Commissioner, do you have a question? I thought I heard you say something.
Oh, thank you. The question was for the parking revenue. I don't think it specifies how much the parking fees would increase from what to what. I think we discussed it at the prior meeting, but with this amount of 350, how much would it go up to?
I think this would include it going to the $3, what we proposed in our meeting at the commission chambers, other than the fees on the permits. Those would remain the same. I think those were projected with just the daily fees increasing.
Right, so how much would that be?
The 350 is what we're
350
projecting.
an hour?
No, $3, I'm sorry.
$3.
Going from $1.50 to $3.
Going from $1.50 to $3. an hour.
We derive that number from what our peers are charging with Boca, Delray, and Lake Worth. So that's where the figure of $3, and currently we charge, I want to say it's $1.50 per 15 minutes, is that, or per hour? Per hour, yeah, $1.50 per hour. And it was that low originally, so it was a seamless transition for the residents not to provide any, like, keep the cost as low as possible, so. And now, since it's been implemented, I want to say, Commissioner Kelly, you're probably more familiar with the timeline. When were the parking? Do you remember when? I vaguely remember you mentioning it. Was it 2 or 3 years ago?
Mhm.
Yeah. And we haven't made any sort of adjustments in that time frame. So that's where the figure came from that we use. And we tried to use conservative estimates. So ideally, that number is probably more along the lines of 400 to 500, but we didn't want to be too liberal with the estimates. So.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
The medical insurance savings, so it's $750,000. Do we anticipate that to be more, or how accurate is that estimate?
We anticipate it to be around 1.7 million. So again, we need to be conservative when
Sure.
we're doing these estimates. So if we are off, we do have some safety. So, but we also have to put some of that towards our self-insured fund, and we need to build that over the next few years because we are going self-insured. So.
Thank you for that clarification. So to kind of touch on the ARPA subject and then the fireboat, so I do agree with maybe focusing on the road pavements with these ARPA funds. And I would like I think if we see a drastic change in savings, then maybe utilize those funds.
I don't want the commission to get too caught up in the fireboat. If we need the fireboat when that dock is built, we'll have a fireboat.
Right.
So.
Well, what I'm getting at is I kind of like share the same idea of utilizing those ARPA funds specifically for infrastructure.
Correct,
And focusing
yes.
on the roads, and I know I mentioned for the fireboat elsewhere, but I think there's funds elsewhere that we may not be accounted for to utilize for the fireboat. So maybe not focus ARPA funds on the fireboat, just focus on infrastructure. Is kind of where I'm getting at.
Correct, yes. I totally agree. I think the 9 million that we have allocated for specific projects in the commission's district should be used towards other projects. The city will be just fine being able to find the funding for a fireboat mid-budget cycle year. So we still have a couple of different ideas floating around, so.
That's all, thanks.
Mari, did you want to continue?
Sure.
I believe we
So-
covered all of option one.
Correct. So option two, similar on the revenue streams. The only difference here is we would increase the fire assessment from 120 to 130 for residential, which brings in an additional 606,000. And as you'll notice, most of that does go back to fund balance. So we're giving back in this option 660,000 back to fund balance. Option three has the opportunity for a millage rate reduction of 0.5 of a mil, decreasing 430,000, an increase to the fire assessment from 120 to 140, bringing in about 1.1 million. And again, the miscellaneous cuts and the revenue streams that provides back to fund balance 724,000. And then if we move over to option four. And option four provides a 1/10 of a mil reduction to the millage rate, which is about 860,000, an increase to the fire assessment from 120 to 150, bringing in about 1.8 million. Again, the miscellaneous cuts and the revenue options, and that would provide back to fund balance almost $1 million.
I do just want to add one thing. I just want to make sure everyone has in mind that from the Davenport presentation, they do recommend that we add probably about $9.8 million in additional fund balance to get to our new 12% or perceived new policy that we're looking at for the minimum requirement. So that's all I have to add.
All right. So thank you for the four options. I want to hear from my colleagues. And again, it's only workshop. We don't need to make every decision today, but something to consider, these four options. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I'm thinking about the budget. I'm not thinking about these options because we could create more options, right? There's unlimited opportunity. And, there are two things we could do. We could raise fees or we could decrease spending. I'm very much in favor of reasonably looking into our spending because we are receiving more funding than we ever have. I think it's $7 million more than we got last year. Is that
Revenues?
revenues?
7.6
sorry.
million. Majority of that was your ad valorem taxes. 5.7 of that was ad valorem.
But about $7 million more than we received last year.
Correct.
I would prefer, if at all possible, to limit, if it's necessary, I understand with inflation, the cost of everything has just skyrocketed, and I understand that. But I also know that, or I believe that there could be ways that we could be more efficient with the budget. So yes, these are some options. I also, in my individual opinion, I think that we went through the budget at a very high level, not very detailed way today. We do have a packet, but for the sake of anybody who might be watching online or maybe residents that are here, I know time is a constraint as well. But I think that we can look deeper into the budget and finding more efficiencies. In addition to the CBAs, I wanted to dig a little deeper to see what we're spending more money on than we were last year. Like the CBAs are a done deal. We've signed those off. It's been voted on. Besides that, like where is there an opportunity for more efficiency in the budget?
It's a good question. I believe that the list that we provided you were some of the opportunities that the budget team is making recommendations to cut spending. As you've heard from many of the departments today, a lot of our increases this year were either strictly related to supplies or the CBA agreements. There wasn't a lot of increase from other areas aside from those.
Okay, so let me ask you another follow-up question. We received another $7 million plus or minus, and we're raising what we're spending by 13 million, right? Okay. So the 13 million that we're spending or that we are adding to the budget compared to last year, let's count the CBAs in there. How much more, like how much would the CBAs be? And then how much is outside of that?
Good question.
And the reason why I'm asking that, and I know you guys are probably gonna scramble and try to find it, but the reason why I'm asking is because I'm trying to get us to think in that state of mind. Like we are one team, we are one city, and we should all be on the same page of trying to be, I know we are fiscally responsible, but we can be more fiscally responsible and we can try to find ways where we can have more efficiencies. And like, I know the opportunities are there. You guys are staff, you guys are here, not 24/7, but you guys are here full time. So we should be able to have those conversations where, when I was studying the budget booklet, I saw the main thing was 13 million more in spending than last year. So if we can look at amounts that we're spending on the CBAs, which are a done deal, and those are good to go, how much more is after that?
With the CBAs, I know this year alone, we spent close to $16 million on pension unfunded liabilities. And that was mostly due to market returns. So the market was down 22% last year. The city, as the employer and the sponsor of those plans, has a fiduciary duty to make up the difference. So that's obviously an outlier we have no control over. As far as talking about the revenues that are coming in that are 7.7 million, almost 6 million of that were made up by ad valorem, which in and of itself is an unstable form of revenue. And that's why during the May 20th budget workshop, I told the commission we had to look at stabilizing the revenues that we get and to go to more fee-based. The only mechanism we have that can offset that is to reduce the millage rate and increase the fire assessment. So that's where it's at. We do have some mechanisms to lower the amount of spending, eliminating events, which would essentially eliminate a lot of the public safety overtime that we have. We can also look at doing some different things with the library, Children's Schoolhouse Museum.
I think I was referring more to, I think there could be efficiencies where it's not related to the Children's Museum, it's not related to the library, and not necessarily, I mean, events could be an opportunity, but I think we discussed events earlier. I'll just let my colleagues ask the remaining of the questions, but kind of wanting you guys to know, where I am in regard to thinking of efficiencies, because I do understand we're spending a lot of money also on overtime, not from let's remove the police and fire department because those are necessary. What about maybe I'll just sit with you guys again and ask more detailed questions. I don't want to take all day. And
I don't want to come across as crass or anything. That's not my intention at all. Just public safety as a whole accounts for close to 70-some% of the general funds budget. And that's obviously all of the personnel costs in the city. And then the remainder of that is maybe around between 32 to 34 million dollars that we have. So it's not lost on me. I mean, I know just with the mayor's staff spent close to 6 to 7 hours going through a lot of line item, every single expenditure, every single revenue source that we have. And we're thinking outside of the box. Some of the things that I've been contemplating is maybe having an innovation and revenue generating meetings monthly, so we can actually look at maybe some of the different naming rights that we can bring in to offset some of the costs of the events. But these are not like large ticket items that's going to be able to bring the revenue or either.
I have an idea. Okay, so we have grants, and there are always like really great grant opportunities. I think I sent you an email a few months ago and I never really got a response as to like if we can apply or not. Maybe prioritizing grants would be a great idea because it's an additional source of revenue that might only cost us a staff member, like a coordinator position. When we think about growing departments, maybe we can also start thinking of, going from the bottom to the top, as we could potentially be a little bit top heavy in some areas. So that's kind of what I was thinking. But, I know that I've seen other cities that have received significant grants this year that have applied to them, and maybe we have not applied. So maybe that would be an opportunity for us in the future, to maybe add one more staff member who is an experienced grant writer. Maybe we can steal someone from another city who does a really great job, and we can bring them to Boynton to really elevate the amount of money coming in, because it seems like times are okay right now. But there was an email that was sent Saturday from the budget team. Thank you so much for that. But one of the things that it was saying was that the bank's ability to lend was at a 5. And that is the same exact number that this country was at in 2008, right before the Great Recession. So it's something to think about. And I agree with you that, maybe going more towards a fee-based might be safer for the city, and it might save us and put us in a more protective perspective come next year or the following year. But also maybe looking into grant opportunities and like making that like our number one priority besides, day-to-day operations.
No, I completely agree with that. And I know I gave direction last week to Mara, who's sitting beside me, that we are going to add another grants person. So I think Tess is kind of at the end of her bandwidth. So I do completely agree. If there is money out there that we can get, I want to
And
get it.
maybe through our networks, if we know someone who's really great, because when you have government employees, you tend to know each other from like, hey, I've worked in West Palm before, or I've worked here or whatnot. So if anybody out there knows somebody who's a really great grant writer, maybe talk amongst yourselves and see if we can take someone away.
I'll see if we can't steal the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's go to my left now, down the dais. Commissioner Hay, you ready, or you want us to come back to you?
Well, I certainly don't want to put more taxes on the citizens. As I look at this fire assessment, I guess that's one of the ones that really concerns me. Got some kind of toss between 2 and 3, but I probably, you say we had like 9 million there, right?
You have 4.5 million in settlement funds from the town square settlement, and you also have around 4.5 million, give or so, a few $100,000 here or there, in ARPA funds. Of the total 13 million increase, this year, we had $9 million in CBA, directly correlated with CBA contracts. We had $1 million in vehicle upcharges, and we actually had to add another $1 million towards vehicle pre-funding. So the vehicle pre-funding was exhausted. That was a mistake made by a previous administration that I look to rectify this year, because if we do have, you're looking at some of these solid waste vehicles and fire rescue vehicles, they can cost upwards of 1.5 million. I don't want to use CDBG funds to buy a fire truck. So that's why I'm trying to do things the correct way moving forward. So you have about $1.5 million left in overall increases for the rest of the city. And you also have to understand that we had a $1.3 million in our property insurance because of the hurricane that hit on the West Coast. Insurance companies aren't going to just absorb that cost. They're going to dole it out to the rest of the state, and we got to pay our share. So essentially we came in with as tight of a budget as we possibly could.
I guess having said all of that, I could go with either option 2 or 3, but let's see. I would probably lean more toward option 3.
So to be clear, option 3 has a 0.05 millage reduction, and then the fire assessment increase to 140, and everything else is the same.
Basically just the same.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's move on, and if you have more thoughts, we can always come back. Again, it's only a workshop. Vice Mayor, your turn.
I do agree with some of the things that Commissioner Cruz had mentioned about trimming some more fat. I do like that she brought up the grants coordinator position, because that was the first thing I brought up in my budget review with y'all. And I think also too is it's that personnel, right? This is one person and she pays for herself time and time again. So what could we do with more, right? And I think the type of grants too. There's a lot of interesting and unique grants that may be overlooked that we can utilize that would have like dual purpose, right? So I think when you have another set of eyes, you can get more creative. And also too, anyone who's got that much of a workload, is going to need time off or needs to recalibrate in order for them to, continue. So that, for me, I think, that's a necessity as we grow, to help offset the budget. I know there's a lot of options being thrown around for stabilization in reference to annexation and the reduction of the CRA. I would like to see what else we can squeeze out of the CRA. Um, you know, I think that's a conversation for another time, but I won't go down that road. I'm not in favor of increasing a fire tax, especially given, economic uncertainty. It would take some convincing for me to budge on that. I don't know if I could make a decision right now. I would like to see what else we could trim. And again, there's a lot of variables, insurance savings, whether we do, and I mean, there's a lot of stuff to look at, before I make a decision on increasing, fire tax. If I were to support that, I would like to see a millage rate reduction, so I would not be in favor of option 2 and increasing a tax without.
Real quick, staff does need to balance the budget today and get direction. So at some point, we'd like specific direction on how we want to get to a balanced budget.
We scheduled another day for this.
On Thursday.
On
Okay.
Thursday. So do you absolutely need it today, or could it wait?
No. If we want to use the reserved day of Thursday,
yeah,
absolutely. We can use Thursday as well.
Between now and Thursday, could we look at more potential cuts?
Absolutely, we can. We can go back over.
So that's something I would kind of be in favor of.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Kelly.
I am kind of on the fence in a couple of ways, but I've always been very hesitant. I actually am very adamant against increasing the fire assessment. However, I understand the benefit of having that guaranteed revenue for those services. However, I've also speaking to residents that, the continuation to try and, reduce the millage rate while not decreasing services has been our goal, also as a commission. So I'm like in between, like I could support possibly option 2 with a reduction of the millage rate as well. So I think that I could wrap my head around a small fire assessment increase if we're also decreasing the millage rate and making it a little bit more neutral for residents. Those are kind of my thoughts now. But I understand the need to continue to add to our fund balance. So, and that's important that in case of an emergency, we have those funds. That's the point. And if we can't provide services to our residents and we don't have the funding to support our residents in an emergency, then what are, and I think we can explain it to the residents in such a way that we have to be able to provide services. We can't always decrease. Sometimes we have to look at ways that we can neutralize things but still for the benefit of the resident. So that's kind of where I am. I know the importance of the fire assessment. I don't love that we have a fire assessment that doesn't sunset and that it's become kind of guaranteed revenue, but I understand the purpose of it. So, but I feel like if we could reduce the millage rate and potentially do a small increase in the fire assessment, that it would be an easier pill to swallow for our residents and to explain it as to the reason why.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Just for clarification, did you mean option 3? Because option 3 has the fire assessment increase with the millage rate reduction? Or did you really intend for number 2, which is to say that's the increase that you're comfortable with, but nothing more than 130? What did you mean? I just wanted to make sure.
Both, in
Oh.
between.
Oh, in
So
between.
option
Okay.
2 doesn't allow for a millage reduction and a small fire assessment increase, whereas option 3 has a larger fire assessment increase and a reduction of the millage. But I'm wondering I want to see what the numbers would look like if we did that 0.05 millage reduction in option 2, how that, does it benefit us to do that, or is it?
Right, so it reduces it by 460,000. You would still give back to fund balance about 200,000.
Right.
You said 200. And one of the things that were mentioned was that we do have additional savings, or revenue, I should say, savings revenue. There's the wellness dollars that would be coming in, and some other possible sources. So it could be, more than 200 that we put back into the fund balance.
My HR director, Mayor, I also want to remind us that we do have prescription rebates coming in as well. So my apologies for not mentioning those. 400 to 600,000?
Let's just say 5.
Let's say 5.
Yeah. Not 5.
That's not accounted for?
No.
Oh, I'm going with option 1.
You go for the option.
Really?
Nothing?
Put a 4 in front of
But
So I'm going to erase what you wrote earlier and say Vice Mayor is leaning towards option 1.
Because
Let's-
of the $400,000.
Yeah.
I think, it's not raise the fire tax, keep the millage rate, and
We did.
incorporate that.
That
Turns out being more than.
impacts my decision also. If what I'm hearing, almost 5.
What was that?
Are you saying in
The
reference
rebate.
to the rebates?
Yeah.
So the rebates actually go back to the self-insurance fund, and then it's an allocation back
I'm sorry,
out.
I didn't say that again.
I apologize. The rebates actually go back into the self-insurance fund, the 522 fund, which is not the general fund. And then the allocation goes back to the general fund, but it's not a direct 400,000 to the general fund. It's essentially maybe 20% of that, I would guess.
So you're saying it's
Because the
coming, but don't depend
self-insurance-
on it.
Correct. Well, the self-insurance fund is an internal service fund. So all of the expenses and all of the revenues get allocated between all of the funds, not just general fund. So
So there's the
the
self-insurance.
allocation to the general fund, maybe 20% of that, but some of that goes to utilities, some of that goes to solid waste, all of the other funds.
Okay.
So how much is some? Because
That's why I say
Because when I look
essentially
at
20%.
$400,000 that we could add to fund balance, and then I'm hearing 20% of that, that's $80,000. Okay,
Right.
but, well, maybe, what is it? Because if it's 20% or if it's 30% or 40%, then I think there's more room for conversation. I think, again, I think there's more cuts that we can make, more revenues to account for before I make this decision. I was quick to jump on option 1 with that $400,000.
I already erased your answer.
You know what I
here.
mean? But now I'm getting, a
I
little
don't have to
bit
erase
of
it again.
Mayor,
just
keep
gonna-
me blank.
I'm
for
just
now.
gonna be, yeah,
Keep me
that's
blank
fine.
for
Use
now.
a pencil.
Yeah. And so I think there's a lot of factors that kind of play into this before we make an everlasting change of the fire tax or the millage rate. So yeah, I'm gonna go with my original position.
Explore more cuts
Yeah.
was your original position. So I heard that from Commissioner Cruz as well. Commissioner Hay was between 2 and 3. That was your original position.
And I was leaning more towards 3.
Okay. And Commissioner Kelly said between 2 and 3, so 2.5.
Well, no, what they changed in option 2 was what my
I see.
thought was that, let's see what it looks like if we did a small reduction of the millage rate and a small increase in the fire assessment, how then it would affect what we would be investing into the fund balance.
I see, we're still getting more money with that increase, right?
Right.
In the fire assessment. Yes, 200, that's right.
I mean, I don't love increasing the fire assessment, but I think we have to also look at, you know, potentially reducing the millage rate in, you know, to the benefit of our residents, but also to increase and entice commercial businesses to come in, because that's one of the other, you know, it's also one of the benefits of increasing or decreasing the millage rate is commercial space. So that's, I'm not ready to make a final decision. That's
Yes,
my thought.
yes, that's all right. And listen, what I'm hearing from the majority of us is, or all of us, is we're not ready to make a decision today. Um, I support the two others who want to explore additional cuts. Listen, what's the harm in looking more into it? And this also gives us more time. We'll meet again on Thursday. By then, we will have done additional homework, explored more options, see what the implications are. I think hopefully by then we'll have a better sense of where each of us truly are on this. Because listen, I'm torn myself. I get it. I don't really want to raise taxes. I don't want to raise the fire assessment fee. I understand the argument that's been previously made about moving to a revenue stream that doesn't fluctuate with the economy, right? We want to make sure it's stable for the budget. I understand that. But I need to just do more work here. I, as some of you know, we received some information over the weekend, so we just need more time. Commissioner
Yeah.
Bruce?
Not to be negative, but I am concerned about next year. Um, there's just a lot of warning signs that are kind of making me think about the potential of, you know, and I mean, if you look back in history, every so many years, it just kind of happens. So we're kind of ticking in that time frame where we might get to that point. So that is the reason why I might be in support of, again, I don't want to increase fees if it's not necessary, but thinking about it from a future perspective. Let's say that the inevitable happens and we do find ourselves in a place where market crashes, real estate market crashes, and then the values of homes are just, I mean, nobody knows the future. I don't know the future. I can't say. But I do see the value of potentially going in that direction. At the same time, as previously stated, I think that we can also look at spending that we've done in the past year and maybe spending that maybe wasn't so necessary, and looking at that and maybe not doing that in the future to where we could be more, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but just financially, fiscally responsible and looking at opportunities where we might not be spending money on things that are not needed, or like I think of it like this, like necessities versus luxuries, right? Like things that you want versus things that you need. So I think right now we really should be focusing on things that we need versus things that we want. Um, Going back again, paving, like all those kinds of things, like those are things that our residents need to have. Um, and then anything else besides that, if we do have the money, then I'm all for it, you know. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will continue this conversation on Thursday for sure. Um, I have a lot to say, but I think I'll just wait. I'll just wait. I'll say one thing before we leave for today. And one of the things that I want to ask staff to do with the support of my colleagues is think of actually two things. Think of a plan for how we reduce overtime cost over time. Because it is an issue across various departments, some more than others. But one way or another, this cannot go on forever. This needs to be tapered down. So I'll leave that to you to come up with a plan of how you would achieve that, and in a reasonable time frame. The other item I wanted to ask of staff is, and I showed the city manager what Boca Raton did, was for us to have a long-term financial plan. So we don't just figure this out year by year and kind of hope for the best. We need some sort of overarching strategy here for the next 10-year plan, a 5-year plan. Of course, it'll be based on projections. We can't predict the future, as the commissioner said, but I want that strategic outlook looking forward. So we're making decisions um, with that perspective and not just trying to survive this year, right? Let's incorporate the big picture. So those are the two things I'd like to ask staff if my colleagues support. Again, a long-term plan to reduce overtime and a long-term financial plan. Like, think of it like a master plan for our budget. So those are my two requests.
My main point of contention with the direction with the commission is reducing costs over time, but yet we're adding density and residents to the city. And with that being said, Boca Raton is facing a budget deficit this year, like we are. And that's according to their long-term financial plan that I looked over in depthly. We also have a long-term financial outlook, which is one of sustainability that's in our book, the budget summary that everyone was given. I'm trying to put together how we're reducing costs, yet we've added 6 public safety officers this year, 21 additional firefighters last year, $350,000 fireboat.
I'm referring to overtime cost?
And overtime cost of the Pirate Fest. So if we want to reduce costs, we can reduce costs.
I'm a little confused, city manager. I don't see them to be in conflict with each other. We can expend these things, but is there a way to do this without putting it as overtime? Or are you saying that?
No, I agree. I don't like trying to reduce costs from like an overtime perspective, because I think it's a little bit of an estimate. Whenever we budget $3 million of overtime, and mid-cycle we always go over that or something, depending on how much personnel, but yet we may cut the overtime at the beginning and add it back mid-budget year to where we balance the budget. So I agree wholeheartedly, and we're gonna, this week, Tuesday and Wednesday, we're gonna go in the budget. We're gonna see if there are cuts that can be made to reduce the cost. I'm just saying, like, we're looking at long-term, and we have 6 to 7 new towers coming up in just the downtown alone. So to reduce costs, are we saying we're gonna reduce costs from where we're at now, or just trying to trim it over the next, say, 5, 6, 7 years to where it's going to be, I guess, a little bit more in line with trimming our growth?
So I think personnel, we can't trim, because as we grow as a city, I mean, I think, what's the national standard is 2 officers per 1,000 people or something. But I think what the mayor is saying is, I think there's other ways to look at each department, say, how can we be more effective? How can we be more efficient? Especially with innovation and technology, you know what I mean? The PDs are good. I mean, PDs cost us a lot of money, but one thing that I've talked to, some of the assistant chiefs about is, how do we utilize technology, drone program, right, to offset personnel costs? You know what I mean? That type of paradigm, to how do we get a fixed cost that could then replace personnel costs, right? And I think that's kind of the flavor of what you're saying, of long-term, how can we trend downwards? I mean, obviously, personnel is personnel, we're going to need that, but I think there's other avenues that we can look at to trim costs. Again, I think there's unaccounted funds here as well. And so, before, again, I make a decision, I need to see what other cuts we can make, what's a more accurate number of that fund balance before making this decision. And then I do agree with, we can learn from Boca's mistakes if they're in a budget deficit. Look at how they did their plan and, point out the flaws, pick out the flaws, and then, utilize that to develop our own. But I think, we are growing, we are dense, so we are going to see a huge increase in personnel costs.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to continue this conversation after this meeting with staff.
Can I do one last thing? Sorry.
Let me just finish one moment. We had previously heard from Davenport. Was there any continuation or follow-up to that? They gave us their initial presentation of, here are our problems. What about, here are some possible solutions moving forward? Because that may, depending on what that looks like, that may satisfy what I'm looking for in terms of kind of a long-term financial strategic plan?
Right now, what they've provided is really just a stabilization of growing the fund balance. They have not provided any revenue options. I'm sure we could go back to them and ask them for some insight into that as opportunities. But no, they have not provided any in that regard.
All right, thank you, Mara. Commissioner Cruz.
Yep, and I think there was a valid point made earlier about we're growing as a city. At the same time, as we grow our staff, can we start hiring people that are doing the work, right? Because sometimes it could seem like some cities are a little bit top heavy. So as we hire and as we grow our departments, like we need more people that do the work, right? Like there's different levels. There's coordinators, analysts, there's managers, there's directors. So if we hire a lot at a higher level and we start people at a pay grade that is towards the higher side of the pay scale, then we might not be as efficient as we can be, as where we could be hiring people to do the job that needs to be done. And then with time, we can grow and they can have an opportunity for growth within the city, but maybe hiring more people that do the work at the
No,
bottom.
that's a wonderful point, and it's one that, from an organizational restructuring standpoint, we could accomplish that through attrition over the next several years. I think there's a few departments that we could probably look at and kind of maybe tapering down the amount of directors and, I guess, managers, things like that, and just kind of do a more holistic approach over the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
See if we can't, like.
And sometimes a manager could do the job that maybe we're paying maybe a director where how many people are you managing, right? Like,
Correct.
Is a director managing one person or is a director managing 8 people or 8 managers? So that's where I'm going with fiscal responsibility, where we can hire an individual to do a job and we can pay that person on top of the scale, or we can pay that person at a reasonable place in the scale where with the years they have the opportunity for growth. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else from my colleagues? Thoughts? All right, so the next section of the agenda is public audience. As always, it's 3 minutes per person. I don't have a timer with me, or I don't see it on the wall, but I have my phone. We'll begin with those in person first, then we're going to go to those online. And 1 second while I get my timer ready. As always, state your name for the record, and 1 second, timer, 3 minutes. Okay, I am ready. So begin when you're ready, sir. Sir, 1 second. Is the microphone on? Can somebody check? Okay. There we go.
Hopefully we can start over.
Yes.
By the way,
Start over,
I have
please.
some corrections to make.
So,
So I have a
sir,
226.
stay-
So to all, whoa, I apologize.
All right, I've started your time. Go ahead.
Okay. To all Boynton Beach city officials, I will read my speech here. It's 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
State your
However,
name first.
I want to correct something that was said wrong here. My name is Gary O. Fishman, resident for the last 32 and a half years at the same address, 3504 Diane Drive. Our culvert and canal are in desperate need of attention that requires votes and funding. The weeds and debris, to include palm branches, coconuts, and many varieties of weeds, are clogging our culvert and canal. The damages are mounting to include seawall, decking, boardwalks, and docks. For me, I have spent over $100,000 on repairs from the flooding, and my dock from the rising waters now needs replacing soon as well, and that's $60,000 in addition. Other neighbors, of which there are 36, have required repairs in the past, and my neighbor to the north has a seawall falling down. Seawalls cost, they're 90 feet long, between $40,000 and $60,000. The culvert gets clogged, can't handle the enormous water and debris flow. The demands on the culvert are truly many. The 4-foot culvert in diameter is too small and too low, so the 12-foot wide bridge, which is to the south, flows from Lake Ida and carries debris into our canal. The culverts from I-95, South Lake Drive, and Diane Drive also flow into the canal. It's too much. It's too much. Back in the mid to late 70s, the city of Boynton Beach made a huge error in installing this too small, and the culvert is just too small. It's only built to bring water, not debris. That is only designed to carry smaller amounts of water, not debris, as I had mentioned. A bridge just like the one just to the east over the L4 canal that is connected to a smaller lake, Lake Eden, what should have been installed in our canal and needs to be installed. See, Lake Ida is a lot bigger than Lake Eden, but yet Lake Eden has a bridge, but Lake Ida does not have the bridge. The Lake Ida Canal, it only has a small culvert. No weed issues to the canal that are, the L4 canal has no weed issues. The main difference is that the main difference is the culvert. I have spoken to the city about this issue many, many, many times. We have not always seen eye to eye on issues, but this issue, please, 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 requires funding and votes. We cannot wait any longer, please. The city, when putting in our neighborhood in the 80s, made the terrible error, and I'm sorry that they did, that please, please, please requires fixing now. This year, the budget and the excess funding and your votes are truly needed. Maybe you can
All right,
look
sir.
into capital improvement bonds too.
All right, time is up.
Now, I have
Thank
some
you.
corrections that were made here that when you go and make decisions, it's going to be based on
Sir,
something that's
thank-
not true. How can I correct it?
I would recommend you distribute them to the commission so we can all see it. Do you have
Can I
copies?
do it today?
Yeah, absolutely. Just pass it up, pass it
Well, I
down.
have my notes here.
City clerk, could you just connect with him and get a copy? Doesn't have to be now, but just before he leaves. All right, thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Is there anyone else in the chambers that would like to speak on this item or any item today? All right, seeing none, let's go to those online. Is there anybody with their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, with that, that means public audience for today at least is now closed. So the next section here has the resolutions for millage rate, fire assessment, and all that, but we are clearly not prepared to give any specific direction yet. So unless council disagrees, I would recommend a recess until Thursday. You concur?
That's exactly what I was going to recommend.
All right, thank you. May I have a motion to recess?
So move.
Second.
Can't even finish, but that's okay. We had a motion from Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner. All those in favor of the recess say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
It's to 5:30.
Yes.
Thursday.
Thursday,
Same
5:30, same location. That's right. Thank you for the clarification. And that is published, correct? All right, 5:30 Thursday, same location. Great. Thank you, everybody. And thank you to staff and everybody who came out and for your patience.